We have the Estadio 10S against the Harlequins.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s. Yesterday we gorged ourselves on a feast of Rugby 10s, but I hope you've left gas in the tank because the cherry on top is coming up today. It's the knockout, it's the games that determine where the prize money goes and where the prestige and bragging rights lay. If you missed out on the action yesterday, we've got a VT lined up and you can catch up with what's going on in the men's elite, the men's open and of course the women's elite. So roll VT. This is what the Open is about. Day 1 done. We'll be back tomorrow with more relentless rugby action from Ibiza 10s and the Abu Dhabi Quins. It's goodbye! So that was a taste of what happened yesterday and a taste of more to come. What an interesting day's rugby. We have to remind you we've got 3 different competitions ongoing during the tournament. We've got the JHA Recruitment Men's Elite, which is being hotly contested. The competition leaders are undoubtedly the Project Water boys, the guys from Scotland. Scotland obviously beat Australia yesterday, and these boys are carrying on in the same vein in coming to the top at the right time. Following in hot pursuit are last year's champions, Wyvern Harlequins. They're coming against the French big boys, Scavengers, in the first game of the day, while the Shredded Ducks and Scrum and Coke are also still in contention. In the Cabbage Patch Pub Women's Elite competition, the Moody Cows are blazing the trail. However, the Irish Institute and Scottish Tigers are in hot pursuit with AMS, the British Police Force and also the Abu Dhabi Quins, who I've got to give a big shout out for because socially they are fantastic. In the party last night after the tournament, they were incredible. But they're chasing hard as well. The men's open is very, very open, very, very interesting. So last year we had the Wyvern Dragons and they won the competition. They walked it, to be honest. However, yesterday they lost to the Royal Marines RM 1664s, and no one can discount the Mad Dogs, who are really making a charge for the title. They're playing with a lot of heart. It's an emotive tour for them as they play in honour of their fallen founder, who unfortunately passed away last year. So, what's to say? It's another sweltering day. We're looking for the players to stay hydrated and keep the intensity high. I said yesterday, as the day waned and the sun remained relentless, so did the rugby. The intensity, the passion and the ticker was undeniable. So, warming up, we see in the background here, we've got Wyvern Harlequins over here, the reigning champions. They got run close by the Shredded Ducks yesterday. They were drawing with only seconds to go, and a touch of absolute class from their fullback saved the game for them. But coming over here, we've got Les Violettes, the Purples. We've got the boys from France, Pro D2 and ex-top 14 players. They're big, but they're mobile, and their offload game has been sensational all weekend. I think it's going to be a big clash, and it's going to determine who's going to play who in the semi-finals. So it's crucial. So we're due to start in a couple of minutes. Scotty has more information on the teams up there. Scotty, how are you doing up there today, mate? You're looking a little bit more chilled than when I saw you yesterday.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. It's certainly a bit cooler than it was yesterday evening here up in the commentary jungle, as we've so named it, the tarpauling.
Well, mate,
it's just keeping us insulated more than anything else.
Well, mate, I saw you yesterday with your shirt wrapped around your head and a bin liner around your legs to save you from the sun. So, desperate times.
Desperate times, desperate measures, you know, hashtag ginger problems. I'm sure there's about one of me here this weekend that needs to wrap a bin liner around their legs to keep the sun off them. But, you know, I've used about 3 bottles of sun cream, as could be expected. So, yeah, it's going to be equally as hot today, so hopefully I don't get too many burns.
Well, it didn't tell at all, because yesterday the commentary was absolutely on point, and I know the viewers are going to be looking forward to more words of wisdom and analysis from you up top.
Thanks very much, Joe. Hopefully you get another dip in the hot tub. Maybe I'll join you later, because it looked quite fun yesterday afternoon with a few of the shorts in there.
Mate, I am like a hot tub seeking missile, mate. You follow me and I'll lead you to great places.
Well, thanks very much. So, the first game, as Joe has just mentioned, the Scavenger Sevens versus the Wyvern Harlequins. The Wyvern Harlequins, of course, last year's champions. They have a second team going in the open competition, the Wyvern Dragons. We've seen them a couple of times on this main pitch yesterday morning. So the Scavenger Sevens yesterday, we saw them in the first game around about 11:30 yesterday morning here in Ibiza town, and they looked like they were going to perhaps run away with this competition. We thought it could be a close one between themselves and the Projects Water Boys. However, that wasn't quite the case. They met in the final fixture here on day one of the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S as part of the JHA recruitment elite men's competition. And unfortunately the Scavengers, well, they were stuffed. They were left licking their wounds last night. They weren't happy when I saw them leaving the stadium yesterday evening. They certainly will be looking to try and make improvements today. Of course, as Joe's already said, a lot of these players played at the professional level in France. You know, they're a very young set of boys. The oldest in their squad this weekend is 23 years old, so they'll be trying to compose themselves and use a bit of their professional experience here on day two. So don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of rugby to play for in this elite men's competition. There's 5 teams: the Scavenger Sevens, Wyvern Harlequins, Shredded Ducks, Scrum and Coke, and of course yesterday's big boys, the Projects Water Boys. We have the final round of the round robin games to go. 2 games from that before we progress to the semi-finals in this elite competition. Wyvern Harlequins will certainly be trying to do the double, as they did in 2016, where they took the elite and open competition titles. €7,500 the prize fund here. We know that both of these sides are looking to try and stamp their authority on finals day here at the Ibiza 10s. Remember, you can drop us a tweet, hashtag Ibiza 10s. Let us know who you're looking forward to watching for the rest of today. We're going to be on air for probably about 9 hours again today. What a marathon shift for everyone involved of the tournament. But it's almost go time here for day 2 of the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s, the JHA recruitment elite men's competition. The first game of the day, Scavenger Sevens versus the Wyvern Harlequins. Expect a physical one. The referee trying to get them to use it out of that maul. Interesting to see how the referees can communicate with these French players, but it's the Scavengers who are making a break from inside their own 22. A dink over the side to their gas man. Is the bounce gentle? No, it's not. Retrieved by the kicker himself. Spun back inside, but they're almost playing themselves back into their own 22. Good tips inside there. The Scavengers looking full of running this morning. The big bruisers from the Harlequins trying to mount their muscle on this game. Little loop around the back. This man's going on his own. He's got the gas. He needs some support on the inside. Tries to roll one over. It's on the outside. They created the space. And it's the Scavengers who've shown the class early on. Oh no, but he's dropped it over the line. What an absolute calamity, Jane. That does not need to happen in this sort of tournament. Elite by name, not elite by try-scoring nature. The Scavengers, well, they've coughed up an easy 7-pointer there. And the Harlequins, well, that's why they're the champions. They do not give in. Already fighting back. And perhaps that sums up the Scavengers' first day yesterday. Not releasing in the tackle, so it's a penalty to the Harlequins. And wow, what a frantic first 2 minutes we've had here. Beautiful bit of play here, really simple stuff, a loop around the outside, a show and go. They've got so much pace in this Scavenger side. Step in, and a lovely weighted pass out. All he had to do here, the big sprinter for the Scavengers, was just knock the ball down. And you know what, kids, if you're watching, I'm sure your parents, your coaches will have told you before, keep the ball in 2 hands. And well, the story was never truer than just then. Points mean prizes in the game of tens. And one would hope that it doesn't come down to something about 5 points for the win here. Line out one against the head. Opportunity to break down the far touchline for the Scavengers. Keeping the ball loose, keeping it free here, skipping backwards, trying to find a gap. The little man for the Scavengers, saw him yesterday get wrapped up a few times. Good attempts at a counter ruck from the Quins, trying to hack the ball through. The man who made the initial break, a pop out the back. We're going away here, the Scavengers showing their true clean heels. Is he going to get there on the line? Put it in 2 hands, mate, dot it over. And almost a minute and a half, and directly where they coughed up the first opportunity of the score, the Scavengers have taken a just lead. A clean break, a lovely deft flick out the back of the hand. And the number 10 for the boys in purple, well, we saw him make an initial break for the disallowed try earlier on. He's got the humiliator man on the back of his shirt. And well, so far he's carving up this Harlequins midfield, but a successful conversion there. So the Scavengers go 7 points up in this opening fixture of day 2. Here we are, the humiliator man mugged off 2 of the Quins players there, and a lovely step off the left foot and burning it round the outside. Simple score in the end, and this is what we saw yesterday morning from the Scavengers. Beautifully high into the crisp blue sky. Picture perfect view here at the Estadio Can Misses, just outside Ibiza town. The Quins with some possession here, taking the quick tap. Trying to find some big ball carriers, and the men with the feet change of direction. Nowhere to go. This hot defence from the Scavengers, making it difficult to find a gap. But a half break here already. Again, big second row for the Harlequins, bustling through. A little bit of space on that far touchline, but a forward pass which is cast into touch. The French boys enjoying this one. Certainly seen their professional approach to this tournament. They said they wanted to come here and win it. And look at that, Humiliation Man. What a nickname. He's certainly living up to that at the moment. He'll of course be trying not to humiliate himself. Successful line out for the boys in violet. Hacked through deep into the space. It's going to be a foot race here for this one. Well picked up, but a fumble. Hacked through by the Scavengers. The referee calling that a knock-on from the Scavengers. However, it appeared from here to be an initial knock-on from the Harlequins. Early change here for the Scavengers, trying to bring on another back. Only 6 minutes played, both sides actually making a substitution. The Quins bringing in a bit more muscle in the front five. Scrum to the Harlequins. Cleanly won. Looking to go down the short side now. A little grub around the back. It's bounced almost perfectly. Just couldn't pick it up. The referee, though, bringing it back, and it's a penalty to the Scavengers. Well inside the Harlequins' 22. A good attacking platform here. As we've previously mentioned, there's been a number of teams who've decided to drop out of day two of this competition. I'm sure there will be a few more who dwindle away as the hours and the heat goes up. A line out, 6 metres out for the Scavengers. First game of this Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S day two. This game, of course, part of the elite men's competition. Well won there. Pop back to the big ball carrier. Can he crash over? 3 Harlequins trying to wrestle him down, and they hold him up just short of the line. Space out to the left, a skip around the outside, and it's dotted over in the corner. And the reigning champions here, well, they need to get their act together, because so far they've looked half asleep, and the Scavengers have come out all guns blazing, and they still seem to have more in the tank. A great little try there. They were patient, solid at the line out, tapped down well, taken into contact, recycled down the short side, and in the end a little half break on the outside shoulder made it a simple score, and the conversion is good. So the Scavengers lead 14 points to 0 against the Wyvern Harlequins. The Harlequins, of course, last year's reigning champions. Really clean line out there. A good initial tackle, but the Quins just committing too many men to that ruck, giving a little bit of space on the outside, and a lunge for the line makes it good for the Scavengers. Messi at the restart. Neither team cleaning that one successfully, but Quins have the ball. Hacked forward under pressure within their own 22. Plenty of time, though, for the Scavengers inside their own half here. They choose to put boot to ball, sending it high into the sky. It will bounce on this rubber crumb 3G surface, and it's rolled back in to the Quins 22. They choose to run it, not getting involved in this aerial ping pong, something which we frown upon here at the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s. Let's run it, have a go at each other, play the ball hard. Coming in from the side there, so the Scavengers have been penalised. Pressure relieved for the Quins, but they break away, a show and a go, and the big man is rolling. He tries to go for the fend. A great last-ditch tackle from the Frenchman. Back inside, though, And in the end, a great finish from the Wyvern Harlequins, and they're back in this one now. Straight under the sticks. Dinked over the top. It's close. So that half-time score then. Scavengers lead 14 points to 7. Look at this half break. Too much space. The defence was just not tight enough here. I thought he was going to go the whole way. A big handoff to the head of the Scavengers, but a good offload and a good pass back inside. Great support lines from the Harlequins. The Harlequins, of course, last year's champions, formed in 2002 by Magnus Harding and Simon Baines. Two big fans of the sevens format at a stage when it was still growing.
Next we have the Ibiza Harlequins women against the British Police women.
The Wyvern Harlequins, regular visitors to Dubai Sevens. They were the champions of the international competition there back in 2014. The Scavengers, though, although they're a French side, they've not yet played in France in 2017. They have been to Amsterdam, Belgium and London on a magical European tour, some would say. A few stragglers there in your picture from the various sides we have here this weekend. By all accounts, it was a good party last night. Not everybody taking part, of course. Some have their eyes on the prize and knowing that to be at their best this weekend, they, of course, needed a good night's sleep. All of the teams here this weekend very proud and grateful for the support and sponsors they have. Scavengers grateful to OGGI Paris, who've helped get them here this weekend, and a good journey for them. So they lead after the half-time interval. Remember the 10s format, 10 minutes each half, 4-minute half-time break. Number 243 for the Scavengers, getting this one underway, but he may as well have kept his flip-flops on because that was a hash of a kick. I've just been told in my ear. I've told you, little porky pie. Half-time today, trying to speed up the competition, is only 2 minutes, so less of a break for the players. A bit of a quick swig of water and back on the field. So substitutions and the finishers, as England coach Eddie Jones would call them, very important. Remember, we have interchangeable subs here throughout the weekend. The Quins turning up the pace at the start of this second half. Intensity really improved, and big improvement in tempo so far this half. We're only 1 minute played, 9 minutes left to go in this match. A little quick tap and go, and the hole's there, and the scrum half might go all the way. A pass back inside, but it hits the deck and it's hacked forward. Opportunity gone missing for the Quins there. They will, though, have the scrum 10 metres out from the Scavengers line. Next fixture on this main pitch, we have the Abu Dhabi Harlequin women versus the British Police Women's Rugby Club. That one, I'm sure, will be a close contest. So great to have the women's rugby competition here this weekend, sponsored by the best pub in world rugby. Big scrum now for both teams, evenly matched as the Juggernauts go head to head. Recycling the ball well here though. Lovely set of pick and goes. Held up over the line. Big cheers from the boys in purple around the ground. Knocked forward in the act of scoring. Huge cheers from this French outfit here. Under the cosh a bit at the start of this second half though. They still lead 14 points to the Harlequins 7. A clear feed if I've ever seen one. Big left foot to that one. Huge 50, 65 metre kick from deep in the depths of their own dead ball area, and that, what a way to relieve pressure. We don't often see big kicks like that in this tennis-side version of the rugby game, but well, they will be grateful about that, because what a way to relieve pressure. Just take the heat off. They've been camped in their own 22 for almost the whole first 4 minutes of this second half. Quins have a line out, stolen against the head by the Scavengers. They now look to attack with this flat back line. A cut through the middle, there's a bit of space, an offload, and they've found the big man, number 243, and what a way to get going. They cleared the territory from inside their own dead ball area. Well challenged in the line out, they won it against the head, and a big dash through the middle. They have some wheels in their backs. And they now go up 3 tries to the Quins 1. He'll be looking for a bit of a better drop kick here than he did at the start of this second half. And it's good. 21 points to 7. The Scavengers lead against the Harlequins. Just look at this one here. Underarm line out, throw in. One against the head. Straightened up here, lovely. Just look at that, cut through the gap. And you can't beat pace when it comes at you like that. Fantastic game to start day 2 of the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S. Temperature already into the low 30s. And it's not long after 11 o'clock. 23 minutes past 11 here in Spain. We're an hour ahead of the UK time if you're watching back home in old Blighty. The Harlequins, though, looking to make some gains themselves and never run down the outside channel here. They're not going to get there. Well tackled. Not bundled into touch just yet. Knocked forward there potentially, but it's been turned over. The Scavengers looking to break out of their 22. They need some support of the ruck. And they've found it. Clean ball. They have numbers over on this far touchline. The ball not quite going to hand, and it's rolled along the floor. They still have the men, and they have the gas. Putting it in one hand here. They're going to go away. A little hitch kick, a step, a pop out the back, and without a look in, that's going to go under the post. And the Scavengers here, they're really upping their game. They've come with their best legs on today. 4th tried the game for the Scavengers. Just over 3 minutes left to play. They do have a player down injured. Back in their 22, the conversion is successful, so they lead 28 points to the Harlequins 7. The Harlequins, though, at 6s and 7s. Look at that, a lovely flick out the back door He didn't even have a look. The Quins, though, showing a slight lack of humility here. They're just trying to rile up the Scavengers. The Scavengers don't need to get involved, though. They're clearly in the lead here with only 3 minutes left to play. The Quins obviously showing some form of frustration at being at 6s and 7s here. They're not quite at the level we've seen from them already this weekend. It's okay though, they can still progress through to the semi-final and of course the final later on today. We're waiting for an update and we'll have more information when we find out the result of Scrum and Coke versus the Shredded Ducks, which goes on pitch 2 in just a few minutes time. Much better restart. Bounced high, nobody really claiming that one, but it is taken by the Harlequins winger. Still a chance for them to get a score on the board here. 2 minutes left to play. Dink over the top, but it's well collected by the Scavengers. The Scavengers, are they going to break away with it here? Another pot, but oh, it's bounced off the feet in the act of picking it up. The offload just not quite going to hand there. And if that try had been scored, then I'm sure this game would have been well out of reach. I get a feeling that they're not going to come back from this deficit, the Wyvern Harlequins. Oh, just not quite going to hand here. Bouncing off the toes. The number 9 for the Scavengers, he's been ever present all weekend. A real class act. You can see their credentials in this game. This is why yesterday morning we thought they were going to be well away with it here, but we know what the Quins can do and they're more than capable of breaking from inside their own half. Well tackled though, just outside their own 22. Ball fumbled back. Hot defence from the Scavengers, creating it difficult to pick out an option for the Quins. Knocked forward, unfortunately, by the Quins, and that is full time here in the opening game of day 2 of the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s in this JHA Recruitment Elite competition. The Scavengers have beat the reigning champions 28 points to 7, and I'm sure that will send shockwaves around the Can Misses Stadium here in Ibiza. They know that the Scavengers have turned up. They didn't yesterday afternoon against the Projects Waterboys, but they're certainly going to be in the mix later on, and they look delighted with themselves. The Harlequins though, well, they'll need to go, fuel up, rest up. We're seeing them again on this pitch in a big juggernaut clash between themselves and the Projects Waterboys, the favourites after day 1. They come up at 12:55, so an hour and a half recovery period here for them. Not quite sure how it will work. Depends how the game between Shredded Ducks and Scrum and Coke goes in a minute's time. So I'm hearing that the Shredded Ducks have actually pulled out, so well, there almost seems no need to play the final game because oh sorry, Scrum and Coke have pulled out in the elite men's competition. So the next game on this main pitch then, we have the Abu Dhabi Harlequins women's versus the British Police women's rugby. So we're now going to head down pitch side to our main man Joe Burns, who's with one of the winning side's players. Joe,
what an amazing win! What an amazing win! You guys were fantastic.
Yeah, it was really cool because we are just 12 players, because we are 3 knockout yesterday, so it's really cool. And I think we go to the semi-final this afternoon, and we have to be better for go to the final. And Yeah.
But it's a big change from yesterday. Your last game against Projects, you guys were a little flat, maybe the energy's low, but today everything's clicking, the sunny bills, you have like all the passes are happening. What's the change tonight? Did you have a conversation with each other?
Yeah, we speak together this morning. We eat because yesterday we don't want to eat
because this is too tight.
Yeah, that's right. So we eat, we speak together, and I think we can change our mind.
Yeah.
So I think it can be cool for the day. We will see.
It was an amazing victory, and that really shakes the tournament up because Wyvern are the champions. So you guys are coming back to being favourites again.
No. We're not favorite, but we want to be in the final and do the best of us.
For sure. All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Romeo.
Thank you.
Good luck.
See you.
Okay, we're going to throw you back up to Scotty. I mean, if you didn't know we were day 2 and that there's trophies at large, you do now. That was one hell of a game. Scotty, up to you for the women's game.
Thanks, Joe. We're back on pitch 1 with the Abu Dhabi Harlequins against the British Women's Police. Abu Dhabi playing from left to right in this first half. British Police in the dark coloured kit from right to left. And I'm delighted to say I'm joined by one of the Abu Dhabi Harlequins players, Big Mama. Big Mama, thanks for joining us on commentary. How are you getting on today?
Oh, I'm getting on great. Just trying to recuperate after last night. Long night of partying, but that's what we're here for, to party.
So tell us, what time did you get in and whereabouts did you head out last night?
Oh, I got in about 4:30. I don't really know where we went. We just had a good time anywhere we were.
So tell us about this this colourful kit that your team's playing in this weekend. What's the story behind that?
So we're sporting the Wonder Woman kit. As you can see, we tried to match it with our skin tones. Some of them look great, some of them look awful.
Well, it is certainly lighting up the women's side of the draw here. And tell us about your story, the Abu Dhabi Harlequins, and what sort of brings you together as a team, and how did you get involved in rugby?
So the Harlequins have been together, the ladies team, for about 7 years now. Most of these girls have been on the team maybe 5 out of those years. Got a couple newbies in there coming from all over the place. We've got a few from Canada, a few from Australia, Ireland, all over the place. Good combo.
Okay, well that's great to see. We've got such a diverse set of players on the pitch. What are you predicting for this game? The British Police girls, they're really sort of warm.
Doesn't mean we're not going to kick some ass though.
Well, that's good to know. So back to this one then. A slightly slow start in the first 2 minutes of this fixture. The Harlequins with the put in at the scrum. 35 metres from their own try line, 15 metres in from that far touch. This is the first of 2 back-to-back women's games. After a short water break, we'll water the pitch. We have the Irish Rugby Institute versus AMS Rugby. The Quins, though, trying to play this one out of their own half. Some good passing along the back line. Taking into contact now, skipping a few, a little deft offload over the top of the shoulders there. Bashing it up through the middle of the park, side to side at the moment, still trying to find a gap in this British Police defensive line. The referee awarding a penalty to the Quins there. Potentially a little bit of an injury to one of the British Police players. Let's hope she's all right. Stoppage in play here. The clock will stop. I think this is the same player we saw get a huge dump tackle in one of our early fixtures on this pitch yesterday. This 3G rubber crumb pitch is probably about 45 degrees to touch, so hitting that at full whack certainly hurt a little bit. Just a bit of a breather here in this game. So, Big Mama, tell us who are the big players in your team? Who are the real talents to look out for in this match?
Well, the real talent, Captain Scally. She's a big, tall blonde. She's the muscle on the team. She's in charge. She tells everyone what to do. We've got some quick runners. We've got a good-looking Bernie there, sporting her undercut, looking tough as always. We got a few other quick ones, rolls coming out of Canada. We got Becky Jane here from Northern Ireland.
So you're a real mix of talent here in the Cabbage Patch women's competition at the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S. And tell me, is it the first time you guys have come here as a team, or what other tournaments have you been to as well?
Last year our tour went to Warsaw, Poland, and we won the cup and we won the Social Crew Cup.
Smashing it then,
Yeah.
getting a bit of silverware. Maybe that's on the cards for the rest of this weekend. The British police attacking now just outside the Harlequins 22, shirking off a few tackles, trying to find a hole. Quins not quite rolling away. Slow ball then for the police. Whipping it out wide. Pass not going to hand though. Well picked up, taken into contact. Good counter rucking there from the Quins. They've turned this one over and they have numbers on that far touchline. Well picked up into the hands of the speedsters. A break down the outside. Ball shipped infield. Again, a lovely pass over the top. The Quins with some momentum now, trying to work their way into the British police half. Need a bit of go forward here as they work their way into the middle of the pitch. The police, though, just trying to hold this one up. Ball through the hands now, just slipping through the fingers of number 99 on the outside. She's evaded a couple of tackles, though, making up for that little slip. There's a gap through the middle of the field here. They need to find some support. The ball just rolling out of the fingers. The Quins just needing to provide some support players here. Through the speed in the middle, and there's a gap, and it's a step, and it's going to be the first try of the game to the Abu Dhabi Harlequins. The British police leaving too many gaps there. They were left flat-footed. Big Mama, who's that scored your opening try this game?
That's our quick one rolls coming out of Canada.
Well, she showed a clean pair of heels in that game there. And what an opening score. 6.5 minutes into this fixture. Great opportunity now just to take on some water. It is hot out there already, and we're into the low 30 degrees. And more of the same from the kickoff then, Big Mama, yep.
What's it? What?
More of the same from the kickoff for your girls.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Get it into the hands of the speedsters, find a hole, and then convert the score. The Harlequins lead 7 points to 0 here. Good pickup, good step inside, keeping the ball in two hands, keeping them guessing. Shrugged off one tackle here with the fullback, and she coasts round on the outside. And that's what your sprinters do for you in Rugby 10s. Hack downfield from the restart. Well collected though by the police. Sending their big runners through the middle of the field, but they have British police, they're away with it here. The scrum half has picked and goed, and this is going to be a 60-metre score, and what a response from the police. And that is a way to get yourself back in the game. Straight from the restart. Picked up, crashed up the middle of the field. And the police scrum half picked and goed. She saw a gap around the outside. And well, potentially there, the Abu Dhabi Harlequins just caught napping slightly. And they do say that teams are most vulnerable when they've scored, and the British Women's Police there highlighting just that. So, scores level here. Nobody around the fringes guarding the ruck. And a great turn of pace from the police scrum half. Scores level as we approach the tail end of this first half here. Again, Mrs. Stadium. Kick deep, almost into the dead ball area of the Abu Dhabi Harlequins. But they're away though, looking for some space. A pass to nobody picked up. They're having to play it from deep here. They need a bit of Wonder Woman, and that's what they've got here, breaking out of their own 22, looking for some sort of support. Put it in two hands so you can get the offload away. Oh, but it's just not forward there, unfortunately. Ball needed to be in two hands, but that is half-time. Probably a fair result at the end of this first half. The Abu Dhabi Harlequins 7, the British Women's Police 7. Big Mama, what do you make of your girls' performance in that first half?
They were looking tough there at the beginning, a little tired right now. We need to get some fresh legs out on the pitch and we'll be good to go.
Well, I'm sure there'll be some changes from both sides. Certainly important to take on some water. You've heard already, slip, slap, slop. Slap on some sun cream, slip on a t-shirt and sip on some water. Both teams just looking for some shade, the minimal shade that is around. The Estadio can misses here. Just trying to have a look to see if there's anything going on pitch too, but there doesn't appear to be at the minute. As I said earlier, the Scrum and Coke versus Shredding Duck game was supposed to be taking part on that pitch. However, Scrum and Coke have ditched out of the competition. I think too many injuries. They have, of course, got a side in both the elite and open competition. So they will now only contest, I believe. We'll find out later on that they'll be contesting only in the open competition now. So only 4 teams left fighting it out for the prize pot of the elite men's competition. But we'll stick with the women's draw right now, the Cabbage Patch women's competition here at the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S. Slightly more breeze than there was yesterday. The referee just signalling to restart the second half. Only 2 minutes half time in the fixtures today in a bid to try and speed things up. We had a long delay yesterday due to injuries and so on and so forth. But a big second half for both these sides here. They came into the break level pegging. And we'll see who deals with this Ibiza sun the best in the next 10 minutes or so. The Harlequins will restart this game. Suspect we'll see both of these teams over at the hot tub later on. Maybe our man Joe Burns will grab a few of them for a chat after the game. Back here then for the second half of the Abu Dhabi Harlequins and the British Women's Police game as part of this Cabbage Patch women's competition here at the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S competition. 10-a-side, not usually a format of the game we see so often, but it's great for summer rugby. I think over the top here from the police, looking to chase this kick. Bumbling across the floor. But it's picked up by the Harlequins as they look to run from deep here, trying to find a space, well offloaded, crashed up the middle, broken through one tackle, broken through another, taken to ground finally though. The ball played back, popped up into the hands of the try scorer. She's dumped to the ground, manages to retain the possession well, hacked round the back of the ruck by the police, showing a bit of nous there. Then through the hands, one more tackle, just trying to force the offload too much. Penalty though to the Quins. Good intensity and good tempo from them. There's a gap here, can they break through? And they do. A great line, a great call, some sloppy tackling from the police, but great turn of pace from the Quins. And they showed real pace for the try there. Great start to the second half for your girls there, Big Mama.
Oh yeah, excellent start here. We had a hard push there by Big Tank Shanira. And then we had some good support from Cocaine Crilly. She was out late last night. Oh, I think she just got in this morning. And then we had another try scored by Rolls.
So what was the latest some of your team got in last night?
I mean, Cocaine Krilla usually finishes the night off for us. I think she made it in about 6.
Wow, and she's here at 11:30 this morning, helping her team to the lead at the moment. A great finish, a great fend at the end there from the Quins, palming off the police like they were children at the end. The police will need to collect this clean from the restart. Went backwards. Oh no, the referee now calling it as a knock-on. Unfortunate for the police there. Another chance for the Quins to stamp their authority on this game. They lead 12 points to the police 7. The second fixture on this main pitch here at the Can Mrs Stadium. What a beautiful setting for some rugby this weekend. One against the head though, and the police try scorer looking for some support. Fumbled in the tackle, knocked on, and it will be a scrum down to the Quins. Quins here with the putting out the scrum, 30 metres out from the police line. We know they have some speed in their ranks. They just need to win the ball cleanly here. Reset scrum, we've not seen many of them this weekend. Get the ball in quick, get it out quick and get it to the pace. Tell me, Big Mama, how have your girls found the heat out there on the pitch? What's it been like for them?
Well, since we come from the desert, this is kind of a cool vacation for us. Heat has no problem.
Well, you're probably one of the few teams that have found that this weekend, so no wonder you're looking good here. A breakthrough down the far touchline. It's offloaded back inside. They have numbers over to the left. If they can just get it through their hands safely here, they should go in the corner, but the cover defence of the British police now coming back at them. Head back inside now, looking for some sort of support. They need to go through the middle now. Crashed up. Looking for some support. Scragged to the ground by the police. Good contest at the ruck there. Again, taken into contact, fumbled in the act of passing. Just trying to find a hole here. They're being patient, are the Abu Dhabi Harlequins. They don't have the numbers on this near side, and they're sat back down by the police there. Possession still with the Harlequins as they look to manoeuvre some form of attack in space. Shrugging off a tackle here, break through another. An offload. It's going to be tight down that far touchline. Not quite the space, but a breakthrough here. A show and go, and they were patient enough to wait for the gap. They found it, and that is a hat-trick score there. A great finish. The Quins now lead 19 points to 7 with 4 minutes left on the clock. The British Women's Police found wanting more here. They had a good defence for so long during that passage of play, but in the end couldn't stop the relentless attacking of the Harlequins. Conversion successful. That's 3 tries to 1 here. Let's look at this again. Tried to work down the short side. A step back inside. Breaking through tackles. A little 1-2 here. A show and go. And the police fell for that. In the end, a simple score but an effective score indeed for the Quins. Just waiting for the ball to get back on halfway here. Appears we only have one ball in existence this weekend. Everybody seems to be waiting for the ball to get back in play. Big kick. Real pressure kick that. Making the police having to work hard here to run from deep, although they're breaking through a couple of tackles. Knock forward by the Quins. So the police will have a scrum in front of their own post, inside their own 22. Big scrum here. We know they have a solid set of forwards. We'll see the Abu Dhabi Harlequins on pitch 2 at 1:55. That's their next game where they play the Irish Rugby Institute. British Women's Police back on this pitch at 1:20 where they play Scottish Tigers. Plenty more rugby to go through before then. Solid scrum. Well picked up in the end. Police just looking to go around the outside. That one's fumbled into touch. And Harlequins here, another good attacking position from them, just outside the 22.
Let's go, Abu! One more! One more!
Not a great throw in there. Scrum down to the Quins. The police closing the gap at the line out.
Good job, Grilly!
Solid scrum. The police driving through hard. One though by the Quins. Taking this across the pitch here. Looking for numbers. Can't get round them just yet though. Picked off the floor. Penalised. And the Quins have a penalty. Last play of the game, one would expect here. A loop around the back. Oh, a crunching tackle. Sit down, says the Women's Police. I'm sure that just sent thunders around Ibiza. Again, another big hit. Hacked through the ruck. Well, this is just kicked off day 2, the biggest hit you would have seen so far this tournament. Some of the men in the elite competition need to have a word with the British Women's Police because that was sit down. And that, I think, sums up. I'm sure there's going to be a few sore ribs after that one. The final score though, Abu Dhabi Harlequin Women's 21, British Women's Police 7. I feel they deserved an extra try for that hit at the end. Big Mama, what did you make of that sit down?
Well, that was our one and only Cocaine Crilly that took that hard hit. She's fine though, she won't even feel it.
Well, that's what she gets for scoring a hat-trick against this Women's Police, but I'm sure she won't mind. She got up pretty quickly. It looked bigger than I think it was.
Yeah.
So what do you make of your team's performance there? Comfortable win in the end, they look class.
Yeah, they, I think they're going to love this and it's going to keep the momentum going throughout the rest of the day. Good start.
Fingers crossed we'll see them in the semi-finals later on. That's what you're expecting?
Yep, that's what we came here to win, have fun, drink some beers.
So I'm sure we'll see you down in the bar later on. And I think we have your hat-trick hero down pitch side. In fact, we've got the whole Wonder Women down there with Joe. I think he's loving this. Joe, Who you got with you there?
Well,
Can I join in?
I was going to say fresh from 150 on the Smashometer. I mean, are you alright?
No, I'm not really. Had about 2 hours sleep and that nearly knocked me out.
How did it feel taking the biggest?
Aggressive because they were losing.
Oh, fighting top. But that result has put the cat amongst the pigeons. No W's yesterday. Win today. Oh, I've been given the wrong score table. But that's a big win for you guys. How did you prepare for that? Was it restful nights last night, girls?
4 a.m. this morning. We trained really hard. We trained in shenanigans, just on the strip. We were training till 4 a.m. It was fabulous.
Do you think it was having a 40-minute sing-song on the bus on the way home that probably helped contribute?
We got a song for you. Right?
Oh, you get a song. We're gonna get.
Get in the middle. Get in the middle.
One! It's missing time! Two! I live another thing! I still can hear you more! One! It's missing time! Two! I live another thing! I still can hear you more! 1, 2, 3!
Abu! Thanks, girls. Well, there you go. Absolute characters of the tournament. We had a great night with them last night, and they've started with a victory today as well, which actually very much opens up the women's competition because the British women's police were lying in 3rd place at the start of the day. That loss is probably going to knock them down towards the bottom, probably 2nd from bottom. We've got semis and finals to qualify for. All the women have got another game to come. The Irish Institute will be playing against AMS later. So, next game actually on this pitch. So the IRI, the Irish Rugby Institute, it's their first tournament, remember, but they've acquitted themselves very, very well. They were competitive in many of their games, especially against Scottish Tigers, and also picked up a heavy victory also. The AMS, they found it tough going so far, but as you've seen, fortunes can turn. And to show you what happened yesterday, just to give you a bit of a flavour to what's to come, we're going to show you a few highlights from yesterday. This is what the Open is about. Day 1 done. We'll be back tomorrow with more relentless rugby action from Ibiza 10S and the Abu Dhabi Quins. It's goodbye! So I'm quite relieved we had an opportunity to show that highlights package because I'm still a little bit speechless after the smash that got put in on that game. Just to clear up a little bit of housekeeping tournament-wise. In the elite competition, the going got a little bit too tough for the Kiwi boys, Scrum and Coke, so they've had to withdraw from the elite, which is a real shame because they played some good rugby yesterday. As for the men's open, the Cher Horowitz of our tournament, the Beverly Hills Rugby Club, they also found it a little bit too much and they have also withdrawn. But that doesn't take away from a big tournament that we've got on our hands. As I said, you've got the Mad Dogs in there, you've got the RM1664s and the Wyvern Dragons, who are all very, very competitive. We've got another women's game about to happen here. It's the Irish Rugby Institute up against AMS. We've already seen a very competitive, very skillful game between the girls here. that huge smash. I mean, the ground is still shuddering after that. But enjoy the game. I'm going to toss you back up to Scotty shortly, and he's going to guide you through this leg of the action. Scotty, what do you reckon about that hit, mate?
I mean, I just can't even believe that happened. You know, it was something that the elite men's team should take note from. I think the British Women's Police are going to do a big smash skills session over on pitch 2 in about half an hour. So, we're going to have a look at this again. Here we go. Line her up. Boom! That is an absolute corker. The slow-mo on that. Fair play. I didn't quite catch the name of the Irish girl that took that hit, but you know, I'm sure she's okay. But Joe, I've never seen you so intimidated with so many women chanting around you. You looked a little bit scared, mate.
Mate, they're big characters, mate. Big characters. Difficult to be swamped by those girls.
Well, fingers crossed that they don't try and smash you later. So we'll catch back up with you in a little bit as we go back to pitch 1 now with the Irish Rugby Institute versus the AMS Rugby, and the Irish girls already storming away with this, and within 30 seconds they're going to get the opening try. They're being chased down by AMS Rugby. Put an 80-metre run through there, and what a start to that game. What a start, hey. From one fantastic women's game to another. An absolutely fantastic start from the Irish Rugby Institute. Conversion not successful, so the Irish Rugby Institute lead 5 points to 0 within inside a minute here. AMS Rugby left wanting slightly. Straight from the kickoff, a great catch and a run through. So I'm joined by Leanne, part of the AMS Rugby girls. Leanne, not a great start for your girls there.
No, they are playing quite well at the moment. Sonia on the ball!
And that's an unfortunate second try. Not the best start. 2 tries conceded within 90 seconds for AMS Rugby. The Irish Rugby Institute look full of rugby at the start of day 2 of the Cabbage Patch women's competition. Leanne, what have your girls got to do to try and shore up defensively here?
Okay then, AMS girls, we need to keep our heads up, defence, and work as a team. Oh, okay. Oh.
It just sits like that.
Oh, you don't have to shout, though.
So the Irish girls will restart this game. Already 10 points up. Saw both of these sides on this pitch yesterday. They played exceptionally well. Sent long again by the Irish. AMS now with a chance to shoot this one up. Penalty to AMS Rugby, and that's a good opportunity for them to keep a bit more possession. Quick tap and they're away here, trying to smash through the centre of the park.
That's it, well done, Lisa.
Clean ruck.
Supportive play, Woody.
Stolen in the ruck though. Irish Rugby looking to go down the outside here, putting it into the hands of their speedsters. Down on this near touchline, a cut back inside, and they're going to go under the post for a 3rd try of the game. And that is a 3rd score of the match. Inside 4 minutes here. Let's see how they get on with the conversion. And that is good. First conversion of the game. So Leanne, your girls, tell me what you got up to last night. Was it an early one or a late one?
It was actually an early one last night for the girls because they've been out on the piss most of the day. But we did go to bed early last night, so
but we have got some inexperienced players, so we've only got 4 people that have ever played rugby before on our team.
Oh, fair play to you then for turning up here in Ibiza. You know, it's not an easy place to come and try and play rugby as your debut.
No, definitely not. So I'm really proud of the girls at the moment, what they're doing. I just want the girls to have a bit of rugby time, and then hopefully once we get out of here, they'll be able to come and play for my team, the AMS. So
fantastic. And tell us a little about AMS Rugby and how you guys got together and what's your story?
Okay, so there's 4 of us on the team that play for the Army Medical Services. I'm currently captain at the moment, and we've got 6 players. So we've got some RAF and Navy personnel that are in the team, which play at sort of unit level. So we're from RCDM, which is the Royal Centre Defence Medicine. So which is at the Queen Elizabeth. So 6 of the girls that play are all sort of nurses, medical professions, ODPs, and we've got one girl, Son, which is our smallest player. She's our emergency medicine nurse. So
that's fantastic. We certainly know that if there are any issues up here in the commentary box, will be well taken care of with some of the players in your team.
Oh, definitely, yeah. We're all medics and nurses, and so yeah, we have got experience there.
And certainly, if you've all got a few sore heads the morning after the night before, you'll be looking after one another, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
So there was, of course, a 4th try there for the Irish. The Irish Rugby Institute, of course, the more experienced side in this fixture. They played a lot of rugby before. We've just heard the AMS, only 4 players that have ever played rugby before coming into the Rugby 10s here. Kicked away though, a chance to relieve some pressure, but the Irish will see this as an opportunity to counter-attack. Putting their legs on it now though for the girls in green. A big hit there, knocking the ball out of the hands. Taken into contact by AMS. Interesting tactics there from the Irish, trying to use a bit of an Italian Six Nations style line of defence at the ruck. Ball now. AMS still have possession. Trying to shore up defensively here. Good passage of play from them at the moment. Just slowing this game down, allowing themselves to get some composure and get back into it. Irish battling hard. The referee saying that one went backwards, but it's been stolen, and it's going to be another try here for the Irish.
Yes, second half. That's all of you. You, Michelle,
Just capitalising on the errors from AMS here. The Irish looking full of rugby.
Charlotte,
early on here on day 2 of the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s.
Windle's going to go on for Sarah.
Conversion successful, so
leave her off then. And
the Irish lead 31 points to 0 here.
Go on for Sonia.
Both teams just using this break in play as a chance to take on some water, but capitalising on the errors there. Just the ball picked up off the floor, and the Irish getting their 5th try of the game. A lot of heart shown by all the teams this weekend. Big ball carry there from AMS, taking it into the heart of the Irish defence. Another big carry again. They've got good consistency now, really threatening this Irish line of defence. Big tackle though from the girls in green. They're looking to try and steal this one. Hands on at the ruck, and they have turned it over. They're looking for some space down this touchline, trying to get it into the hands of the speedsters. Great tackle at the death though by AMS. Are they going to go over in the corner here? And it is just dotted over the line out wide in the 5-metre channel by the Irish. 9 minutes on the clock here. Both teams working exceptionally hard. fantastic indictment of the progression of women's rugby that the AMS side, Leanne, only bringing here with 4 players who have ever played before, which is a good thing to see ahead of the Women's Rugby World Cup this summer.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we knew we were going to come out, you know, doing what we needed to do. We knew we weren't going to win, so we knew that we had some really good, you know, competition against us. But the girls just wanted to come out and just enjoy, really, and that's what we've done. And you know, our heads will still be up if we lose or win. So at the end of the day, I just want the girls to enjoy it. So, and I'm happy with what they're doing at the moment.
And that's what it's all about, rugby, win or lose, or even draw, which we haven't seen this weekend. It's all about enjoying yourself, having fun, getting to know people, and this competition this weekend's been a fantastic social as well as competitive side, I think, and everybody is learning, enjoying, growing, playing and having fun, which is what it's all about. I'm sure your girls, Leanne, will maybe head over to the hot tub for a bit of a soak after this.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're going to go over and sit in the hot tub and just take on plenty of fluids, and then hopefully have a few drinks later on with the rest of the team.
So your next game is against the Moody Cows. That's at 1:20. They are, of course, reigning champions from last year, so that will no doubt be a tough contest for your girls. How do you prepare for something like that?
Well, to be honest, I mean, the girls, as you know, the Moody Cows won last year, and you know, they are fantastic, a fantastic team. I just said to the girls, just to keep your heads up and, you know, just do what you can, and you know, and if my girls, you know, and if we do have any injuries, because we haven't really got any substitutes at the moment, then, you know, we'll go down to 7s, or we'll just do a 7-minute game. We'll just see how the girls feel in the sort of first 5 minutes playing against them. So
I'm sure we'll see lots more action. Only a 2-minute half-time break, and they're going to be back at the action here for the second half. The Irish Rugby Institute lead 36 points to the AMS 0. Of course, the girls there just having a bit of a dance before the start of this second half. We are, of course, going to try and bring you an update of where everybody is in the standings, but that there is what rugby's all about. Even the Irish girls getting involved with the AMS chant there, so fantastic to see. I'm sure that's woken up a few sleepy heads over in the main stand. But the Irish with the restart here. Referee just checking that both sides are ready. The Irish will send this one long. Great drop off there, fumbled in the catch. The Irish will look to try and pounce on that. The referee will bring it back for the initial knock on. So scrum here to the Irish. 15 metres out from the AMS try line. Just in front of the posts. Remember the 10s competition. 10 players in each side, 5 forwards, 5 backs. Everyone needing to be mobile and have plenty of running in their legs. Great tackle there from the back of the scrum by AMS, but it looks as if Irish have got a chance out wide here. They're going to play it into the corner. A little hitch kick to go in for the try. And that's another score. 7 minutes left to play. Irish lead 41 points to 0. Big conversion attempt out wide here. It's a long way from the post, but let's see how she gets on with this. No, pretty good with the accuracy, but not enough height and length. Jump up. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
Health and safety might say that you might have to sit on that, but you know.
No, it's all right.
In case our guests ride off.
So, Leanne, have you guys got any more tournaments planned this year? What's the rest of your year looking like in rugby terms?
Yeah, so we've got a couple of tournaments coming up. So for me, as being captain of the AMS now, we've got some intercall 10s coming up. That's going to be coming up in September, and a couple of the girls play for the Army sort of rugby league, so that's going to be coming up as well. So there's about 3 of us that will be going off to the AMS that are playing today, and the rest of the girls just play at unit level. So
plenty of rugby opportunities for you then in 2017.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hopefully we're sort of win our intercalls this year, so looking forward to it. We've got quite a good team actually, and we're hoping to get a few of these girls that have played today maybe onto the team and see how they progress really. So
well, that'd be great for their rugby development. Of course, I'm sure you'll all be watching the Women's Rugby World Cup.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It should be a really exciting one, particularly from an English perspective. Great scrum though from AMS, really shoving the Irish Institute back there. The Irish though putting it through the hands of their backs. That one went forward, so it will be a scrum down to AMS just outside their own 22. A few substitutions coming on now for the Irish. Fresh pair of legs here and there. Giving themselves a bit of a breather ahead of their fixture in just an hour and a half's time. Next up on this pitch though, it's part of the open competition. It's the Mad Dogs versus Scotty's Barbarians, which is made up of the Abu Dhabi Harlequins, Ashkelon and Scotty's Tigers, but we'll stick with this game on pitch 1 for now. The Irish Rugby Institute versus AMS Rugby. Massive scrum from both sides there. Wheeling by the Irish, so a penalty to AMS. Big ball carry up the centre of the field. The referee taking them 10 metres back, so another penalty for AMS.
Tap and go, girls.
Taking it slow this time though. Big crash up the centre. Palm to the face of the Irish. Some good momentum, but they have been penalised at the breakdown, so chance for the Irish to tap and go now. Breaking through the middle, brushing one tackle, brushing another. A good tackle there from AMS, scragging them to the floor. Options here to the left. Another missed catch, but a good tackle by AMS out wide here, slowing down this Irish back line. Another palm, a good tackle, putting them into touch. No, they've managed to break around the outside, and it's another try for the Irish. They're going to run in under the post here. Touchdown for another try in this game for the Irish. Good passage of play there and good improvements for your side there, Leanne. They looked a lot more competitive at the breakdown and showing some good passages of play.
Yeah, definitely. We are quite strong actually in the scrum, to be honest. We have got quite a bit of power coming from the back, so as I said, a bit more experience, the girls, and hopefully next year when we come, and we're going to smash it next year, so let's see how it goes.
So that's good news that you are already going to come back next year for your sins, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, definitely, because I'm hoping to play next year, but I broke my wrist 4 weeks ago actually playing in a tournament, and that's the reason why I'm not playing and I'm doing the coaching instead. So, you know, I was looking forward to playing, as I play prop anyway for the Army, so hopefully next year I'll be sort of fit. So
certainly a good reason to come back so you can get a game next year. I'm sure that'll be as much fun, if not better, than this year. So just coming to the last few minutes of this game. The Irish lead 46 points to AMS Rugby's 0. The Irish still looking to attack though. Trying to go down the far touchline. For now though, they're being kept at bay by some strong AMS tackling. Moving the ball along the line though. Spotted a gap in the middle. Closed down quickly by AMS. Just another little offload. Trying to get it away here, the Irish. Popping off the shoulders. They have numbers to the right. They don't need it, or do they? They do. Just a tap over the line for another score here. The Irish experience really coming to the fore in this game, but a much better second half from AMS. Let's keep an eye on this one again. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Just patching together the phases of play here. Some good hands down the line. When you think they're just going to go over, a good last-ditch tackle, but too many numbers for the Irish. And possibly the worst conversion attempt we have seen all weekend. I'm sure that went backwards more than it did forwards. So that's one for the You've Been Framed highlights reel. Still time left on the clock, the referee says. Not much left, I'm sure. And that has not gone 10. Again, not the best of kicks. The referee bringing it back. It's over 20 minutes played on our clock. Free kick to AMS on halfway. We may well see these teams on this pitch again later. Their next games as part of the round robin are on pitch 2, but a tap and go from halfway then. A few handoffs bustling through. 3 Irish tacklers needed to bring down that attack. A penalty though. In a good position for AMS. Into the hands of their big ball carriers.
Come on, Woody.
You need 2 hands to catch that one. Advantage being played to the Irish though.
Yeah, fair play.
Referee still saying there's time on the clock. Tapped and go. The referee actually saying it was forward. Scrum down to the Irish. Temperature still increasing here in Ibiza. We're just about 2 kilometres inland from Ibiza town, 8 kilometres north of Ibiza airport. So if you've got anybody you know who's in Ibiza this weekend and they've not got much on, send them our way. A break through the middle though, a great play off the back of the scrum for the Irish, and they're going to go under the post. What surely must be the last play of the game. We've had over 22 minutes on our clock. A really good turn of pace there. Thanks very much. I hope you can do that. Well done. And that is full time. 56-0 in the end to the Irish Rugby Institute against AMS Rugby. A valiant effort in the second half to nullify that strong Irish attack. Both teams showing a lot of heart, and I'm sure we'll see the Irish Rugby Institute later on in the semi-finals. It could well be them in the final. If you're interested to know, the women's semi-final, the first up at 2:55, the second at 2:30. A great turn of pace, a bit of evasion, change of direction there from the Irish Rugby in their final score of this game. I think Joe Burns is pitch side now. He's down at our little Ibiza beach setting. He might just be about to get soaked. We know Joe loves being in the middle of all these women.
You have a vagina in your head.
Oh
so Joe, what have you got for us? I see you getting a little bit
I'm being
down pitch side.
I'm being manhandled as always. I think I'm just largely being assaulted by members of the women's game. By the Irish Championship, who are on a bit of a roll. They're on a bit of a roll at the moment, and spirits are high. They've just won 55-0 against the AMS. I think the Moody Cows probably thought they were going to have it all their own way this tournament, but the Irish are here to put up a fight. So, what do you reckon? How are you going to go in the comp?
Yeah, I think we're going to give it all we can go, and we're also going to have great crack. But we're not one to just push this side. We're in the competition to win the competition.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. And also, you know, your first big comp abroad as well.
Yeah, we're struggling in the heat a lot. So that's probably the toughest competition here is the heat. Yeah. Really.
I mean, that Irish skin isn't famed for.
The fact that we have so much drink available is also not helping the Irish, because we're a bit too eager when it comes to that too. But no, we're loving it here and we're having an absolute ball. So.
Find you're all prone to scribbling outside the lines a little bit.
Yeah. I don't think we could ever scribble inside the lines anyway, but yeah.
I go after my own heart. Well, look, I would like to chat more, but we've got a game starting straight away. We've got the Mad Dogs, who acquitted themselves with aplomb yesterday in the Men's Open, undefeated, and they're coming up against the Abu Dhabi Ashkelons, who are the Abu Dhabi Israeli conglomerate team who formed today. The action's coming up. Scotty, up to you.
Cheers, Joe. Another tasty fixture we have on our hands here. This is part of the Rugby Spy Men's Open competition, and already the Mad Dogs playing from left to right in their multicoloured mustard-style strip, shipping the ball through the hands, trying to bundle down that far touchline, and it's going to be a score here early on for the Mad Dogs, and that will delight Al, who is part of the Mad Dogs and sat with me in the commentary jungle up here. Al, who was it that scored that first one?
Pleasure to say it was my son, actually, Sam DePolwood. The Mad Dogs, for those that don't know, are an invitational side, recruiting players from all around the UK and abroad. So we've got lads here from Kent, the north of England, and South Africans. They were formed in 1976 as an invitational side by the legend that is Jez Higgins. And then we go on world tours every year, and obviously this year we took great pleasure in being invited to come and join you guys.
Well, that's a great story and a great moment for you to be talking about your son scoring the opening try in that fixture. So we saw a great bit of heart from the Mad Dogs boys yesterday. They looked full of running despite only getting about 2 hours sleep or something like that.
Oh, if that. Yeah, the other thing is that they all have to play for a cap. So if they're successful, whoever's the best player of the day will win a cap, which is much sought after.
So sent high into this Ibiza sun, but it's stolen and intercepted by and passed back to the Mad Dogs. This a break from the Mad Dogs here, breaking through this smorgasbord of a side here. We called them the Scottish Barbarians yesterday. They're made up of Abu Dhabi Harlequins, Ashkelon, the Israeli side, and Scottish Tigers. Another break through the middle here, a few hot steps, and they're away. They need some support. Being tackled 10 metres out here. They're going to break away here, and it could be another try, a pop inside. This is like watching Barcelona out. The Mad Dog boys doing you proud out there right now.
Yeah, that was a lovely move there. Started off by the skipper, Luke Monkston. Try scorer was Brett Scott, who plays for Thanet Wanderers.
A great score. We'll catch it on the replay on the screen here. All of your side looking as if they've got very quick feet indeed. We'll see if the conversion's good. They missed the first one.
If you're wondering about the strips, Scott, they have to play in those shirts. They're the original shirts. So, you know, wearing a heavy cotton old rugby shirt and conditions like this isn't the best, but it's tradition and they have to wear them.
I was worried yesterday when I saw them come out in the classical shirts, but it probably acts as a bit of padding. This pitch is so hot it can cause a bit of skin burn. We've seen that already from this rubber 3G pitch. A few of the teams actually requesting to play on the second pitch behind us, but it is a good venue. It's nice and flat, the ball will bounce, and it is a great running turf. The team's just waiting for the ball to come back on the pitch, and it will be the Mad Dogs who restart this game. Already 12-0 up inside 4 minutes, sent high again. Can they get under it? Almost. Collected though by the Barbarians. The Barbarians playing in a change of strip today. Obviously there's 3 teams coming together. They've got a multitude of shirts they can wear. The Barbarians now with some possession, crashing the ball up the middle. Nowhere to go. The Mad Dogs ravenous in defence here. Big hit to slow down this attacking line from the Barbarians. Crashed up through the middle, continually being sent backwards are the Barbarians. A quick show and go. They need some support. The Mad Dog defence ever present at the minute, but they're going down the short side. Not much room to play there. The referee though penalising the Mad Dogs, and a chance for the Barbarians to relieve some pressure. Show and go from the penalty there. And another penalty again for the Barbarians. Easy meters being made. Mad Dogs 10 metres on that one, so they won't be penalised again. Big crash up from our man from New Orleans. He's only in his second year of rugby. Great to have him with us. He spoke so well yesterday about the emergence of the game of rugby over in the States. The Mad Dogs now, though, retaining possession. And they're going to put boot to ball and look for some territory out. Just tell us about some of the players you've got in there. What's the oldest player you've got? Because your boys all look really, really young in this Mad Dog side.
They are, yeah. We've got some of the old guys obviously on the touchline, but I would think, I'm looking around to see who we got out there, but yeah, probably the oldest guy, 24, I would think. So
there's some experienced heads though, despite being so young at 24.
Yeah, a few of the lads have played Saris and Sale, so they've got some bit of experience even at that age.
Some real talent. They certainly look more than capable in this men's open competition, despite a lack of sleep. And I'm sure they were out late last night. What time did they get in again today?
Well, one of the guys was dragged off the beach at 7 o'clock, but they all got in at about 5 o'clock after some really heavy drinking.
And did you join them, Al, or were you tucked up in bed?
No, joined them.
So great community feel, a great team feel in the Mad Dogs. A few big hits coming in there. The British Women's Police just maybe giving them a bit of a lesson before they came on the pitch here. The Mad Dogs now looking for some space. A great line, all just losing it in the hands. The crowd on that back stand really getting involved now. Keeping it in close quarters at the minute. Bit of a frantic passage of play. The ref, though, coming back for the knock-on.
The lad with the ball in his hand now is the youngest member of the side, 19, and James van Rensburg. He's from Stellenbosch School in South Africa. Real talented little lad.
So how did he come to be playing for the Mad Dogs? And you say it's an invitation side.
Yeah, one of the local sides that have provided about 4 of the players are a small club in Cranbrook, in Kent called Cranbrook, and they have a great tradition of overseas players. But they recruit them from the local prep schools, and they're GAP students there.
Oh, fantastic. So great to have some international heads as well. We know that those Southern Hemisphere boys play fast and they play hard as well. Turned over, though, by the Barbarians, and they have numbers over on this near touchline. Can they get it into the hands of the paceman? He's going to go on his own. A show and go there. Is he going to bundle over into touch? Oh, and his feet were in touch just at the end. Didn't quite manage to get there. A great last-ditch tackle by the Mad Dogs. They're trying to break from well deep inside their own half now. Pass back inside onto the paceman. They need some support. Scragged down by the neck almost. an offload around the outside. They need some more support. Again scragged. Oh, but the defence is not clean, and the Mad Dogs will run away for their third try of the game. Frantic passage of play there, end to end almost, in a great bit of running rugby from the Mad Dogs to get their third try of the game.
Another young lad, Charlie Knight, who is another Thanet lad, but plays for Kent as well.
So a lot of these...
I mean, they're playing remarkable considering the drink they put away yesterday.
Yeah, we heard their stories yesterday after and when they were over at the hot tub. I'm sure they'll be there again today, but they're playing like a professional side, and the skills they're showing have certainly been up there with that of the elite men's competition this weekend. A quick water, this Barbarian side, they were out and they were on the bus with us this morning, and they were struggling to stay straight whilst walking onto the bus, because I think they'd still been drinking at breakfast, but I think those guys that were drinking are sitting comfortably on the bench at the minute. So a great restart there. Well taken though by the Barbarians, absolutely sat down just outside their 22. The referee penalising not releasing in the tackle. The Barbarians will look to try and clear their lines. Great spiral kick. We saw that yesterday in one of their games, and that is sent a huge 60 metres downfield. What a way to get a touch finder, hey. Relieve a bit of pressure. So Al, you didn't fancy bringing your playing boots with you this weekend to Ibiza, no?
Yeah, that was never on the cards, I'm afraid. I mean, those days are long gone.
But it's great that...
But we actually, saying that though, every previous tour we've been on, we've always had a Vets game the following day. Just we thought the step up here would be too much. Although there's a lot of guys who have played at a high level at the Vets, who I'm sure could give some of the teams here a show.
But the Mad Dogs are trying to break away here. Brushed off a few tackles. He looks as if he's got the legs to go all the way. He's being chased brilliantly though by the Barbarians, but it's another big score and a fourth try of the game, and the fourth try of this first half. It feels like this game has been going on forever now, but 22-0. The conversion still to come, so they could extend their lead. The Barbarians looking at 6s and 7s in this first half. Another good score for your Mad Dogs boys there.
Something I forgot to mention, the importance of this particular tour. We give a name to all the tours, and this one's called the Ashes Tour because the founding father of the Mad Dogs, Jez Higgins, and chairman, passed away, unfortunately, earlier in the year, and we've brought his ashes along with us to celebrate. So some of the lads have been dipping into the ashes last night as well.
You know, I think when I was waiting to go down to breakfast yesterday, somebody passed me an urn to pass up to somebody up the stairs. So I didn't realise at the time, but it makes sense now. So great that's such a meaningful and point of this tour as well. So
yeah, well, he's made it on this tour as well, even though he did come in baggage.
Well, great to have so many people in. It's not just the players you brought along with you, it's all the supporters and everybody associated with the Mad Dogs team. But 22 points to 0 at half time. The Mad Dogs really clawing away at this game. Youthful presence making it hard work for the Abu Dhabi, Ashkelon and Scottish Tigers mix of players. Just to keep you updated, the next game we have on this pitch is versus the Projects Waterboys and the Wyvern Harlequins in the JHA Recruitment Elite Men's competition. That will be a massive occasion. The Wyvern Harlequins obviously coming off a big loss this morning against the Scavengers. That was the first fixture we played here on day 2 of the Ibiza 10S. Remember, if you're watching at home in the UK or wherever you are, hashtag Ibiza 10S, let us know who you're watching, drop us a tweet. And also if you're watching here or live in the stadium, remember you can tweet us hashtag Ibiza 10s, and we can put some of your images up on the screen, some of your tweets as well. So we're going to play you a bit of a highlights package from what we had yesterday here, a real taste of the action from what we saw on day 1.
This is what the Open is about. Day one done. We'll be back tomorrow with more relentless rugby action from Ibiza 10S and the Abu Dhabi Quins. It's goodbye!
So the game is back underway here between the Mad Dogs and the Scottish Barbarians, a team made up of Abu Dhabi Harlequins, Ashkelon, the team from Israel, and of course Scottish Tigers. Mad Dogs lead 22 points to 0 here. I'm sure we'll see both of these sides over at the hot tubs shortly, and we'll probably see them down at the bar as well. But that line-out's one against the head from the Barbarians. Crashed up by our big statesman here, brushing off tackles. Well retained at the breakdown. Trying to take on a few of the big hitters in the middle of the field, but that's stolen. The referee, though, penalising the Mad Dogs. The Barbarian side looking much better at the start of this second half. Trying to find a gap. Oh, pass going astray there, and it's gone to a Mad Dog. A good step and a handoff, just looking for some sort of support. The pop out the back goes Array. The Barbarians needing to get some players behind the ball here. They have no support. Good defence from the Mad Dogs. Penalty though to the Barbarians. Choosing to go on their own. Crashing up, a big hit from the Mad Dogs though, really sitting them down there. I think over the top. Looked like this will be collected by the Mad Dogs. And they look to go on a run again. They have numbers over to this left-hand side, and they have some pace as well. It's 3v2. The player deciding to go on his own, and he brushes off a tackle. He's looking for another one here. Is he going to get all the way? Is he going to get there? And he does. A great finish. He brushed off one tackle, brushed off another, and he looked as if he was going to get tackled again, but he managed to get there. And that's the first score of this second half. Al, who was that in the scrum hat that touched that one down?
That was Johnny Griffiths. He's a Letchworth lad. I thought he was going to give that away then.
Yeah, he had support inside and outside, chose not to use it. Scored a few yesterday when he was on this pitch. I remember seeing him dot them down.
Just as well he did score, otherwise he'd had a heavy fine tonight.
What would that have set him back?
I dread to think.
Successful conversion there. The Mad Dogs 29 points up here. 7 minutes left to play. So where do all these fines go then, Al? Behind the bar or to a charity, or what's the...
Well, that's it. Where the fines go, I can't reveal on air.
Okay, you're going to have to tell me afterwards. The Mad Dogs with the restart. Looking at around about 50% in this game. Not pushed too much yet. Flailing in the take from the restart. The Barbarians have it though, breaking out of the tackle. They need some support. The Mad Dogs relentless in their defence. Looking for a big ball carrier, trying to take it around the fringes of the ruck. Smashing one off, smashing another. It goes to hand though. They have numbers over the Barbarians. They decide to take it to the ground. The try scorer picking up the mess. Not releasing, so they've been penalised. Thanks to Summer. Dropping us a tweet, hashtag Ibiza 10S, watch mum play rugby for AMS. The littlest player hooker out in Ibiza on her wedding anniversary. Proud of you, mum. Thanks for getting in touch, Summer, and well done to the AMS rugby girls. Only 4 of them ever played rugby before and came out here to Ibiza and really shown some true heart in that fixture against the Irish Rugby Institute. But they're trying to break away here for the Mad Dogs. A quick tap and a quick turn of pace. The Barbarians not very happy about that because they were sat down monumentally. And it's going to be another score for the Mad Dogs.
Pleased to say it's another one for my son, Sam de Polwood. When he's not playing for the Dogs, he's another Cranbrook player.
And what's his usual position out?
He's outside centre for Cranbrook.
So intends players tend to play all over the shop. Successful conversion there. We could see them get towards a half century in this game now. Still 5 and a bit minutes left to play.
Actually, you asked me earlier who's the oldest player in the Dogs that's going to be putting on a shirt today, and he didn't make it. He was on the beach still with somebody at 7 o'clock this morning, so he saved himself running around, I think.
I'm sure it'll turn up later for when the bar opens, no doubt, and a couple of fines for not making it on the bus this morning, I'm sure. 36 points to 0, just in your shot there. That's the Projects Water Boys who have been most impressive on day one. They go in the JHA Recruitment Elite Men's, but we stick with the Rugby Spy Men's Open Social here on pitch 1. This 3G rubber crumb at the Estadio Can Misses just outside Ibiza town. We're around about 8 kilometres north of Ibiza Airport. The second and final day of action here from the Ibiza 10s. The Barbarians now looking to break down this near side. A good show and go. They have some space in the middle of the field now. Some big cheers. Oh, and they've got a gap in the middle. Can their number 7 break away? He's got some fast guys against him, no, but the sniper has got him from the stands. I'm not sure what happened to him here. He looks, I'm not sure if he's hurt or if it's just his ego because he's still on the floor. But the Mad Dogs are coming away with it here. A slip again. There's cheers from the far stand, and I think that's Scottish Tigers cheering that another sniper took down one of the Mad Dogs. Oh, a lovely bit of skill there, a one-handed tap, a grubber. Is he going to collect it himself? He's trying to tap. Oh, he almost picked it up. I'm not sure what happened there, but he knocked it on in the act of picking it up. What a frantic bit of play there, Al. Who was that managed to just trip themselves up?
That's the captain of the Dogs, that's Luke Monkston, another Letchworth lad. So close.
That was almost a great bit of play. He tapped it up on one hand as he ran around the outside on that far touchline. A little grubber through, just as he was trying to tap it up with his feet back into his hands to score. Well, it didn't quite work out for him. So, scrum down here. 10 metres out from the Barbarians' try line. The Mad Dogs bringing in some reinforcement in the rope. The Barbarians will have a put-in at the scrum. Need to front up here. Sense of early engagement there, but the referee not calling it. Popped out the side. Scrum half trying to get it back in, and he's done well there to get the ball out. I think over the top, something we've seen a lot of this weekend over the defensive line, but it's well cleared up by the Mad Dogs. They're playing it back inside. Boshing through around the outside. A pop-up on the shoulder. Oh no, it's fumbled slightly, but are they going to score? And it is another try. Bouncing all over the place like the Harlem Globetrotters in a basketball fixture there. But the Mad Dogs managed to get it over the whitewash in the end.
Try scorer was another South African from Stellenbosch. That was Garth Schenker. Another lad who's a gappy at the moment, playing his rugby in the country at Cranbrook in Kent.
Stellenbosch, of course, a home of sport almost down in South Africa. Rugby, athletics, you name it, that's where it's played. And that is full time here, 41 points to 0 for the Mad Dogs. We'll just watch this final try again. A great bit of offloading, taking into contact, boshing out of tackles. A flick out the back, a pick up, and a scrag to the line in the end. So the Mad Dogs win 41 points to 0 against Scotty's Barbarians. Al, thank you very much for joining me. I hope you can collect some of those fines later on. And we'll see your boys later on in the semi-finals, I should expect.
Okay, thanks very much. Cheers.
Cheers, Al. Thanks very much. See you later. That's all right. Appreciate it. That's all right. enjoy the rest of the day. All right, thanks a lot. No worries, see you later. So, I think we're going to go now down to the pitch side. There's our man Joe Burns with one of the Mad Dogs themselves. Joe,
Right.
who've you got with us?
Right, thanks.
Give us your view on the game.
My view on the game, well, they're called the Mad Dogs. They're more like rabid dogs in defence there. The opposition couldn't get a sniff, and quite nice touches though as well. Like a few balls through, some loose handling, but some magical handling as well.
No, just we're putting obviously a new team together. It's not going to be as structured as we may want it, but so we've just got to adapt and play what we see, you know.
Yeah.
So if we're just getting that from everyone, like that's all we can do. Try our hardest, though.
Well, as an indication of how well you boys are doing, I've just run to a man in the bar, and he came up to me and said, "Guys, mate, I was watching the footage yesterday on the live stream, and I'm a big Dogs fan. I've flown out especially."
Oh yeah, there's 4 of them. They're watching it at home at their local club, and they just up and went to the airport and said, "Let's go." So that's great support. So hopefully do them proud, you know.
So that's another 4 older dogs with longer teeth to lead you boys astray. I walked out and I found your elder management staff, so to speak, starting with a beer, finishing with a beer, continuing with a beer.
Oh, it's non-stop. It's just ruthless, mate. Just seriously, just non-stop. But we're on tour. You got to have a good time. The sun's out and just carry on, eh?
Amen to that, brother. But you guys are on the charge though. On a cup run, knockouts coming up now.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult now, so just rest up now. Obviously it's another hot day, and obviously the teams are going to get tougher, but we'll just carry on, and we can only try our hardest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just quickly, for those of you who are X-Men fans, I don't know if you're familiar with Colossus, but it turns out he actually plays for the Mad Dogs. The big fella's got a rig on him. Come on, let's give the crowd what they want. Come on.
The rig, what, shirt off?
Come on. Here we go. Oh! Go. You make me look bad. No, come on. Oh,
that's it, yeah, sweet.
That's it. Well, mate, appreciate catching up with you. Go on the Dogs. We're all rooting for you.
Yeah, sweet.
Not bad. Yeah, I'll catch up with you later. So we were due to have a little bit of a pitch water, but it looks like that's not going to happen now. We've got the Projects Water Boys coming against the reigning champions, the Wyvern Harlequins. So Projects Water Boys, for many people's money, are the champions in waiting, but I think that Wyvern are going to have something to say about that. These guys don't give up until the bitter end, so really looking forward to it. So we're going to show you a little bit of footage to whet your appetite. This is what the Open is about. Day one done. We'll be back tomorrow with more relentless rugby action from Ibiza 10S and the Abu Dhabi Quins. It's goodbye! Righto, so we're here in the stand with the Scrum and Coke boys. Here with their main man Jimmy. Jimmy's asked for an interview, which makes me as an interviewer a little nervous about the content that's going to come. But Jimmy, how's the tournament treating you so far, mate?
Good morning. Fantastic. The boys obviously had a pretty big day yesterday. Balmy temperatures out here in Ibiza, and the boys are just really enjoying themselves. Hopefully only 2 games to go, and we'll look forward to celebrating this evening.
Yeah, punishing temperatures, so that obviously got the better of your elite team.
I think you find the SPF levels were a little low on some of the boys yesterday. We're really taking all sorts of precautionary measures today. I
thought there was the slip, slap, slop culture comes from the Southern Hemisphere, right? I thought you boys would be bang on it.
Slip, slap, slap. Oh, look. Yeah. Complacency slips into all sorts of cultures, and unfortunately there's a bit of that yesterday. So hopefully the boys will do a bit better today.
So who's your next match up then in the Open?
Well, we've just been defaulted to, which is good news. On one front, it means that we're going through to the semi-finals. So the boys will be getting G'd up for that roughly 2 or 3 o'clock. So
who would you least like to meet in the knockouts?
There's some big frames around. Probably the Mad Dogs. They look strong. Yeah. They look strong. Maybe the Harlequins team as well. They look also quite strong. So I don't know.
I'd say looking at it, it's probably between you. In fact, there's only 4 teams in the semis, isn't there? So I was going to say something silly there. Yeah, there's four strong teams. You obviously want to do the Kiwis proud after the slip up against the Lions yesterday for those invincible Maoris of yours.
Not sure what you're talking about, mate. Looking forward to the Test matches next week. And being a Highlanders man myself, obviously, the Lions will still be licking their wounds after last weekend. So. No more on that.
Are you enjoying having the Lions over there, and you living in England and being able to give the English heaps of abuse, basically?
There's plenty in the workplace. The English are sort of seemingly quite upset about the Welsh influence. But anyway, that looks like it's time.
Yeah, that is time. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate that, Jimmy. Guys, pitch number 1. We got Projects against the Wyvern Quins. Enjoy.
Thanks, Joe. Back up here in our commentary jungle, where we have the Projects Waterboys against the Wyvern Harlequins. The Wyvern Harlequins, of course, coming off a loss this morning, but the Projects Waterboys showing their class already here. A break around the outside, looking for some support. They have numbers over this near side, and they have some pace. Big smash through there, knocking away some of these Harlequin tackles. Bit of patience now, stepping back, looking for some support. Running into a dead end, but he's managing to break through here. Coming back to this near side, they have numbers, shipping the ball through their hands, a cut back inside and a turn of pace here, and it's going to be an opening score quite comfortably in the end for the Projects Waterboys. And that is the opening score of this game, and the Wyvern Harlequins, of course, last year's champions. They, coming off a loss this morning, not quite at the races as of yet, but I'd like to say I'm joined by Coach Cakes from the Projects Waterboys. A great opening score for you there.
Yeah, good morning, Scott. Thanks very much. Yeah, nice to see the boys get into an early start. Kerr Gossman there showing his wee inside step, which he seems to play a lot, but it seems to pay dividends for us and for an early score and a wee settler for the boys. So let's hope it continues.
So coming into this fixture, what was your message to the lads down there? Obviously, the Wyvern Harlequins, the 2016 champions here at the Ibiza 10S.
Well, we've actually never played them before, but we've been to several tournaments with them, so it was very much let's keep ball, let's maintain possession, and let's just try and put some pressure in with the line speed, and hopefully it'll go to pattern from there.
So a penalty here just outside their own 22 for the Wyvern Harlequins. They'll try and get some distance on this, get a bit of territory, relieve a bit of pressure. The first 2 minutes have been all-out assault for the Waterboys. So can you give us a bit of a history of the Waterboys then, Cakes? And
yeah,
what is the story?
Waterboys have been going for about 6 years now, initially founded by a group of expat boys who are based in Dubai, who decided to enter a tournament into there, and just like everything else, it snowballed, it's become good. We've been to Hong Kong 10s twice now, which is arguably one of the better 10s, or the biggest 10s, Stockholm, and Dubai, Budapest, and then various others.
So you come here this weekend looking to take the gold, the big money, the big pay packet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, that's not first and foremost why you come. You come to play some good rugby. Boys to get an opportunity to come somewhere else. And yeah, if we walk away with the winnings, then we'll obviously be delighted.
So good break through the middle there. A lot of pace in this Waterboys side.
Yeah, that's Danny McCluskey. Normally plays in the wing for Ayr Rugby back home. But a good carry just earlier to that by the big bus, Jack Steele.
Remember, you can join in the action if you're listening at home. Hashtag Ibiza 10S. Let us know who you're watching today. This is day 2 of the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S, and this is the JHA Recruitment Elite Competition. A game between the Projects Waterboys and the Wyvern Harlequins. The Wyvern Harlequins coming off a loss to the Scavengers. The French boys this morning. They're looking to go down the short side, trying to run rings around this Waterboys side, but a big bosh there from the Harlequins. That's more like it, and that's what we came to expect from them.
Yeah, great hit there on Danny McCluskey. Thankfully recovered quite quickly. Now we need a bit of line speed. It's a good D.
Break through the middle here. Dogleg defence, leaving a gap open for the Quins. The referee awarding a penalty to the Quins. Not releasing at the breakdown.
I think they'll go for touch here.
Try and get a bit of territory, getting some form of the red zone. So just give us a bit of an indication of what sort of level these Waterboys play at back home in their usual day-to-day rugby lives.
Most of them play Prem 1 or National 1 back home in Scotland. Just looking across the pitch there's 2-3 guys who play in the second division. The rest are all in the top division. Various clubs. We've got guys from Stirling, Glasgow Hawks, Heriots, Ayr, GHK, Stirling County, all out there at the moment.
And how did you come to be involved with the Waterboys yourself? What was your story to come into the Waterboys?
Alistair Munro, his son Ian, formed it. They contacted me 6 years ago now and asked if I could help them find some boys to go out to Dubai. High tackle there, maybe, yeah, ref's seen it, and obviously came on board, and it's just too good a thing to miss, and love being a part of this, love travelling the world, and seeing the guys play some good rugby.
The ref there coming back for that high tackle, that was a nasty one. Played the advantage, didn't come to anything, so the Waterboys will have a penalty, and it looks as if they will kick for touch, try and get some territory from this.
Looks like a substitution as well. Gregor Henry, who was the guy who was tackled high there, being replaced by Jake Eaglesham.
So I'm sure your physio team will look at him, just make sure he's all right for the games later on, because there's still a lot of rugby to be played in the rest of today.
Yeah, the girls are keeping all the boys in good shape, not even any walking wound at the moment, but also testament to the medical staff here. They've been first class.
Probably testament to the boys as well, because they've not really had to come out of third gear so far in this tournament. We suspect that there's a lot to come from them in the rest of today. We've still got the semi-finals and final. We certainly know that as it stands, the Projects Waterboys will go through to the semi-finals, no doubt about it, but unsure on how it will play out in the rest of the competition. Of course, we've got the women's and the men's open as well, but we will see the Wyvern Harlequins as well. Only 5 teams in this elite competition. The Scrum and Coke boys unfortunately pulled out this morning, just running out of numbers. But good play off the set piece.
Yeah, set piece move there. The big bus standing in the 10 channel, ready just to truck it up. That's what he does best. Unbelievably, he's a centre back home in club rugby.
Wouldn't want him running at me down the 12 channel, that's for sure.
Tight head prop beckons for him in the future, I think.
Always good to have a mobile man in the front row.
Yeah, yellow card there. Not sure what it was for, but that's one of the Wyvern danger men. He's got a serious pair of wheels.
Yeah, the ref just giving a yellow card to the right wing from the Harlequins. But the Waterboys looking to break down this near channel here. Good step inside, outside, and offload, and it's another try, a second try of the game. 8 minutes into this fixture, making the Quins pay for their sin-binning there. The extra man just paying dividends in the end. A good score for your team there.
Yeah, nice coming to the short side there. PJ and Gowders both play their club rugby together. 9-10 combo back home in Glasgow, so they'll be quite used to working something like that. PJ will obviously be over the moon. They scored a try and it'll be from 30 metres by the time it's 6 o'clock tonight.
Once the beers get flowing, he's probably going to be able to run that in from his own try line, I suspect.
He loves himself.
Well, a high tackle from the Quins' right wing. The ref, of course, warned them after the first one. Yeah, that's a good conversion, high and true. So 14 points to 0 here. The Waterboys lead inside this first half. Some good footwork. A little pop back inside. Support lines in 10s, so important. Don't need any lazy players in your lineup. So again, having another issue with finding a ball here. There seems to be only one ball within this Estadio can misses here in Ibiza town. The Waterboys at the restart will send this one high into the bright blue Ibiza sky.
Big Jack Turley there, gets his hands to it, knocked on, a bit of a guddle, wee bit of a slam dunk there.
Back in the hands of the Harlequins, who I do not think have spent more than 30 seconds outside of their own half in this game as of yet. We're coming towards the end of this first half. Yellow card is back on the pitch now for the Quins, so that's 10 apiece in this game, even them up. The Quins will try and find touch here. They're just trying to clarify a few things with the ref. He's asking if there's enough time for the line out. I don't think there is. They're putting it into touch. And that is half time. So the Project's Waterboys lead 14 points to 0, showing why they came in today as the favourites for the title and the big €7,500 prize pot. They look pretty comfortable at the minute. But the Wyvern Harlequins, last year's reigning champions, well, they are not so sure of themselves anymore. Solid bunch of lads. They have a team, the Wyvern Dragons, going in the open competition as well, who will no doubt be up for the title later on. Just in case you are looking to know what time this elite final is at, it's at 7:25 p.m. Spanish time. That's 6:25 UK time. So a good while until that. There's a lot of rugby to be played and a lot to be decided before then. So what will the message be to the Waterboys at half-time here, Cakes?
I think Finlay and Jamie will be just saying keep it the same, let's maintain possession, let's not give away any 50-50 balls, and let's keep the line speed and the D up. I mean, we're only 2 scores ahead. That's not really much. They get one quick score at the start of the second half, and then it's all to play for. So, you know, the other big message will be next score can potentially kill the game, so let's try and get that score early, and then we can build some momentum towards the end of the game from that. There'll be a couple of changes, I would imagine, at half-time as well, just to keep some boys fresh.
Well, we saw the Harlequins yesterday in their second fixture that they know how to win the game at the death. with no time left on the clock. They broke from well inside their own half and ran it under the post to take the win. So it could be something similar here if they can keep within a score. But they will need to be starting solidly in this second half. Only 2 minutes half time today, so not as much break time, but just enough to get some fluids on and get a message around the team, maybe make a few substitutions.
Yeah, I think 4 substitutions here for the Water Boys. Willie Thompson, Will Wardlaw, Hugh Lindsay and Scott Bickerstaff are all on. So 4 changes there. They will be desperate to make a bit of a difference in the second half.
Start of the second half then. The Water Boys restarting. That one has gone sideways, not gone 10. Didn't come off
not the start we wanted. Boys will have to get back and D up.
Didn't come off the foot just right there. Probably kicking that into the sun didn't help. The Harlequins already looking to play it forward. Grubbering ground. That big second row looking to clear this one up. And it's not the start the Water Boys would have wanted. And that is a score for the Quins.
No, exactly what we didn't want. Kick-off didn't go 10. Then there was a bit of guddle in the middle of the park. He obviously got a toe to it. Bit disappointing.
So the Quins, as we said, they know they can finish well, but they started this second half really well. Quick tap, a bit of a fumble, a hack along the ground, and a good pick-up in the end from their big second row.
Yeah, he's been very impressive all weekend. He's carries well, he gets around the park very well, and he's actually got a really good offload. We saw that yesterday afternoon in one of their games.
Good conversion, just nicking in over the crossbar there. Now, 14 points to 7, the Projects Water Boys lead. They're going to need a bit of a better collection of this restart. Try and create some sort of platform.
Yeah, vital we take the kick here, a wee bit of composure, start to put some phases together and then get the ball up the other end of the park.
The Harlequins chase after this one then, tearing after it. Almost a good take, but it's passed back and it's gone inside. The Quins here really come alight at the start of this second half.
Yeah, Jason, their coach, must have given them the rocket at half-time because they've certainly come out with a bit more vim and vigour.
The Water Boys just trying to line themselves up for a solid defence here. A big crash and carry in by the Quins.
Yeah, hopefully a nice maul there, big grab from Curry. Will hopefully hold up the ball. Big Jake's in there as well. In fact, I think there's 6 or 7 boys in there.
Good option defensively there from the Water Boys holding that one up because the Quins did have numbers out on the right.
Yeah, massive scrum here. We definitely need ball.
So, another substitution there.
Yeah, Andrew Gowdy going back on. Not sure whether he will go in the middle of the park. Yeah, Danny McClussy's come off. Looks like a wee bump to the groin, perhaps.
So, scrum and the put-in for the Projects Water Boys. Big heave from both sides here.
Yeah, good scrum, ball away. Oh, Gowders.
That's not what you want.
Carried back and over, yeah.
These shallow dead ball areas don't give you much opportunity to try and run it back out. And once you're in there, there's not really much way you can get out. So, an attacking scrum 5 metres out for the Wyvern Harlequins. A great opportunity here for them to get on the score sheet again and level the scores.
Yeah, massive pressure required here off the line. You've got with a quick Wyvern guy away out there on the right-hand side. He'll be hoping for some early queen ball.
Great scrum, though, from the Water Boys. The referee awarding a penalty. The Harlequins coming to this near touchline, trying to crash through. Good tackle. Felling these big Quin front runners. Again, keeping it tight in the close quarters are the Quins. Fumble out the back almost. No, it's collected. They're keeping it tight. Trying to crash over again.
Fumble. Penalty again. Not 10. Referee not going to his pocket, thankfully.
The Quins getting slightly lucky with the fact that that ball just shot out the back of the ruck there. Another opportunity for them to attack here. Looking for a big ball carrier. They come down this short side. Good hot defence from the Waterboys. Again, not trying to rush it too much. They're trying to suck in the defence, but it's been hacked away. And they are going to go to the pocket here, and that is a yellow card, unfortunately, for the Waterboys, so they are under the cosh.
Yeah, yellow card for Gowdy there.
First card of the weekend.
Ooh.
That's close. Held up, though. Good.
Held up there. Great D.
Good defence indeed. It's always difficult when you've only got 10 men on the pitch and you lose one of them, but here come the Quins reinforcements. They're bringing on some weight. They're bringing on some muscle. They're going to try and wedge their way over the try line here to get back on level playing field. Important next couple of minutes as they try and make the most of this one man extra on the field. So what have you boys got to do here? Almost up the energy levels by 10% just to try and make the difference of that one man down.
Yeah, I'd like to see them really compete in this scrum. Obviously, it's a clean one for them. It's out the back. And then they've obviously got men out wide.
Collected and fumbled. Save face for the Waterboys as they have a chance to take a breath of fresh air. They need to clear their lines here.
Yeah, nice extra strategy required. Clean ball.
They have numbers over this near touchline. Hot defence from the Quins, not allowing the pass to get out.
Yeah, great rush defence there for the Quins guy in the middle of the park. And they appear to have won it. No.
Scrappy on the floor there. The referee, though, awarding a penalty to the Waterboys. And they need a big hoof on this one. Not quite gone where it should have done. That's just going to be a line out on the outside of their own 22.
Yeah, I guess it's a big hoof needed, but better be off the park than missing.
Indeed. It's always difficult in this heat with accuracy of not only kicking but passing as well. Clean line out ball here. Sent to the front, around the back. Good set piece move there. Looking to play it round the back to the big ball carriers. Smash through, a big hit from the Quins.
Yeah, good solid defence there from the Quins. Jake Eaglesham's not a wee boy, so he's used to trucking it up in the 15s game as well.
Shot out the back though. It looked as if it was going to be Quins' ball for a second, but it's a penalty to the Waterboys not taking it from the mark. The referee just trying to get the physios on here, and they're on like a flash. Just trying to make sure that your man on the floor there is okay. Potentially a bit of a head or neck injury. We hope he's okay. He's moving his feet, which is a good sign. Looks in a bit of discomfort though.
Yeah, I think that's Blair McPherson down.
Doctors and physios at this tournament this weekend. Strict procedures on head and neck injuries. He is going to come off, it seems, just to assess him to make sure he's okay. He's a big boy, and it must have taken a fair whack to knock him down like that.
Yeah, Fiona the physio doing the right thing there, just taking him off, taking him aside, and she's very aware of how to maintain the boys and keep them fit and rearing.
Much better touch finder there for the Waterboys. Sending that one well into the Quins' half. The Waterboys still leading 14 points to the Quins' 7. Just over 2 minutes left to play. As we've said before, we know that the Quins boys can finish fast.
Another change for the Waterboys there. Hugh Lindsay's off. The big bus Jack Steele's on. Seems to be in the middle of the park. Interesting to see how he'll play this one if he gets hand on ball.
Line out not quite straight, but it's been snatched by the Quins. Looking to play the ball out of their own half now, taking it back into the contact area, skipping round 1 or 2 tackles, breaking through this Waterboys tight defence. They try and go down the short side. They don't have many numbers, but manage to get over the gain line here. Still pushing forward are the Quins. The Waterboys back up to full strength 10. Big hit, big carry. I think it's been stolen. No.
Yeah, big hit, big carry by big Jack Turley there. Skipper doing a skipper's row, putting the hit in, dislodging the ball.
And it was knocked on. So the put in at the scrum for the Waterboys here. Chance to relieve some pressure slightly. Few substitutions from both sides. We approach the final few seconds of this game. Big scrum there, almost against the head for the Harlequins. Here comes the gas man on the outside, and he's away with it here. He needs some support on his inside, or is he going to go his whole way? It's a quick one for the Harlequins, but what a fantastic individual solo score from the Waterboys, and they may have just put this game to bed.
Yeah, great score there from Kerr Gossman. The usual wee shimmy and step that he plays so well, and then the ability to go 75, yeah, maybe 75 metres. So just straight on the park as well, so it was hopefully a set play by the two coaches.
A fantastic play there. Is he a usual winger when he plays 15 aside? Is that his position?
Yeah, he's too thick to play anywhere else.
Well, he's certainly got the wheels to go on the wing, and his teammates will be very grateful of that there. Conversion not successful, and that is full time, and the Projects Waterboys take a good victory here against the reigning champions. Full time score 19 points to 7. Your thoughts on that game? Proud of your boys?
Yeah, very proud of them. You always get a sticky tie in every tournament, and this was the one. So to come through against last year's champions, who we know from yesterday can finish a game very well, is very pleasing for us. It leaves us at the top of the draw for the semi-final seeding as well, which is exactly where we wanted to be. So yeah, at the end of all the games so far, we're exactly where we want.
Unsure who you will be playing in this semi-final. We'll wait for the draw, but it could be between the Shredded Ducks and the Wyvern Harlequins, so you may have to line up against these boys again later on.
Yeah, we knew this morning they would play a team at least twice today again, so yeah, let's just see how it pans out and we'll go from there, but we're in a good place.
Well, thank you very much for joining me. I think we're about to head downstairs to our main man, Joe Burns. Joe, what have you got for us down on pitch side?
Well, Scotty, I'm lucky enough to be joined by one of the Project's Waterboys. He came through a bit of a sticky tie there. Is the weight of expectation beginning to weigh on the shoulders of the Project's boys?
Yeah, we had a good first day there, so I think all the teams are out to take the game to us down. The Harlequins certainly did that in that game there. It was a physical battle.
Well, I mean, Wyvern Harlequins were humbled by the Scavengers early this morning, but they really stepped up. There weren't any shrinking violets this time against you guys. Is that the test you needed, the wake-up call, that you know that there's teams there that can still push you and push you?
Yeah, it's good to get that hard game early on. I suspect we'll see them again later on in the tournament because they're a real good side, and yeah, it's onwards and upwards for us now, I think.
I mean, that game was won in your 22, basically. That resembled the siege at Helm's Deep in Lord of the Rings. But you guys repelled them. You were even down to 9 men. How much emphasis do you put on that D, and how much do you pride yourself on that sort of action?
Yeah, that's what wins tournaments, really. That defence on the line, and the boys stuck to it on our own line there for a good 3-4 minutes. Eventually cleared their lines and got a try at the other side of the pitch. So yeah, I think you saw how much the boys want to win this tournament.
Yeah. And Will, you're a bit of a sevens specialist. I know you play for the legendary UR Sevens Wanderers very often, who tour the world and win tournaments. How does the 10s game differ for you?
It's a lot more physical, a lot bigger boys out on the park there, but it's good.
Or it's a pathway for Scottish players. You know, how important is it?
Yeah, it's a great avenue for Scottish players. So credit to Alistair Munro for putting the team together. We're really lucky to go the places we do. We've done Amsterdam and Kinsale recently. We've got a couple more later in the year, so yeah, it's a massive honour to be playing out here.
Good man, good man. Well, you've been playing some brilliant rugby out there. A bit of a turnover king, which is nice to see. And mate, we wish you all the best and look forward to seeing you in the semis.
Thanks, cheers.
Cheers, Will. Good man. Right. The rugby is coming thick and fast. We're into the women's once more. We've got Scottish Tigers who are taking the field again. And just so you know, the semis have been drawn for the men's open competition. We're going to be seeing the Mad Dogs take on the Wyvern Harlequins, and the RM 1664s will be taking on Scrum and Coke. Scrum and Coke, I was talking to them in the stand earlier. They seem pretty confident, but as I said before, the RM 1664s are my dark horse. The Wyvern Dragons, as their open team is known as, they're the defending champions, but they're against an inspired Mad Dog team. Inspired. They're playing for a great cause and they're playing all for each other. So I think we're in for a few tasty fixtures. On to the women's competition, everything to play for. The semi-final spots are still up for grabs and the quality is going up and up and up. Typified by the British policewomen deleting one of the Abu Dhabi Harlequin girls earlier in the tournament. So we're looking forward to this game. I know that Scotty's looking very, very chilled up in the commentary jungle. It makes a pleasant change. So what do you reckon, Scotty? That was quite good between the Projects boys and the Quins. I thought they'd walk it, but the Quins have come back with some fire in their bellies.
Yeah, it could be interesting. We had the Projects Water Boys coach up here, and he was very, very pleased with how that one went. He knew it was going to be a bit of a sticky one, but yeah, great win from them. They could be playing each other in semi-final later on. We're going to wait and see how that one pans out once we've got the draw. But next up on this main pitch here at the Canmissy Stadium, we have the Scottish Tigers versus the British Police Women, who we saw earlier on, and the smash meter went up to about 1,000 on the Richter scale there. Joined by Richard from Scottish Tigers, manager and coach for these girls. Richard, what are you thinking about this game?
Well, it's always going to be a tough game out here in the heat. We've realised that from the first game. We've taken a few injuries from the Moody Cows game this morning, which again was a really, really tough game. But my girls have rallied. They've done well. They've hydrated again. I think they're ready to go, and I think we're going to put a big score on here as well.
We had a couple of your girls up here when they played on this pitch yesterday, giving us some thoughts. Who are the players to watch out for in this one?
Well, players to watch out on this one is the number 8, Leonie. She is a German international that comes and plays for us. And number 19, you've got Amelie Harris again. She's one of the German internationals that have come across to play for us. Molly Teague at 16, she is a big hitter. Okay, so you just watch out. If she lines you up, she is going to hurt you. And she loves the big smash.
Well, we saw that from one of the players in this British Police Women's side earlier on when they met. Well, I don't know if they met, but they more like dominated in the hit against AMS Rugby. It was pretty brutal in the end, but here we go then. Kick-off time in the Cabbage Patch Women's 10s competition here at the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s. Hashtag Ibiza 10s if you want to get in touch. Let us know who you're watching. Scottish Tigers versus British Police Women. Scottish Tigers already on the attack, breaking their way into the Police 22.
Slightly unfortunate there. Molly Teague dropping the ball. She's looking a little bit tired at the moment, but she'll get back into this game.
Hard work when down at that pitch. It's almost about 40 degrees, we've been told, so difficult to keep the rhythm and difficult to keep your head when it's so fatiguing down there. Big scrum now. We know the Police girls are pretty tough in the scrum. How do you think your girls are going to get on in this contest?
First big scrum of the game then. I know the girls love to give it a big nudge every now and again. I think we'll just edge this one. I think we'll scrummage over the top. Oh, it's uncontested scrums.
That's a shame. Probably for the best. It's getting a bit tiring down there if they're continually scrummaging. But the Police trying to break forward deep in their own half. I think that's been stolen though.
It has. It's a turnover. Got number 12 there.
Trying to break forward down the far touchline. Playing it through their hands. They have numbers over, and there is space on this near touchline.
Jazz on the wing there.
A little snipe, fumble, ball going to the floor. Scottish Tigers need a bit of go forward here. Been fumbled once again, and it's back in the paws of the British police. We know these girls can play. A few big hits earlier on. Good set of hands down the line. Kick downfield into the Tigers, 22.
We've got Flo Williams at fullback there, just picking the ball up. Eyeing what she's going to do. Beautiful little step there from our Flo. Oh, and she's put a beautiful kick in there. She's found the grass. Okay.
She's found it deep. Flo Williams saw her bang in a few tries yesterday. Lovely hitch kick
that.
from her. Probably been taking a few lessons from Quay Cooper in the lead up to this tournament. But back in the hands of the police as they come down this near touchline, trying to crash it up. And they found a bit of space. They've broken through, and the first blood in this game is going to go to the British police. They're going to dot this over the line, or are they? Oh, my word.
Well done, Leonie.
Oh, my word. A certain try has been held up. The police trying to recycle the ball. They dotted that one over the line in the end. A crash. Not quite sure what's happening there. It's frantic. It's frantic.
Little bit of confusion at the moment. Don't know what the ref's done. We've got a player down. Looks like Molly's taking a knee at the moment.
Well, she was an absolute beast in that confrontation there. There was almost a certain try.
What a tackle there. What a covering tackle from Leonie. That was an absolutely phenomenal tackle, holding her up over the line. They still managed to get the ball back, and then there was a little confusion. I think there's been a knock-on in all of that. But what a covering tackle there from number 12 of the Tigers.
We're going to have a little look at this again. A breakthrough. You think she's home and dry here. All she's got to do is dot this over the line. But as we saw with the Scavengers in the first game today, it's not so easy if you've got somebody coming in at you. And she picks her up, almost rips off her limbs, and then
comes in Molly Teague to help her out as well.
So not quite sure what happened here, because I think the ref has potentially penalised the
that
police.
looks to me like a double movement. Obviously, she's held onto the ball there as the clearing tackles come through. They clean out, and then she's gone over. So I think it's a scrum down to the police.
So the police have the put in.
Let's go Tigers.
Tigers under the cosh here. So, but if they can produce a few more hits like that, well, they're going to keep a real solid defence in this game. Just over 4 minutes played. Scottish Tigers versus the British Women's Police. Current score 0-0. No speedos today for you, Richard. Keeping it all covered up, I see.
I will tell you that they are on, and they are just about to come out.
Hopefully not up here, although it does get a bit hot in the commentary box. The British police, though, trying to break forward, scragging everywhere. It's tight on the line, I think. A bit messy. The ref.
I think the ref's going to give it to the police women.
Difficult to see what's going on there.
I think it's going to be a scrum down. Yeah, they've just said she said the ball's gone down, not able to get it out. So it's going to be another scrum to the police, the British police.
The British police trying to keep this one tight. They have big ball carriers. They'll be looking to try and crash this one over.
Indeed, they do. They're a very, very good, very slick outfit, these police. They keep it simple. They keep it through the hands. They use their big ball players to crash the ball up, and then they've got a couple of flyers to try and finish it off.
Oh, we saw one of their flyers not so long ago struggling to finish it off. She couldn't finish it off despite having an open try line. But some solid hot defence here from the Tigers, trying to push back.
They're spreading the ball wide now. Great little offload there in the tackle.
The police trying to break forward. Tight in the contest at the
That's
ruck.
a turnover. We've got a turnover. Tigers.
It's been stolen by the Tigers, but fumbled forward. So another chance for the police to attack, setting up some form of platform here. They have numbers over to this far touchline. They need to get it in the hands of the pace, and it's over the top and into space here. The police trying to break away with it. Good tackle.
Great covering tackle there.
Great tackle from the Tigers.
Amelie. Another one of our German girls.
The police trying to move this ball into space again. The police have got a player down, injured.
That's a great fend from the police there. Gaining an extra 5 yards. I think the ball's been stolen again, though.
Penalty, though, to the police. I think we're just going to have a bit of a patient moment here whilst we check that the police player who was down injured, I think it may well have been the same police player that sat down one of the AMS rugby players earlier on in the day, so we know she can take a hit and we know she can give them as well.
I will tell you one thing, I've been around girls rugby for about 10 years and these girls can hit really hard and they are getting very, very tough. They're taking some big hits and just shaking it off and getting up and going again. Ladies rugby over the last few years has come on leaps and bounds, and I'm really happy that I'm here to watch these games. I'm here to take my team around the world, not just promoting the charity and Scottish Tigers, promoting women's rugby all around the world. It's getting big everywhere in the world. You've got some women's teams from the Emirates here as well, which 5 years ago you'd not have heard of any of them.
It is fantastic, particularly seeing as we've got the Women's Rugby World Cup coming up in Ireland later this year. But for the meantime, the police are on the attack, trying to go down the short side into their sprinter down the right wing. She can't get round, so throws it back in field. The police not really having any continuity in this game. The Tigers really rushing over them in attack.
Oh, and great then holding on. That was great there. That looked like it was Ellis there over the top.
Fantastic steal. And they have a penalty and a chance to clear their lines here. The score's still 0-0. Great defence from the Tigers.
That's a great kick from excuse me there, that was Leone.
We've seen some good play already in this game. It's a tight contest. 8 minutes played, only 2 minutes left in this half. Yet to see a single score in this game.
It's been a quite even game, but there's certainly been some good covering tackles, some good hits there. The Army have made quite a few breaks going forward. Scotties have done really well in defence, because I think without that covering tackle here, that was a certain try. I think, if I'm honest, I think she's probably didn't see her coming, because she could have just taken a few more steps to the left and she'd have been in there.
It was an absolute sitter, and I'm sure, I don't know whether the British Women's Police are doing fines, but I think that's almost worth a whole night out for a fine.
That's a heinous crime.
Yeah, you can't give them away as a winger. Your job's there to get it over the line, and unfortunately she may as well have just given them the ball.
We'll just stop now for a water break. Again, like we said before, it's so hot down there, just right in the sun, touching sometimes about 40 degrees down there. And the girls are doing really, really well, but you've got to take these water stops when you can, take the water on board to stop these heat injuries.
Yeah, we saw a few yesterday in the stands, players really struggling, and it's very important that they try and keep hydrated, get them salts, them sugars, all the glucose and the fuel you need. Not just going down to the bar for a cold brew, but more like some cold H2O or Gatorade or whatever they got down there at the minute.
A little update on that on the French chap that went to hospital yesterday with the heat injury. He is back. He's back in the stands with his guys. He's looking well. So he's obviously not playing today. He's chief supporter and chief water boy for them, but he's doing well, and it's good to see him back out and back at the tournament.
Yeah, that's good news. We like to see everyone enjoying themselves.
Tigers on the attack here. Oh, Bex Francis managed to keep the ball in their hands there. Oh, look, she's away.
A great pick-up and a great step, and the Tigers are through the middle here.
Great offload.
They have numbers out wide, and they're going to be over. A little hitch kick back inside. But she should have just gone straight forward and turned on the afterburners, but she tried to cut back inside. The referee giving a penalty. They need to tap and go here, not rolling away.
That was a little bit of a chance missed, I feel.
Yeah, we should have just turned on the afterburners for the Tigers there and gone through the middle here.
Come on, girls.
Good defence from the police thus far. The first real attacking opportunity we've seen from the Tigers in this game. They're trying to use it out wide, and they're going to go in the corner.
In the corner, first score Tigers, let's go Tigers.
And that is first blood to Scottish Tigers. A great score from them. It's been a close contest thus far, but a clean score in the end for Scottish Tigers. The British Women's Police just not having the numbers out wide in the end.
Jazz Bickley going over in the corner there for Scottish Tigers. She's been struggling all week with a little bit of an injury. You can see her left ankle there, heavily strapped, but she is one of those Army girls that we've got playing for us, so she's got a nice bit of grit about her. Looks like Flo's taking the ball off her. Flo's going for this conversion.
You know what?
That's a great effort.
That's not a bad effort. But it's off the crossbar challenge.
Unlucky Flo, unlucky Flo. That's half time.
You know what? I've been begging for someone to hit the crossbar all weekend, but it's not happened. I feel that in some of the blank spots later on, they should do a crossbar challenge. Maybe that will happen at the request.
I'll second that. Looking at the replay, it's a good jackal there from the Army girls, but Flo there, nice long ball doing a miss one. We're looking at the replay here. Number 20 going forwards. Oh, it's another lovely ball out to Jackson. She's just pinned her ears back, gone out into the right-hand corner. This is probably what the policewoman should have done here.
Yeah.
Got into the corner, but the difference between the police women and Scottish Tigers 5-0, it's just a little bit of clinicalness.
Yeah, nothing to choose between them at this stage. One score in it. Should probably be 5-all. A few people there over in the hot tub. I can guarantee that a few of these budgie smugglers in Scottish Tigers line up.
Looking like they're enjoying themselves, the lads over there.
And it looks nice and warm over there.
That is the Mad Dogs in the tank. That's who the Scottish Tigers and the Barbars team that we helped the Abu Dhabi lot as well.
Abu
That's who
Dhabi
we've lost
Ashkelon
to.
and the Scottish Tigers, yeah. That's great. Great to see people enjoying that over there. I've not yet had a chance to dabble in the hot tub, but you know, I'm in the commentary jungle. We've said it's a bit like the Calais jungle up here, but it's not as nice as being soaked by some warm bubbles. But maybe later on we'll get a chance.
Down there on the pitch there, that's Nikki O'Donnell. She was the one that's actually started Scotty's Little Tigers, the rugby side of Scotty's Little Soldiers. She's actually out here refereeing, and it's breaking her not getting involved with what we're doing, but she's got to concentrate on her refereeing out here. But she keeps popping over every now and then just to make sure the girls and boys are doing okay. But she's absolutely fantastic. Started this herself 3.5 years ago, the Tigers.
Just give us a little bit of an update. I know you spoke to Joe down in the hot tub yesterday about the charity of Scottish Tigers. Give us a bit more information on how people can get involved with the charity.
Okay, the Scottish Little Soldiers charity, you can go online. It's www.scottishlittle.soldiers.com. It's a brilliant charity. You can also go on to Scottish Tigers Rugby on Facebook, or if you just type it into Google, you get on, you'll be able to find the links to the charity on there. Also, we do a lot of work ourselves because obviously we have to go around the world to promote this. That's all done out of our own pocket to promote the charity and then to start raising money for the charity. So hashtag Tigers Rugby, hashtag Scottish Tigers Rugby, and Facebook Scottish Tigers Rugby. There will be a website. There is a website, www.scottishtigersrugby.com. It's just gone live. Excuse me if it's not too up to date just now, but I've done it myself to try and keep costs down. It's quite funny.
Well, you've heard it here. If you want to get involved with the Scottish Tigers charity, Scottish Little Soldiers, don't forget to follow those links. Just a little word about Nikki, who's set up the charity. She's a mean old referee. She's pushing some of these boys around this weekend. I think they're a little bit scared of her.
Oh, we are very, very scared of Nikki. She is definitely the boss of this whole team. And I was very proud last September when she asked me to come on board and help her out with the men's. And because of her commitments with the refereeing side of things, I've taken on the mantle of the women as well. And I tell you what, these girls to work with, they're fantastic. They've got a great attitude to rugby. And like I say, women's rugby's come on leaps and bounds. These girls are an epitome of that. They really are.
It's great to see. And we're back for the second half of Scottish Tigers versus the British Police Women's Rugby here for the Cabbage Patch Women's competition at the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S this weekend. We're on day 2 of all the action here in the beautiful Ibiza. We're about 2 kilometres inland from Ibiza town, 8 kilometres north of the Ibiza airport. It's getting into the mid-30s, high 30s. I don't know how hot it is. We've lost count. There's so much sweat going around this stadium. We're at the Can Misses Stadium here. Good little venue, bit of a party atmosphere. Everybody's enjoying themselves. Some of the teams, well, enjoyed themselves so much last night they can't don their boots in the game today. But a line out here inside their own half for the Scottish Tigers, looking for a clean set piece and an opportunity to attack from outside their 22.
Lost line out there for the Tigers. It just didn't go too straight for them. The police women on the hunt then. That's a great covering tackle there.
Trying to break forward now. A hack across field into the hands of the try scorer of this game. She's trying to show a clean pair of heels. A back around the outside. Doesn't go to hand.
Unlucky there, Jazz. That was a great little idea. Just didn't quite come off there. Shake it off, girl. You'll go again. Scrum down then to the police.
So, the police inside the Tigers' half. 15 metres in from this near touchline. A good platform to build upon. We know that they have some big ball carriers. They just need to get it to the pace on the outside to create a real scoring opportunity here. Only 5-0 down as it stands. Plenty to play for in this game. 8 minutes left.
Police there, they've got a couple of really crash ball specialists there. Here's one of them going forward. Oh, what a tackle there from Jazz. Looks like she's hurt herself though. It's the same ankle that she's been struggling with all week.
Sit down, I'm sure we'll get a replay of that soon, but it's spilled out into Scottish Tigers' hands.
Beth Hicks there, Molly, great little offload out the tackle into Amelie's hands. Offloaded out, oh, Tony. Unlucky there, girl.
Just getting tapped forward in the act of passing. I mean, that was another sit down. These women, I mean, I've not seen sort of hits like this in the men's competition this weekend, but from the women, they're just smashing left, right and centre.
What a hit there from my army girl, Jazz. She's also one of my best friends as well. She is absolutely phenomenal, loves rugby. She's really struggling out there with that ankle, but she refuses to come off.
Just look
Here
at
we
this
go.
again.
Boom.
Boom. Picks her up.
Textbook. Oh my
Sits her
God.
down. You know what? The British Police, I said earlier, we're going to do a skills school smash centre later on pitch 2, but I think your friend there should probably go and join her with that, because they would make a mean big hit skills day, I think.
Oh,
so
go on, Jazz. Jazz is chasing this down.
good option. Good option. Good option from the British Police there, just to hack that one into touch.
Poor Daisy on the injured list and just gets bossed in the face there.
Not what you want when you're just at the touchline spectating, but
Let's go, Tigers!
big cheers from all around the ground here at the Estadio Can Misses in Ibiza. What a venue for some rugby.
I'm just looking down at the girls that I've got on my injuries list there. You've got Daisy, you've got Helen, and you've got Ree. All quality players, and I know how gutted Ree is. She was in the tunnel with me earlier. She's really upset that she can't play anymore.
So how many does that mean you've got left in your substitutions bench, because they're dropping like flies, as it seems?
We have got, at the moment, no fit players on our substitution bench. We've had to put Beth Hicks on, who was our only fit substitute. She was meant to start, but Jazz had to start in front of her.
Well, let's fingers crossed that they can last to the end of the day. Only a few more games to go. The British Police on the attack now. No more smashes. A palm to the hand, but she's going to get bundled in touch, or is she?
Oh,
well stayed in touch there by the British
tackle
Police.
There from Jazz.
Great run by the left winger. Good palm. They have numbers though. The British
they've
Police.
got a 5-on-2 here. If they realise it, they Bex.
Great hot D on the right wing, just closing off that option. Big spin pass out wide to the speedster. We saw her earlier on get smashed in the act of scoring.
Tackle there from Amelie. Amelie is our little cub. She's 18 years old. This is her first tour with Scottish Tigers.
I'm sure it's been an enlightening tour so far for her at only 18 years of age. Really young to come on a tour like this. A great experience for her.
Well, she's been in the mix for the German national side, so she's used to very hard games of rugby. But as a tour girl, this is her first one away, and it has been very enlightening for her. I'll let you make what you need to of that. But it's the rugby side of it and the drinking side of it has been quite entertaining.
Well, I'm sure she's got a lot to enjoy for the rest of the weekend. You know, what was the theme for tonight? Tropical. I've got my flowery shirt on back at the hotel, so I might just dip that on later on.
I've got my little hula skirt ready to cut some shapes.
Yeah, hula skirt and some Speedos. You can't beat that.
Exactly. What I will say is my girls are going to get heavily fined by me tonight, because obviously the theme was tropical. So they turned around and said, let's do fruits.
Tropical
fruits. So tropical fruits to me is bananas, pineapples, maybe even melon. My girls have gone with strawberries, apples and grapes.
Certainly not tropical enough, I'm afraid. So get the checkbook out, girls, because that's what's coming your way. Line out then for Scottish Tigers. Similar position to one we had a few moments ago, about 30 metres out from their own try line. Need a bit more accuracy and a bit more lift in the line out this time. And it is well taken. A good platform for them to generate some form of momentum in attack.
Give it.
along the line now. They have space
Go on, Flo.
on this near touch line.
Go on,
Showing
Flo.
a clean pair of wheels. Touch of a high tackle.
She's got it away. She's got it away.
They have
Into
numbers.
Bex. Go on, Bex. Give it go.
Inside.
To
out,
Jazz.
back
Oh, what an
inside.
offload.
There's space in the middle. They need to cut through. They're looking for the options. The options are blocked by the police. A bit of a daft runner there, just blocking the line. The police needing some numbers over a penalty.
In from
coming
the
inside.
That's it, girls. If you look.
It's on for the Tigers, breaking through, and it's going to be a score for the Tigers over the try line.
Annabelle is the joint captain. She is just as much a beating heart of this Tigers as anyone.
She scored a few yesterday, and she's an absolute bulldozer, and she's bundled away over from 20 metres out here. A second score for Scottish Tigers.
Jazz. Keep going, girl. Well done.
Scottish Tigers looking delighted with themselves there. A big score and a good time with only 3 minutes left to play. And their finishers in this game really paying dividends.
The only difference I can see in this game has just been the clinicalness of the Scottish Tigers. I think they've had just as many chances as the Army, as the police girls. The police maybe have created a couple more. It's just been the clinicalness that we've shown when we've got into the red zone.
And that's certainly where the points and games are won. Quick tap here on the replay. Sent
That's
over
great
to the
go
right.
forward. Brilliant hands there from Molly. And now about a little show and go. Looking at the replay here. Lovely. I tell you what, it's great to see the girls going over. It's great to see the captain of the team going over. And Annabelle, again, one of our younger players, but she is, again, one of our Army players. She plays Army Rugby League as well, and she's just been selected to play start of the Army setup. So really, BZs to that girl. Massive, massive, massive big ups.
Great for her. She certainly showed a clean pair of heels and showed how to straighten the line there. Bundled in touch, though, from the restart. Just over a minute left to play.
That's my girl there, Jazz. She's really struggling, really struggling, but she's still giving it her all, still making them big hits and making those tackles to help the girls out.
Big physical game this so far. Two bruising sides smashing at each other. More accuracy at the line out again for Scottish Tigers. Much better this
Great line
time.
out there. Well done, Bex.
That was as good as we've seen this whole weekend.
Oh, look at Flo.
She's going
Straight
away.
through the middle.
Can she score? She's going on her own.
Oh, lovely.
And she stepped the cover. She stepped the cover.
Get that water on, Mike.
And that is the try that seals the deal here.
Amazing. Absolutely phenomenal for my girls. So proud of them, no matter what they do, win, lose or draw. But I tell you what, really tough game, massive arm wrestle. The girls there, Flo, absolutely phenomenal. Cutting little holes there. Little swerve at the end there, not even a step, just swerved. It looked like a little bit of fatigue was setting in there for the police women, but couldn't be prouder.
Right, she showed a clean pair of heels. She converted that. No, she hasn't.
She's missed that.
But what a performance. Full time for Scottish Tigers. Let's have a look at this one again. A great set piece move off the top of the line out.
Lovely.
Really
there from
solid.
Bex. Great taking the ball in. Look at Flo. Lovely dummy there. Then another dummy straight inside. She straightens up and she just rolls it. Just a little change of direction.
One of the best things for me there was she kept the ball in two hands for long enough and she was looking for the support. In the end, she didn't need it. Too much class for the British Women's Police, but a really competitive game there. 17-0 the final score. Scottish Tigers.
Hashtag Scottish Tigers. Way to go, girls.
Hashtag Scottish Tigers. Hashtag Ibiza 10S. What a weekend we've had so far. I'm sure we're going to get a few of the Scottish Tigers players up or down at the pitch with Joe Burns, and I think that is your founder, Nikki, over there. We're just waiting for our cameraman to get over, trying to call over a few players. Be great to talk to them after this fixture. You know, we expect to see them in the women's semi-final. That's a little bit later on. They haven't got much of a break. The first women's semi-final rather will be at 2:55, so not long at all, just over an hour's time. And then the second women's semi-final at 3:30.
It looks like my girl Nikki O'Donnell's going to have a word with your guy Joe down there.
Joe Burns, mischief maker, always hanging around.
Absolute quality lad. great banter that boy's got.
He's been having a good laugh. If you want to banter him as well, just ask him about his missus' sunglasses he's wearing.
I know, and look what he's got on his head. He has got a Scottish Tigers snapback.
I love that. I love that. Joe, tell us what's going down at pitch side right now.
Mate, thank you very much, Scotty and Smalley. I think Smalley likes it up there. He's got a future career. Well, as you can see, I've got my Scotty's hat on because I personally am a very big supporter of what Scotty's Little Soldiers do. And we've got none other than the matriarch of Scotty's Tigers Rugby, Nikki O'Donnell. And tell us about how the competition's going for the girls and how it's going for the charity.
Yeah, competition's going really well for the girls. They won all 3 games yesterday, lost out to a very strong Moody Cows earlier this morning, and have just came away with a comfortable win against the British Police after a physical contest. From charity's point of view, massive awareness raised. The boys teamed up with a couple of the teams. Abu Dhabi Harlequins have been brilliant working with the boys and getting some games for the Barbarians for a bit of promotion. And Raging Bull and Rugby Spy back in the charity, helping us do advertising and promotion, is just what the charity needs to raise a bit more awareness for them, really.
Yeah, that's awesome. Can you tell us exactly what the charity does for all the viewers at home?
Yeah, so Scottish Little Soldiers is a military charity that looks after children whose parents have died while in active service, be that regular or reserve, anything from active deployments to injuries or illness while at home. And they've got 3 arms to the charity. So they've got the support arm, which provides bereavement counselling and support for the family. Smiles programme, which is the bit that everyone really sees. So birthday presents, Christmas presents, vouchers to go out for meals on anniversaries of death or at remembrance to make it a bit more of a positive time, all the way down to the Scottish lodges. So they've got 6 Scottish lodges across the UK, and the families get to use those for 1 week a year, free of charge. They get some money to help with activities when they're there, and the families who can't go there go to the likes of Centre Parks or Legoland. And then for the older members, they've got the Strives programme, which is everything from Scottish driving school to the Scottish bursaries, educational bursaries, or money towards activities, school projects, etc. So it's quite a vast array that the charity does. But it's a big project. They've got about 250 kids that they currently look after. Statistically, there's probably at least double that they should be looking after. So the aim of Scottish Tigers is to let people know about the charity. Here he comes. To raise a bit of money, raise a bit of awareness, and get idiots like this involved who, as an ex-Royal Marine, this is the sort of guy who knows people who've been involved with the charity and who benefit from it.
A walking publicity machine for Scottish Tigers. Well, I mean, I would say Richard's probably indicated you guys are doing valuable work, really important work, but also having fun with what you're doing. Would you agree, Richard?
I definitely would. My little dash down there from the commentary box after doing all that game. Loving the snapbacks, cat baby. All right.
Well, I've had this for a few months as well, so it's not a new edition. No. It's a long-standing edition. A long-standing edition. I know you did. You did. Like strong-arm me into it. No, it's my pleasure. But so great promotion. How do we, the viewers, get involved in the charity? How can we give? How can we lend assistance? You know.
So, from the charity's point of view, website is www.scottieslittlessoldiers.co.uk. Twitter is @CorporalScotty. Facebook, Scotty's Little Soldiers. And if you want to get involved in the rugby, @Scotty's Rugby on Twitter, or Scotty's Tigers Rugby on Facebook, or Scotty'sTigersRugby.com is the website. If you want to come and play, if you're interested in sponsoring or donating to the charity, all the information's on the social media and also on the charity's website.
That is awesome, and you guys put some awesome teams out and in good tournaments as well. So, I'd like to play for Scotties one day if I get the nod. So I've been sucking up to Smalley for the duration of our trip. But no, that's awesome. We love having you here, and I think you girls against some Moody Cows, probably the Irish Institute, are looking pretty nice though as well. So
there's still lots of competition going on at the minute, and the girls' competition can go anyway. All teams are picking up injuries and struggling a little bit in the heat, so it could go either way.
Oh, it's been brutal. It's been brutal.
Amazing competition.
Yeah.
Massively, big point for me. I think the girls' rugby has been phenomenal. I've been watching some of it down here. I've been watching some of it up here. Girls' rugby's come on leaps and bounds in the last few years, and it just shows we've got some great teams out here. They're playing really good rugby. Some of the biggest hits I've seen have been on the girls' pitch as well.
Mate, I couldn't agree with you more. Like because I've obviously seen a lot of women's rugby in the competitions over the summer, and it is quality. Like the skill set is so much higher now. The hits are fearless, like genuinely like fearless. But with like the one out the back door there on the line there on the way to the try line, that was awesome, right?
You know, Scotty's the hashtag for the charity is help them smile. It's about getting kids smiling again. And that's what we want to do when we play rugby. We want people to come and have fun, enjoy it, bit of flair, bit of fun, flamboyancy. You know, enjoy it on the pitch, enjoy it off the pitch, and that's the way we get people to know about the charity.
That's awesome. So you've heard it here, Scotty's Little Soldiers, Scotty's Tigers. You've got all the hashtags from Smalley. So do get involved in any way you can. They're a great charity doing valuable work. Okay. So thanks, guys. We're gonna move on to one of the youngsters, one of the volunteers. Who is a crucial cog in making things work. Every little cog adds to the machine that makes the tournament great. So you are a student at St Mary's at the moment, St Mary's College. I guess you're studying sports science?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, so we're just all out here. We all do sports degrees. So yeah, we're just out here. They recruited us just so we could get kind of experience in that kind of sporting world. Yeah, just get used to it.
You get a free trip to Ibiza as well?
That was the main point. I'm not allowed to say that. No. You said it, not me.
Well, I mean, you know, you're here like running around doing a lot. Well, we got Joe here as well. Oh, we got the whole crew. So we got a whole crew of the boys from St Mary's College, and there's one girl with you as well. What are the stuff you're doing? You're being player liaisons. In charge of the water sprinklers, general dogs bodies.
All the best jobs. Just without us, this whole thing wouldn't.
It's a lot of hard work, but
the ship would sink.
It's true though. It's true. You need the boys running around doing the sprinklers. Otherwise, everyone's going to be hurting themselves out here, right?
It's been a hard day, but to be fair, the tournament's actually quality. Like you see all the mountains and stuff in the background. Like the scenery's so good. So it's been well good to get involved with it. But no, it's a lot of hard work, but we'll be rewarded tonight and tomorrow night. So I think.
At the end of the day, rugby wins. Rugby's the
winner, isn't it?
Rugby's always the winner.
Yeah, how good's rugby? How good's rugby when it's winning? How good's rugby when it's winning? So what about getting a St Mary's team in next year?
I actually think it'd be quite good, to be fair.
We've got half decent standard. Like a lot of the players, a lot of the boys are playing a decent standard as it is. So, and obviously, the team
handle themselves from the elite.
Yeah, you know.
And they'd be able to handle themselves from the elite. I don't know whether I don't think they'd win it, but they'd definitely be able to compete within it.
Worth a shout, boys. Worth a shout, boys. We'll see you out on the pitch lifting trophies next time.
Would you root for us?
I'm a massive St Mary's fan. My dad went to St Mary's.
Oh, sweet, there you go.
I grew up in Twickenham, so you know, I'm there. I'll even come and play.
Okay, there we go.
Done. Righto, boys. I'll let you get off to your work. We're gonna pull Uche up here now. The big fella.
Sanzi, how we doing? You all right?
Very well. It's good to have you. Good to have
with the mic in his hand. You know this guy.
Mate, I'll be dropping it later.
Exactly. Yeah. Spit some lyrics as well, are we? Yeah.
Mate, I spit bars, bro. You'll see me on the lip sync battle later on.
I like the sound of that. Okay, we're on.
But mate, so we got Uche. He's one of the doctors here, keeping everyone safe and sound. We obviously had a couple of injuries yesterday. The guy taking the whack and getting knocked out. Yeah. Someone had their shoulder out. How are those people shaping up now?
Yeah, I think everyone's doing better now. Actually, to be honest, we managed to stabilise them here. So we put a big thanks to Rugby Spy for putting together a pretty comprehensive medical team. We've got 2 doctors, 2 physios, and 2 rehab assistants, and they all have pretty decent experience, really. So we were able to deal with stuff on the pitch side, and we got the hospital so close. So really, we're trying to keep the whole tournament as safe as possible. But there are some adverse issues, really, so it's going to be really, really hot in the height of the day. We're trying to make sure that everybody is taking in their water. 1 beer, 1 water, that's fine. Oh, no. More water than beer, then and then we'll be fine. Hopefully we don't have any stress injuries from heat, really.
Basically, player welfare is paramount here. We've got quality doctors, quality physios, everyone's well taken care of. You have a bit of a fabled career being involved in England Sevens before, so, you know, a little bit of pedigree. How was that?
I must admit, it's a complete different thing being on the other side, really, because you love the smash when you're playing, but you hate it when you're a doc. You're just thinking, oh, please get up, no neck injury. But yeah, it's an interesting, and we're loving it at the minute, actually, to be honest. Great weather, good vibe, all the teams are playing some great rugby. Let's keep it safe, hopefully.
Hey, that's awesome. So plenty of water, plenty of sunscreen, being sensible, and when the sun goes down, maybe that water-beer ratio can be adjusted.
There you go. Yes.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks for looking after everyone.
No worries, mate.
I enjoy catching up with you later on, big boy. Okay, so That's the pitch watered. We're good to go. The black rubber crumb is feeling a little bit less like molten lava. And we've got some more women's rugby for you. But with the Irish Rugby Institute who are coming up against the Abu Dhabi Quins, I think this is going to be a good game because the Quins girls really acquitted themselves strongly this morning against the police, and the Irish Institute are definitely not here to make up the numbers. So I'm going to toss you up to Scotty. We've got to get off the pitch because they're going to kick off. Scotty, up to you, sir.
Get off that pitch. Right. Time to go here. We've got the Abu Dhabi Harlequin Women's. We saw them earlier, as we did the Irish Rugby Institute. And I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Amelia, one of the players from the Irish Rugby Institute. What are you thinking about this game? You think your girls are going to come out on top?
Yeah, definitely. We were told that they are quick, but we have plenty of quick players on our team. We have a sevens Mob, or Maeve O'Brien, and who else? We have Nicole, who's just about to kick off, and the rest are very good.
Well, fingers crossed it's a win for your girls, but I'm sure the Wonder Women from the Abu Dhabi Harlequins are going to have something to say about that. Slightly long from the kickoff. 22 dropout though. So this game still simmering and waiting to get red hot. Remember that the Irish team coming back off a 51-0 smash against AMS Rugby earlier on. Both of these teams coming off a win. So, but we do know that these Harlequin women like to party. They were here at the stadium. I'm sure if they weren't kicked out, they would have been here until this morning. By all accounts, you tell me, Amelia, that your girls were in bed fairly early last night.
We'll definitely have them. So we had our Friday night out.
Cup of hot cocoa before bed, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Oh dear.
A breakaway here for the Harlequin women. Well fouled by the Irish. Just outside the 22 now. Some big hits coming in. Being passed along the line. A bit of a frantic play there, but the Irish are away up the far touchline, and they've got the speedster with the ball in hand. She breaks away, passes one, and it's going to be an opening score here for the Irish Rugby Institute. She's got to get away with it here. She might be tackled at the line. Another hold-up try. What is that? I can't quite tell. Has it been a score? It's been held up. My word. Not again. We saw this earlier on. That is unfortunate. She almost didn't quite have the legs, and the fastest player on that Harlequin team, well, she got back like a rabbit out of a hole. I managed to hold that one up. Unfortunate for you there, Amelia, but you will have an attacking scrum 5 metres out.
We'll definitely get it now. We'll have a quicker place the next time.
Look at this here, absolutely tearing back, just trying to grab. You know, the tip there from me would be get low early on. Scrum here for the Irish Rugby Institute, 5 metres out. They're flooding the right-hand side of the pitch. A big scrum, though, from the Harlequins. Well picked up. Trying to break through, needs some support on the floor to retain possession here. Breaking through from one of the big ball carriers.
That's Rose. She's one of the best tacklers on the team.
The Irish now looking to move this ball to the right. Penalty, not releasing. They'll take the quick tap from 5 metres out. Trying to play it down that far touch. They have numbers over. They just need to keep it through their hands. Oh, they tried to go for a switch. They thought it was a dummy. The ball's hit the deck. They're going to go over in the corner.
Denise
Are
again.
they?
No.
And it's a try in the corner. A good finish in the end. A big challenge to get this conversion over. Can't quite make out who that was, but
Shauna Carley.
a good try in the corner there for your Irish teammates. 5-0 early lead here, 3 minutes in. Make amends for that earlier try that was held up over the line. I don't know if you guys are doing fines this weekend, but we had somebody earlier that was held up in the previous game, and we were talking about £100 fine or something like that. So all we said, a round of drinks for the whole team, something like that. So what is your ambition for the team this weekend? Is it to make the final, win some silverware, get some prize money, or?
Yeah, what is first place and second place for?
I think it's €1,500 and then some goodies for the team that gets second. So
okay.
Probably some drinks.
Very good, very good.
That's what you're after, some drinks and a party tonight.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. make up for all this running that everyone has to do.
And have you girls bought some costumes for tonight, some tropical wear?
Yeah, we have the hula skirts and we have the necklaces, a bit of headbands. And
Oh, you
things
girls are
for
going in? You girls are going in, yeah?
Is-
Here in Scottish Tigers, they've come as grapes and strawberries, so not really very tropical at all, that. More, standard summer fruits. But
Yeah, I heard some of the refs are dressing up as cavemen for tonight as well. So, and that's Maeve O'Brien. She played on the Ireland Sevens team.
And she's breaking away
And
here,
she's
and it's
the
an easy
speed
try.
player.
A great outside arc there.
Lovely.
And that was superb. Cutting holes already. A bit of a slow start for the Irish, but they're now breaking through with some absolute fantastic runs. And that is the second try of the game within 5 minutes for the Irish Rugby Institute here at the Ibiza 10S. This game part of the Cabbage Patch women's competition. 6 teams in this draw. We'll head through to the semi-finals later on. I suspect we will see the Irish Rugby Institute in this semi-final. Any of those teams left in the draw that you'd think you'd prefer to play later on? Not the Moody Cows, I'm assuming that's what everybody
the
says.
Tigers, we want to play the Tigers again because it was only a try at the last minute that
Yeah,
got
that was
them
a
the
close
win.
game.
So definitely looking forward to that.
Well, they're going to be close games no matter what. The Abu Dhabi Harlequins need to show some form of resolve here. One of their try scorers from their fixture this morning on the ball. Ooh, almost knocked forward in the tackle there, but the ref saying it went backwards, and a great steal on the floor there. A good jackal, and the ball stolen. Just need a bit of depth in the attacking line now, do the Irish. Breaking forward. Oh no, but that's a fumble. Almost a big hit, but the referee coming back for the earlier infringement. There seems to be a bit of an injury on the pitch though, so time is off. Any idea who that is on the pitch, Emilio? One of your teammates down there?
It might be a Roisin, one of our best tacklers. Yeah, it is Roisin. Roisin O'Driscoll.
Looks like she's maybe got a bit of a stinger on her shoulder, and you say she's one of your best tacklers.
Yeah, she would be a big loss now.
She put in a big hit. I'm sure she'll be all right. Nobody wants to get subbed in this sort of game. Big crunch match. They're already 12 points up against the Harlequins. And what do you make of their Wonder Woman kit?
No, actually, I like them.
Yeah.
They're fun.
Their team manager was up here talking to me saying that they tried to get the kit to match the skin colours, and she said some of them look really good, and she said some of them look, for want of a better word, rubbish. But I'm not sure that's the actual word she used, but it's a good attempt anyway. So better.
What do you think of the Ireland jerseys?
I like them, yeah, they're really good.
They're
Good bit of colour.
Yeah.
Good solid shirt, so not too heavy like we've seen some of the other players wearing. You don't want too much
And
on in this heat.
well-fitted shorts.
Well-fitted
great,
shorts, yeah. We like a well-fitted short up here in the commentary box. Not appropriate to zoom in at some times in this weekend, but yeah, some good kits out there this weekend. So you're taped up, Amelia.
Yeah.
What's been going on with you?
Just landed badly on the knee yesterday against Moody Cows, and then continued, and then another land on the knee. So it's not good.
It's difficult on these rock-solid pitches. Maybe in the winter on a soggy Irish pitch you might get away with it, but not here in Ibiza.
Definitely not here.
Well, I think I'd prefer to be up. Well, I'd love to be playing, but I prefer to be up in the commentary box so I don't get knocked about too much.
All the knees are just scraped to bits, elbows, everything. It's not really the nicest pitch.
A couple of the teams have got padding and like tape all over the knees because they don't want to get cuts and bruises. But
They came prepared.
Yeah, well, that's some of the elite men, and you thought they'd be a bit tougher than that. So they are French, and they probably won't be able to hear this. But scrum for the Harlequins here. A big shove from them, a pass to nobody, and
Maeve
a pick
O'Brien
up.
again.
She's bustling away here. Great offloading the tackle around the outside. Is she going to go all the way?
Yeah.
And that's a try, a third try of the game within 7 minutes for the Irish Rugby Institute.
That's our captain, Nicole, that scored that now.
A great finish from Captain Nicole. And she's got the chance here to try and convert this one.
And she got her nice boots now to match the jersey. All
Yeah, I
kitted
like that.
out properly.
I like colour coding. I'm a big fan. No opportunities for me to do that this weekend though, but straight through the
Lovely.
sticks. A sweet little nudge. 19 points. The lead here at the Can Mrs Stadium. A big shove in the scrum for the Harlequins on the replay here, but a pass to nobody. A good offload, and look at that for a turn of pace. You can't stop that. Even the quickest player of the Harlequins couldn't do it. And it looks as if your friend down there, the big tackler, her shoulder that she was down on the pitch with a few moments ago, not quite recovered. Have you got any subs left, or are you all walking wounded on the bench?
Yeah, we have another 2 subs left. We have Louise here, and I don't know who else is subbing off. Oh, that's
Unfortunate here, another injury. Scottish Tigers, you probably like to hear that, unfortunately for them, they've got no subs left.
oh, really? All injuries?
They're all injured, yeah.
Oh,
Not even
dear.
the players playing, but they've got a couple of people who are walking wounded, so to speak,
Yeah.
on the pitch. So
Well, it's a bit of good news, I suppose. for
Well,
us.
you've still got 2, so that's better
Yeah.
than none. Trying to break from deep here, the Abu Dhabi Harlequins. Fumbled forward in contact, so would be a scrum, but it's half time here. Abu Dhabi Harlequins 0, the Irish Rugby Institute 19, so good half from your girls out there.
Told her we'd have it now.
Yeah, you were pretty confident before kick-off. Yeah, we'll win, no problem. Yeah, we'll win. And I
I
was
know,
like,
but no, we're still going to keep the head high and just second
keep working
half.
hard.
Yeah.
You see,
Don't
in
let
this
that get to our heads.
so much space on this pitch, it can be a real quick turnaround in this game.
Yeah, especially with the heat and everything. Everyone's fatigued.
Yeah, and talking about the heat, you can see it almost coming off the pitch, but look at that view, hey.
Water, 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 water.
Yeah,
That's right.
Aqua Mineral, as the Spanish call it. Bit of H2O. I think we've been dehydrated for about 48 hours now in the commentary jungle up here, so not privileged enough to get any water down pitch side. We don't have any water boys in our team. They're all busy working away. But look at that for a view. What a view. The mountains, we've called them Ibiza Mountains. We don't know what the real name is. We don't speak enough Spanish, but it's the Ibiza Mountains in the background. So, yeah, fantastic venue this weekend. Bit hard underfoot, this Can Mrs Stadium. But which of you preferred, the second pitch behind us, the real turf, or this
Oh,
Astro?
the second pitch, definitely.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just
Bit
this pitch is
softer.
very, very hard. Yeah,
A bit more
just the-
cushion. The grass in Spain really thick, and it creates a good bit of dense surface to land on it. Although, unfortunately for your knee, it didn't
It
go
was-
so
yeah,
well.
no, it didn't.
No. Well, only 2-minute half time today, trying to speed through things. We seem to be on schedule within, 3 or 4 minutes. So things are progressing well. Yesterday we were about delayed by 2 hours. So, long old day. 9 hours of you all listening to my voice, but it's nice today. We've got a few more different voices like Amelia joining me. So hopefully I'm not going to bore you too much, but full of beans at the moment. Still early on in the day here. Just about 2:15 at the moment. So, did you see the Harlequins team chant early on? They all put their hands in.
Yeah, there was a big
hurrah about that. I'm not sure what they were saying. I asked our man Joe Burns, who was in the middle of them. I still think he was slightly shocked by what
It was
going
very
on.
long. It was.
Yeah, I mean,
re-
I had no idea what they were saying, and it seemed like it was a sort of new language to me. But maybe we'll find out later what that chant is. I should have really asked. I can't remember what their coach's name who came up earlier was, but Mad May or something like that. She wasn't joining in from up in the commentary box anyway. Big Mama, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Not Mad May, Big Mama. So you'd have seen her and her two-way glasses as she closed off with Joe in the bar last night. But yeah, those girls know how to party, and they also know how to play rugby. Been good so far. The Irish just making their way out there. Typical tactic that you usually see from an Irish national side when they play at Twickenham. But yeah, using it here at the Can Mrs Stadium against the Abu Dhabi Harlequins. Geez, they look like they mean business walking out on that pitch. I wouldn't want to be facing them now. Either side, really. your predictions for the second half, Amila?
Harder hits and faster breaks, definitely.
And more tries, yeah.
Oh yeah, faster breaks.
And a big
tries.
W, get the win. A big W to get the win.
Yeah.
She says with a wry laugh.
We've got this. We've got this.
If you don't, there's a big fine for you, I'm sure. That is not going to go 10, but the Irish will play it anyway, looking for some support down that far touchline. Advantage, but the ref is going to come back here. Knock on from the Irish. They should have let it bounce and they could have had a free kick on the halfway. But it's going to be a scrum down to the Abu Dhabi Harlequin women's side. Of course, we've got the men's side this weekend as well. Some good rugby played across the 3 tiers of competitions. This game, of course, part of the Cabbage Patch women's rugby competition here in Ibiza this weekend. Temperatures still seem to be hotting up. I feel like next time those water jets go on, I'm going to go and stand in front of it and try and cool down.
I think everybody will be going over there now.
Well, I'll join you girls after this game. Try and cool down. I'm not sure. Have you guys been in the hot tub this weekend at all?
Yeah, we got to go yesterday.
How hot was it? Hotter than the weather or a bit cooler than that?
No, it was actually a bit cooler. Yeah, it was nice on the legs after the game.
It's too lovely just looking at it. I wish we could take a dip.
Yeah, it was ourselves and the Tigers. We got into the hot tub and then we had a good few hours then until we had to play Moody Cows.
So a good bit of recovery.
Yeah, but as well as that, a lot getting tireder, you know, with the heat and everything.
Yeah.
So
need to cool down. So ball stolen then from the Harlequins. They look to play through their captain. Pop back inside to one of their speedsters. She breaks a few tackles and hands off. Finally brought down by the Irish. They move the ball to the short side, but it's fumbled by their outside backs. A little step inside, trying to find some space. Pass flung down. Big tackle here. The ref just calling that high, so a penalty. The ball being shuffled around here by the Harlequins. Not really going anywhere, but a big tackle here. And what a crunching tackle. Smashed into touch there. Who was that made
that was
that
Emma.
Emma.
Very good, yeah. She's my roomie.
She's your roomie,
yeah.
She doesn't do that when you get back to the hotel then, no.
God, no.
Thankfully, because I'm sure that would hurt.
I wouldn't wake up after that now.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Harlequin player there managed to get back to her feet, because I thought she was going to go into row Z, not just to the edge of the pitch. A few subs coming on then, I think. Not necessarily subs, just players that don't want to play on this hot pitch anymore for the Harlequins.
Yeah, they have a lot of subs actually.
Whether or not they're subs or they're just down there pitch side soaking up the sun, but they all seem to be having a dance. Lost in the line out. The Irish choosing to kick into space, a lovely weighted chip. They're putting their speedsters on after this. A big tackle now. It's been fumbled. A tackle off the ball there. I think the ref is going to come back for that.
And a knock on the knee.
And that's an injury
Shauna Carley.
To your try score.
Oh, no.
She looks in a lot of pain there. And we're going to get the medics on here. And we need the doctors because this looks quite serious.
Oh no. Huh?
This game on yesterday, I think they have to turn it off. There's no button on this team, right? There's a little dial that you have to click. Yeah, I know, I can't find it. Take it to me, I hear it. I'm getting too old for the hot tub. Get in the tub. Do you want to come over? We're getting in the tub. I've got my beach shorts, I can go and put them on. you know the little dial? You see it? You just press and hold it in. I think for like, I don't know, 10 seconds. And then press and hold it again, so then it turns it off and then it turns it back on. Mate, I am buzzing for some hops at the time. I might actually just put my bleach shorts on right now. I got them in my bag.
Just leave again. We have it.
Thanks for that, Rich. You got like 3 doctors, an ex-England 7 player.
This dude here, yeah, I was talking to him yesterday when he.
Player. Everybody's back on the pitch now. So, unfortunate there. One of the Irish players picked up what seemed to be a knee injury. We're very fortunate that we've got some expert doctors and physios on hand at this tournament. Going to take good care of her. Maybe a little trip to hospital, but I'm sure she'll be on that boat party with you later on, Amelia. Like, there's nothing going to stop any of these players having a good time tonight. Only a few hours left of competition here, but the ball will restart with a free kick, I feel. Or a penalty, rather. I'm not even sure she tapped that. She's just gone. Away with it here for the Abu Dhabi Harlequins. Big hit. Sit down, say the Irish. Good structure, but the Harlequins have numbers over here. They're just drifting across. Ooh, a great tackle there, despite a palm to the face. Going across side to side. So who are the big leaders in this Irish team then, Amelia? Of course you, but you're up here. So.
Well, we have Denise. Denise is doing really well. And Maeve O'Brien. Maeve O'Brien is we'll say, the maddest on the team, the craziest. And she's the speedster. She's the one that I think scored maybe
so
2 tries
why is she mad Maeve then? What is it?
I just have to meet her. Like she's absolutely hilarious, and
No,
God knows what she will say to anyone. Like,
well, we're going to head over to the hot tub after this game. So if you want to bring
her over,
as long as she doesn't dunk me in, because you know, I've got to sit around electrical equipment and I don't want to go exploding anytime soon. But yeah, bring her over to the hot tub. We'll have a bit of an Irish party over there.
It's herself, Denise, Nicole and Alana. They all go to Carlo IT, so they all would have played on the same rugby team, Carlo. Oh, as well as, oh dear, I'm forgetting the names. Emily.
So many players, you can't remember them.
No, I've only met like some of them.
Yeah, okay, sure.
So I played with a good few of them. Suttonians would be the kind of main team that everyone's from. So that's out in Sutton, back at home in Dublin.
So you guys get often to train together, or is it
we
sporadic?
Had just one training session as a team before coming out, and that was about it.
Penalty here to the Irish trying to break away, but you guys are playing at such a high level considering you've had one training session. You know, some of even the sides we've seen who have played together at many tournaments and not played as fluidly and as well connected as you girls, so credit to you.
I know, but everyone is training just on different teams, but
together as a unit.
Not.
Big hit there from the Harlequin captain. You girls really do know how to put a smash in, and we've seen a few this...
That's Catherine, another good player we have. She's good at tackling.
They're all good players. They're all good players.
They are, of course, yeah.
A little break on the inside there. Shimmy looking for some support.
And Louise going in.
Trying to shore up the defence are the Harlequins. The Irish, though, with numbers. They just need to put it through their hands. It's a 2-on-1 here.
Catherine again.
Back round, and it's going to be a try. Ooh, she's put it down, and that is a try. I thought that was another one that had been held up there.
I thought so too, actually.
Double fine, but not to be. Can't hold it off the Harlequins from this Irish assault. A 4th try in this game. So many scores, I think I'm losing count. So big conversion. Doesn't quite get the legs. 3 minutes left in this game. Oh, and that is full time. Our clock is completely rubbish.
Oh.
But that is full time here as part of the Cabbage Patch Women's Tournament here for the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s. The final score then, Abu Dhabi Harlequin Women 0. Irish Rugby Institute 24. Your thoughts on that game, Amelia? Proud of your girls out there. They really gave it to them in the end.
So proud of them now. Can't wait for the next game. They're going to be pumped.
So you've not got long because you either be in semi-final 1 at 2:55 or semi-final 2 at 3:30. We do have a fairly large 10 or 15 minute break now. I think after all my moaning, I've been invited over to the hot tub, and I think Amelia and a few of the Irish girls are going to join me as well.
Lovely. Cannot wait.
So the score then, Abu Dhabi Harlequin Women's 0, Irish Rugby Institute 24, full time.
This is what the Open is about. Day one done. We'll be back tomorrow with more relentless rugby action from Ibiza 10s and the Abu Dhabi Quins. It's goodbye! Okay, well, welcome back to the hot tub. The water's alarmingly murky these days. I think I might have to go into quarantine on my way back to the UK. But I'm lucky enough to be joined by, I know I'm meant to be an impartial observer, but my favourite women's team of the tournament, mainly because they are so good at lip sync battle, which we saw in the bar last night. They're AD Quins. So, you guys lost there, unfortunately, which means you've got the Moody Cows in the semi-final. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think we'll take them in the final. We weren't warmed up yesterday. We'll be grand.
Yeah. We just need a little bit of time to recuperate and get back on the horse, you know.
We need a couple of beers. Yeah, have a couple of beers, we'll be on it.
Varying schools of thought of how to prepare for a game. But I think you guys were also against the police earlier, and then you probably should have maybe won that last one. So I think that morale should be high.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, especially if we get some time and we hydrate a bit with different liquids, I think we'll be good to go. And if not, it's still fun. It's a good time. And that's what we're here for. So
exactly, we're gonna have a blast. We're gonna have a blast in the bar afterwards. There's no doubt about that.
Exactly.
I haven't got enough good words to say about these girls from last night. But very exotic accent, if I may say so. So you, even though you're the Abu Dhabi Quins, you all range from all over the world. So what's the deal?
Well, Abu Dhabi is a very international place. The UAE is very international, and a lot of us are teachers. Teach at international schools of different types. I used to teach at the American International School.
Yeah, it's international.
British
American
school.
International.
Yeah. But even saying that, there's more than just teachers on our team. We have nurses, lawyers,
PTs.
Yeah,
They're the fit ones.
You all look pretty athletic to me.
Well, we play rugby, that's it.
Exactly. Whereabouts in the States are you from?
Chicago area.
Chicago, the Windy City. I hear it's an amazing place.
It is an amazing place. It's the best city in the States.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to the States to coach rugby, actually. I'm going to New Hampshire, and I'm going to start with college and Penn State, actually, so I'm looking forward to it. How is women's rugby progressing in the States?
Oh my gosh. Well, I've only been paying for a couple of years, so I picked it up in Abu Dhabi. I basically had not heard of it in the States before moving to Abu Dhabi, but now I've actually joined a team back at home whenever I go home, and I'm going to play sevens with them this summer as well. So it's progressing. I think it's the second year for that women's team in my hometown. And there's a lot of tournaments this summer, so I think it's a bigger thing, especially now that it's in the Olympics. You know how the U.S. likes to win everything, so it'll start picking up. So next Olympics, gold medals.
Gold medals in the bag. I noticed your guys didn't do quite that well at the Olympics, so this time.
Have you seen them in the 7 series?
They are. Well, you got the speed stick, haven't you? So.
Yeah, Perry Baker. I want to be like him.
Ah, keep at it. And we were talking before we came on air, and that you obviously taught quite a little bit. You were in Poland, and tell me about your trip to Poland, girls.
Yeah, we went on tour to Poland last year. Had the best crack, obviously. Yeah, and we were just talking about they had a huge slip and slide at the try line. So when you score, you have to go down the try line. It was a bit disgusting by the end. Not sure what was mixed in there. It was a bit like the hot tub, yeah, but it was good crack. And we won this huge trophy for being the best crack. So I hope you have a trophy for the best crack.
And we won the women's tournament.
Oh, we did, yeah.
So we had 2 big trophies.
Yeah.
I love the priorities that you just don't even mention that you won the rugby tournament. It's all about the crack. But that's what these tournaments are all about, right? It's about stuff like this, having hot tubs by the pitch. There's a little bit of light-heartedness knocking around. I mean, I wouldn't recommend getting in this hot tub, but you know, and a slip and slide at the end. So you girls are gonna. Oh wow, that is quite terrifying. He's representing the Mad Dogs, who are actually coming up in the Open semi shortly. But you girls need to go rest, recuperate, recover, and get ready to take down those moody cows. Yeah, up the AD Quins. Okay, thanks so much for joining us, guys.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Oh, right, so I'm going to scoot across
Finally.
to the man with the face for commentary.
Mike for commentary.
Scotty, we've unleashed him from the jungle.
I didn't realise that the pitch looked like this. You know, you can't really see it from where we are underneath all the tarpaulin in the jungle. So it's nice to be down here and just cooling off in a hot tub. You know.
It's an absolutely brutal shift that you're putting in there across the weekend. Just relentless commentary on the game, analysis. You're kind of marooned up there as well, but you enjoy it, obviously.
Yeah, it's good fun, mate. And we're both putting up a shift. The whole guys are, everybody putting this out, and it's a big shift. But we're seeing some good rugby, it's some good fun. Just had great fun talking to Amelia from the Irish Rugby Institute up there, and she was a great laugh. And just getting a few cold ones in here. We've got to hydrate. If you're watching, it's really important. Slip, slap, slot. I'm obviously got ginger hair, and it's difficult to stay away from all this heat. But my message to everybody would be to drink some water and put on some sun cream. And
I hear you on that. I think the viewers have actually got a better idea about what your face looks like than mine does, because I've had this hat and these huge sunglasses on for the duration of the footage. And here we have one of the Mad Dogs who are up against the Wyvern Dragons, the reigning champs in the semi-final, coming up. And can you please explain this terrifying trinket that you've been carrying with you throughout the tournament?
Terrifying? No, this is a thought-provoking member of our team, really. Yeah, we are.
What thoughts are you looking to provoke with this shout? Does he have a name? He, she have a name?
We court controversy. We like, rugby teams are like to make everyone think deeper than simplicity, life, and all that sort of stuff. So you can see that this was an acquisition from our tour in Cuba some years ago. Yeah, and so we've nurtured Black Baby with pride.
Does the baby have a sex or a name?
Well, he. Yeah, I've made
or is he gender non-specific? It's very in vogue these days.
Being a team doctor, I thought we should just give him some decency, and otherwise, bodily fluids and the mess that they can make. We thought we'd better.
So what's his name, sir?
Just Black Baby. Black Baby, yeah.
Yeah, and he comes with you on every tour.
I'm the doctor, I'm the Mad Doc. And it's our mascot.
The Mad Doc. The Mad Dogs are here with playing a very emotive tour. It's in honour of your fallen founder, Jez Higgins, who sadly passed in November. We've had a very nice opportunity to catch up with Linda yesterday, but you guys are doing him proud on the pitch, and having run into a few of you boys outside my hotel at 7 o'clock this morning on your way back in. In fact, you weren't even coming back in. You were stopping for another beer somewhere on the way back in. You're doing him proud off the pitch. So
the lads saw it on telly last night in Cranbrook, and at 11 o'clock in our club, the Cramp Club, they decided they'd just jump on a flight, and they came over here at 3 o'clock, three of them. And so, I think we crossed paths though, because we were still up at some bar, and he arrived, and 7 o'clock, these lads were still at the bar for breakfast. And that's the nature of the game we play. It's high spirits.
I think that what can't be denied is that you bring a great intensity on off the park. So, which is Admiral. What do you reckon? Do you think you guys are going to be able to afford some jerseys from post millennium?
These are precious. No.
About better ones, but no.
Yeah.
Proper tees.
And how you going to go in this semi? So Wyvern Dragons, reigning champs.
We're going to smash some people up, ain't we? We're going to smash these boys up, ain't we? Let's do these fucking dogs.
Whoa, let's watch the Lager. It's a family show. Thanks very much, Mad Dogs. I appreciate the time. So, let's talk a bit of rugby, Scotty.
Yep.
Let's talk some rugby, okay. So, we'll do Men's Open first, seeing as the semis are coming up. Who are the teams that caught your eye? What have you been impressed with? What's the flavour?
You can't really look away from the Mad Dogs, I think. Obviously, we know the Wyvern Dragons, they're the known commodity because of last year, reigning champions. But the Mad Dogs, I think, it amazes me that they were out so late, drinking so much beer, and they're still playing a brand of rugby and a quality of rugby which is up there with some of the stuff we've seen in the elite competition. And imagine if they didn't drink, they could come away with €7,500 in the elite competition next year. But I don't think that will happen. I think, I like their ethos and wearing the jerseys and stuff. But the Scrum and Coat boys as well. If they're turning up for the Open later on, then I think they've got some good quality in there, and they could make the final on an off chance.
Yeah, mate. I agree with you. I think the big thing is a cliche, but it's very, very true in this tournament that you can't pick a winner. Yep. In the Open, the 4 semi-finalists are the 4 semi-finalists who deserve to be there. Scrum and Coke, I haven't seen too much of their Open side, to be honest. The Royal Marines obviously bring a huge physicality and togetherness as well. They're an emerging team, and there's a brotherhood aspect to them. The Wyvern Harlequins, they're a well-travelled touring side. They're obviously reigning champions, and then these boys are playing on heart and adrenaline alone, but with some hungry defence though. I mean, they were like rabid dogs in that last game.
They are relentless. They just chew everything up, spit out the ball, and grab everything with the paws at the rucks, and they're just they are relentless at the end of the day. So.
Wow. Yeah, so I think that's the Men's Open summed up, which segues nicely into the Cabbage Patch Pub Women's Elite Competition. Now. Come on. You didn't even put your feet in. So,
Get in, let's get in.
So what's it like? Yeah, well, we can accommodate you. Whoa. This water. Well, it was like. Well, I think there's been And you're going to be playing in those shorts shortly. I'm going to go like this now, just for safety reasons. Come on. We need to talk rugby, not just watch you guys lose balance. So, what's it like being a Moody Cow? You've got the target on your back from the word go in the tournament.
It's been a good tournament for us. We've won all of our pool games so far, so we're just waiting for the semi-final. I believe we're playing Abu Harlequins at 3:30. So we've got all to play for really. So
yeah, you're not feeling the pressure. The crown doesn't weigh too heavily on the Moody Cows' head.
No, we're a relaxed bunch of girls. We take every game as it comes, nothing for granted. I hope that sprinkler hits us in a minute. So it'll be nice. But Bryony's played every game. How's it been for you?
Yeah, no, it's been good. I think we like the pressure. I like the support. The boys love us, so we take it in our stride.
And is this the only 10s tournament you play? I know that you're a 7s outfit as well.
We have done a 10s tournament previously. We played in Stockholm a couple of years ago.
Oh, how was that?
That was good. We won that tournament as well. So.
Classic Moody Cows. Classic Moody Cows. I was going to ask you if you'd won it, but no, you had to jump ahead and blow your own trumpet.
Yeah. So this is the second 10s I think we've done, isn't it? But yeah, we're normally a 7 side, but 10s brings a little bit of different squad together because we've got some girls that probably wouldn't want to play 7s, but they actually want to play 10s, which is quite nice. So we've actually added to our Moody Cow family this time, so some girls that maybe wouldn't normally play for us have actually come out and played, so that's really good.
So it acts as a nice little pre-season for some of the forwards who might otherwise be found in hibernation, not doing their laps.
My favourite moment so far is Bryony running the length of the pitch and screaming while she got caught by a winger. Only to offload it to our 9 who scored. But
oh, like a greedy little 9 lurking with intent to snaffle up the spoils.
Our forward did all the work.
No, we had to be fair, Molly Morrissey has never worked so hard in her life but to score a try in this tournament, because if she didn't score, she was doing a naked lap in her flamingo outfit. So she scored it. You're safe. We're all safe. No naked laps.
So what about some of the fines? Have you girls been doing fines this weekend? Like what's the maximum fine you girls have been issuing?
It's been quite muggy, really.
Yeah, it's been a bit muggy, but anyway, we've got a nice little book, and our court session will happen hopefully after we make the final. So yeah, we can't reveal any of the fines yet because it's a secret book.
Who's the judge?
Myself and Bryony.
Well, not me.
No,
my sister.
Judgment Day then, yeah? Judgment Day.
Judgment Day will come out later.
And who would you least like to meet in the final, should you get to the final?
Tigers have been our toughest game so far, so I know they're playing in the other semi-final against the Irish girls.
Yeah,
so.
they're decent.
Yeah, they're good as well.
They're a good team. Good little outfit. Just got to get past our semi first.
The Tigers, they've got no more subs.
Everybody's
injured.
They're all injured.
I know.
Oh.
We didn't run them.
That's right, we've got one.
We played with 11 players the whole weekend, so.
I know. Well, look, you girls have got to go off and prepare yourselves for a showdown. But you're going to stick around, obviously, because there's a good-looking pump marine who's just walked into the hot tub.
Jumped in the middle of it.
Oh, mate, tough crowd. She's already thrown herself in, mate. So I wouldn't worry about it. Mate, you're up against the Mad Dogs. They're oh no, you're not. You're not against the Mad Dogs. You get Scrum and Coke.
Scrum and Coke, yeah.
Scrum and Coke. So the Kiwi boys. You're going to take them down?
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of teams have sort of underestimated us out here, and I think the last day and a half we've proved ourselves with winning 2 games on the trot. So I think we're in contention to do some damage. I think.
That was an epic victory against the Wyvern Dragons yesterday. I mean, it was the longest game of 10s I've ever seen. It must have been about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was one of the first half went on for about 30 minutes, and after a heavy night from the night before, the lads were pucker hanging out. But like I say, we went out there with a bit of bootneck mentality and just proved ourselves that we're in contention for this tournament and we're here to win.
Well, I know you boys like to drop the hammer on a night out, but you've also been the only team in my hotel who's on the beach training for an hour every day. So you get up, you get your practice in. I know. How about that, right? So, but that's paying dividends in the big games when it's tight and narrow at the end, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it was through choice. It's more from choice from the coaches, but yeah, I think it's good to just get together. I mean, we put our team together literally about 2 or 3 weeks ago when we played in the Bournemouth Sevens, and so it's good to have a bit of time together to sort of play our plays and sort of find a way to play our game really, and obviously it paid dividends the last couple of days. So yeah,
As I've said many times on the mic that you're my dark horses, so don't go falling at the penultimate hurdle against the Scrum and Coke boys. I think they fancy themselves a little bit, so I reckon you can bring the noise and get one up on them.
Crowd will be supporting the Marines.
Yeah, you big Marines fan.
We've got our fans, you know what I mean. So
We've been winning hearts and minds along the strip of San Antonio all week.
So we're going to talk about the elite competition now. Should we do that? So, I mean, you're more than welcome to stay and say, you guys are impartial. So the elite competition, there were 5 teams. There's now 4. They're all through to the semi-final, like by default. Who we thinking is going to win this? Like the Projects Water Boys.
Water boys. That's pretty good. I mean, we watched them earlier against the Wyvern. It was a pretty hard game, but they won. I don't know what the score was, but they did end up winning that, didn't they?
I think they won 3 tries to 1, so something like 19-7, something like that. But the Wyvern were camped in their 22 for most of the second half, and they managed to repel them and get that try to take them away. Who are the Water Boys playing in the semis? They're playing the Shredded Ducks, I think. They're playing the Shredded Ducks.
Shredded Ducks?
The Shredded Ducks.
Are we actually shredded though?
Apparently, one of them told me that it was compulsory to be able to play for the Shredded Ducks, but I've seen them and they're not shredded.
Well, I heard you commenting quite complimentary about one of the ducks yesterday with regards to his physique. So, wasn't you? Okay. I mix up my moody cows and my Shredded Ducks, obviously. Well, the Shredded Ducks, I think they're probably less experienced, but they play with a lot of heart. They had that big win against the Scavengers, who were amazing this morning, by the way. The French team, did you see them?
How's the lad that went to hospital, though?
He's all right. He's jumping around like a jack in the box on the touchline, running water on, and having a whale of a time. It's giving the referee quite a hard time, actually. One thing we got to talk about. So you mentioned the flamingo outfit. You've got some spicy fancy dress lined up for tonight's social. So for those of you, if we haven't mentioned it yet at home, that we've got a tropical themed social happening in the bar afterwards. We've got beer pong, giant Jenga, lip sync battle, all sorts of fun and shenanigans. Some people are coming dressed as fruits, which they've missed. Yeah, they've misread tropical as Tropicana, obviously. But the Moody Cows are coming as
flamingos. We have all got our flamingo outfits. We're a little bit injured, so we thought the one-legged look would look good. And then we've got to make sure we win that dinosaur race too, because we're the reigning champs at that. So if we don't win that, we're going home.
I just love interviewing you. Oh, Scotty's off. Scotty's going back to the jungle. Goodbye, Scotty. Goodbye, Scotty. I love interviewing you because you just tee me up for everything. So another thing that we've been remiss in mentioning is the legendary mascot dinosaur race that goes on the pitch. I think it's just before the elite final. One player from each side is selected to put on a giant dinosaur costume, and they have a mascot race, and it is.
They're all just as massive dinosaurs, aren't they? They sprint across the
Massive inflatable dinosaurs. Like that. So you have to pick one member from each team. One member from each team, and then you're going. And have you seen the video from last year?
We have heard there's a prize around the ring.
I've never heard of it.
It's brutal. It's brutal. People want it so badly. So badly.
There's drinks on the line.
Exactly. So who are you going to nominate?
Oh, we've got our secret weapon. Don't you worry.
All right.
Reveal.
The Meaty Cows have just got every base covered when it comes to winning.
Yeah, I'm not going to play the semi and box out.
What about you? I'd like to, who do you want to see up there?
I think we've got a speedster on there, old Bongie Williams. Yeah, I think it'll be a good contention to win that race, I think.
You don't want to get Guy Glastonbury up there just to teach you a lesson for getting you out doing those training sessions.
That was my first choice, but I think he's done his ankle in, so it might have to be substituted out. But I would love to see Guy Glastonbury in a big dinosaur suit, to be honest. You know what I mean? So yeah.
I don't think he'd like it because he'd have to have a shirt on for it, and I know that he sort of enjoys his rig quite a lot.
Yeah, and I think he'll get less attention from the chicks, which I don't think he'll enjoy. So, you know, it's one of those.
What are your tropical features going to be tonight, the Marine?
Well, you couldn't think of more opposite fancy dress to what you suggested there. So we've basically gone for the 90s dance group look of dungarees, snapback hats, sunglasses, and just having dance off with everyone here. Not my idea. So I put that to Guy Glastonbury.
Compete against Honey G, so I mean.
Yeah, so we compete against Honey G here.
Well, you're going to be perfect for lip sync battle then, because last night we had Britney Spears, Backstreet Boys, Nelly. I mean, we're really winding the clock back. I mean, this is music that I used to listen to when I was doing my GCSEs, but so I thought it was awesome. But
bringing back the 90s, that's what it's all about.
Bringing back the 90s, yeah, exactly like Flares down on the strip. So right, here's your potential opposition should you get through your semi. We've got the Wyvern Dragons against the Mad Dogs. It's going to be intense, physical.
Yeah, I think. I mean, we bumped into the Mad Dogs last night, so we had a bit of banter with them to see what they're all about, and they're a good bunch of lads. So they're a good team as well. So we'll see how they do here, and seek out their weaknesses for our game against them later on.
I think if they got through and you got through, it'd be a very well observed final, because I know that you guys are really, really popular with all the men's and women's teams and all of us neutrals, and then the Mad Dogs have got a big crew of support as well. For the cause. Oh, they're boosting off now. So Scotty has just got back there. He's back in the jungle. So over to you, Scotty. Enjoy the game, folks.
Cheers, Joe. We're back in this crunch match between the Wyvern Dragons and the Mad Dogs in the Open semi-final. This could be a corker of a game. The Dragons in possession, well inside the 22 of the Mad Dogs. But there's a little bit of a breakthrough, a tackle there. Opportunities for the Dragons. The Dragons looking to play this through their hands along their back line. Little grubber through, boshed out of the tackle, but it's collected by the Mad Dogs, who now have to play this out of their own dead ball area. A good bit of skill to try and clamber through. Of course, in the Mad Dogs previous game this morning, we had Al up here in the commentary box giving us some great facts and figures. And this is their Ashes tour in Ibiza this weekend. High box kick up. We're not seeing one of them this weekend so far. A skip through the tackle. Great bit of speed, but he's just fallen over the Dragon player. And that is a penalty. The referee making sure that the Dragons are 10 metres back. The reigning champions, the Wyvern Dragons, in their Harlequin style multicoloured kit. The Mad Dogs with a line out just outside the 22. I can assure you that the temperature is still corking. One against the head by the Wyvern Dragons, and they're breaking away here. Just getting scragged by the Dogs. The Dragons really upping the pace in this game. Looking pretty fresh, and they've got a lot of legs. A hitch kick back inside, a flick out the back, it's gone astray. But this player, who we saw earlier for the Mad Dogs, always bustling, hot stepping, firing those shotgun feet to the AstroTurf here. Oh, and a great line just to break through. Skimming, boshing, rolling out of tackles, the Mad Dogs. It's not an option over to the left. More defenders than there are attackers. The referee calling for a penalty. Is he saying offside, I think? Maybe. They're going to go for a quick tackle in the corner again. The corner would be a sensible option. Give themselves a chance. Bit flat, but that's inside the Dragons' half. Around about 30 metres out from the try line. This is where it becomes hard for the teams, particularly seeing as they've, well, the Mad Dogs we know for sure, they party hard and they're very well liked. Big fans from all the teams, but they were out very late. Just heard about the Mad Dog baby that they got from their Cuba tour a few years ago. Won the line out this time though, and they're now looking for a bit of space. A dink over the top. It's a foot race to this one. It's going to be close. Well collected, but it's a try for the Mad Dogs. An individual piece of skill, an error from the Dragons, and that is first blood to the Dogs. Sounds of woof, woof going around the ground here. We'll have a little look at that one again, but what a fantastic piece of skill by that young man. He's a big bruiser. He's got good feet, good ball skills, just like the whole Mad Dog side. And he's hooked that one straight through the stick. 7-0 lead for the Dogs. The Dragons, after a strong start, need a bit more possession and territory in this game. Chase after this, you just see the wing here fumble as he caught it. The pressure from the Mad Dogs, and look at that for a finish. Really difficult to do. No sliding on this hot, hard 3G rubber crumb pitch. The ref just stopping the clock because they're in need of a ball. The ball just constantly going amiss. Send that one high, but it's too high and not far enough. Quick tap and go from the Dragons on halfway. Break through the middle, but it's boshed off the shoulder in the pass. Knocked forward. So it's a scrum to the Mad Dogs. The Mad Dogs playing in their classical cotton shirt. The referees in this tournament doing a fantastic job from the London Society of Referees. All level 4 and level 5 refs. Big scrum though. Out the back from the Mad Dogs. Crashed up, broken through one tackle and halfway through another. It's still on the fringes and it's a break through the middle. They need to find the offloads here. It's lovely stuff. Is it on down that far touchline? I think it is. It's break inside. One more man to beat. And what a fantastic try here for the Mad Dogs. The Mad Dogs are let loose. They're out the kennels. And they're down the park. Who let the dogs out? The cries come from the stand here. A fantastic second score. Only 2 minutes left in this game, or in this half rather. An opportunity to up the score. Sealed with the conversion. So the Dragons a little bit lost at the minute. They need some fire in their belly. few substitutions, rolling subs. It's hard on the legs of the players. So looking for a bit of a better restart here. Much better. Well contested. Is he going to pick it up? He's trying to... It's fumbling along the floor, but now we're away with the Dragons and their speedsters in the green boots, and he's tripped a guy up. He's made him look like a nobody. He's pushing off the tackle again. He's not going to get there. A gambol forward. A dink over the top to his teammate. Oh, it's knocked forward. It's knocked forward. We need to have a look at that step, though. In, out, and back again. And my word, what a bit of footwork that was. See this from the kickoff. Bounced over the heads. Well picked up, though, by the man in the green boots here. And this is an angle to see it from. In and out again. And oh my word, he's made him look very, very daft. But a fantastic piece of skill. So it's currently 14-0 to the Mad Dogs. The Wyvern Dragons trailing here, but they have a bit of momentum now. The Dogs with a scrum on their own 5-metre line, 15 metres in from the far touch. Big scrum from both teams here. Penalty to the Dogs. A little kick into touch, and that will signal half-time. The score's on the doors then, 14-0 to the Mad Dogs. Cries around the ground, who let the Dogs out? And the reigning Open champions, the Wyvern Dragons, are under the cosh here, and they need a bit of composure. There's still time for them to get back in this game. 2 scores in a game of 10s is not huge, but they will need some form of momentum, and they will need a good start at the start of this second half. So we're just highlighting to you what games are up next. There's been a bit of a change in the programme. I think after this we will have the second men's open semi-final and then progress through to, I believe, the women's. Just to know, they have got a few 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th open playoff places, just so we get the full ranking. Not sure whether the teams will be too fussed about playing those, but we shall wait and see.
This is what the Open is about.
Back with this Mad Dogs versus Wyvern Dragons game at the Estadio Can Misses here in Ibiza. This is the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10's men's open competition. From the restart of the second half, ball was hoofed straight into touch, so an opportunity here for the Dragons to really start pressing down on this Mad Dogs defensive line. But they are relentless in defence, despite their heavy, hot cotton shirts, old school shirts. But a great result at the breakdown there, because a lovely little back pass out the back door from the Dogs. They're moving forward now. The Dragons looking for some defensive structure here. We're seeing some great pieces of individual skill from the Dogs. The referee not releasing, he says. So the Dragons looking to pull away with it here, but fumbled, and it's been picked up. No, it's not been picked up. Picked up again by the Dragons. A hot stepper trying to get away with it here. Scragged by the shirt. Just trying to pull down not the biggest of guys, but he was pulling away from some of the big boys in the Dogs' defensive line there. Holding on the floor, the ref says. So another quick tap penalty for the Dragons. They're looking promising here. A flick out the back. Again, another error. Both these sides now understanding the importance of the first few moments of this second half. But a scrum due to the knock-on from the Dragons, so the Dogs will have a put-in. Big scrum on halfway, centre field. Two big bruising packs pushing against it, but that's stolen against the head. 2 on 2 here out wide. A skip inside, trying to brush off 1 or 2 tackles. Scragged down though. They need a scrum half, they don't have one. This could be stolen. Messi diving over the top. So it's a penalty, and they're taking it quickly. The Dragons moving away with it here. Little hot step. Back inside. Flat pass out to the wing. There's men over here. There's the quick speedster. Pass to nobody in the middle of the field. Still working hard. The Dogs just needing a bit of momentum here and just to hold on to possession. Good option though, as they hack away. Put the ball deep into the Dragons' half. Here's their speedster out on the right wing. Doesn't fancy a go, doesn't spot any gaps. They have men over on this near side. Trying to draw the man first. A switch back inside, but he's munched and driven back hard by 2 big tackles from the Dogs. They're away with it here down the far touchline. A pop back inside. It's 1 on 1, 2 on 1 now. It should be a simple score for the Dragons, and the Dragons are back in this. The Dogs suffering slightly there due to a man being down injured. Subs from both sides, they need reinforcements. 14 minutes on the clock then. A conversion to take this within 1 score. Shipped over to that far side. Good flat pass into the hands of the quick men. A lovely 1-2 pass there. And a simple 2 on 1 to seal the deal for the try. The Mad Dogs are receiving. Well kept in. Perhaps should have let that go straight out to relieve the pressure. But he's been bundled into touch, the Mad Dog. So the Dragons will have a line out on the Dogs, or just inside rather, the Dogs' 22-metre line. Pass to the outside. Big, absolute smash. Well, the Mad Dogs have been watching. Oh, the referee not very happy with that one, but neither were the Mad Dogs players. We'll get a replay of that shortly, but the Abu Dhabi and police have been giving some tips to the Mad Dogs here. An opportunity for a score, but it's fumbled right at the death for the Dragons. Amazing. Absolutely ferocious. Let's have a little look at this one again. Brought across the line here, good passage of play, utilising the full width of the pitch, good hands along the line, trying to break through here. One-handed offload just doesn't go to hand. He's bumbled across the line. The ref not too happy with that scrum. "17 minutes played here. We're entering the final few minutes of this Rugby Spy Men's Open competition. Penalty for the Mad Dogs. They choose to take a quick tap on their own 5 metres. Potentially the penalty would have been a better option to kick for distance, but they're not choosing to do so. Under pressure here in their own 22. Pop through the back of the legs, brushing through here. They've found a bit of space, the Mad Dogs. One of their speedsters looking to go away with it here. A hitch kick brought to ground. He needs some support from the rest of the Dogs. Well contested on the floor. And the Dragons have earned a well-deserved penalty there. There's still time on the clock for them to get back in this game. If so, I'm not quite sure what the outcome would be in terms of extra time if they were to draw at the end of regular time. But the Dragons, still a lot left to do. A gap in the middle here. They're going away with it. This could be the defining score in this game. Round the fullback, and he's in under the post. Only 90 seconds left of regular time, and we could be in to our first extra time of the tournament. Simple in the end. Heavy legs of the Mad Dogs, probably heavy legs from playing last night. And when I say playing, I don't mean rugby, I mean at the bar. Conversion successful, so 14 all with just over a minute left to play. Really lovely step off the left foot there. 2 pumps of the left foot. So I've just been told it's sudden death if the scores are even at the end of regular time. Kick long by the Dragons, well taken. Under pressure though, the Dogs need to get behind them, being scragged towards the touchline. Still in play though. Crashed up by one of the many Mad Dogs. Those shirts must be weighing a ton now. Bounced off one tackle, needs some support here. Almost at the end of regular time. Needs to be picked up, looking to go around the outside here. Ball in one hand, popped over the top, but it's in the touch. Went forward, and that is the end of regular time. The scores are even, 14-all. So it will be played 5 minutes each way here, and then sudden death. Both of these teams with a short 2-minute break now. The players just getting clarification on what the situation is here. All to play for, a spot in that final. These two are well contested. So both sets of teams here just having a quick breather, getting some water on. As I said just a moment ago, 2 halves of 5 minutes. Goes to sudden death. Expect we'll see a cagey passage of play now, and we will keep playing until somebody scores a point. Remember, a drop goal is good enough to win it. No need to get over the whitewash. Bit breezy in the Canmesses Stadium now though, so it'll be interesting to see how these kicks go if they do choose to attempt a drop goal. So the Mad Dogs will restart this game now, playing from left to right. Oh, maybe not. It will be the Dragons who restart the game here. We're into extra time, sudden death. First score wins, which all at stake here. This is the men's Open competition semi-final. So back underway here. I've been joined for this sudden death by one of the referees here in the ground, but we're pulling away and it could be a score very early on to win this game. He needs some support. He's got 2 quick men chasing him down. He's still going. He needs to offload. There's men left. The Mad Dogs looking for some support. They could win this game here. It's going to be close. They don't have the numbers over that far touchline. Frantic on the touchline here from all the Mad Dogs support. The Dragons trying to rally behind their men. A pop over the top. No support, they're going backwards. Need to set up some form of platform. The Dragons, though, they've got the pace and they're going round the outside now, and they could be going all the way, and this could be the winning try. It needs to be a tap tackle if they're going to get there in sudden death. Sudden death is over, and that is the end of that one. The Mad Dogs so close to getting their winning score. But it's the Wyvern Dragons, and it's heartbreak for the Mad Dogs, a fan favourite firmly here this weekend at the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S. And well, what a finish to that one. What a game. The Mad Dogs 14, Wyvern Dragons 19 in the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10 Open competition. And that's going to be our first finalist confirmed here this weekend. And what a way to enter the final for the Wyvern Dragons, and that's why they're the reigning champions from 2016. As I said previously, didn't get quite a chance to introduce him, but I'm joined by one of the referees, the many referees in this tournament this weekend. Daryl, thank you for joining me up here in the commentary jungle, as we've called it.
Scott, thank you. It's a pleasure to be up here. You certainly get a different view of the game looking out across the pitch from this position.
So what sort of temperatures do you think it's been touching down on that pitch? You've been running around like a headless chicken all weekend following these players.
We think surface temperature on the pitch is around about 40, 42 degrees. But this kind of surface really does reflect the heat back at you, so it's punishing on your body in many ways. People think it's punishing on players, but as a referee, you're probably going to run 2 to 2.5 kilometres in an average game like this. So, and you're doing that at 20-minute pace, so it's pretty fast, hard work.
Yeah, tough out there on the legs. You've been wearing studs, or you've been wearing trainers? What's been more comfortable for you?
I've got a pair of hybrid boots, so they're kind of a bit between the two, and I have a special pair of orthotics that go in them. So, but some of my colleagues are in trainers, some are in boots. With the watering of the pitches here, you do really need to have some stud on, because it becomes a little bit slippery if you're not careful. So it just depends on your individual preference, really.
So it's been a fantastic tournament so far. Have you got any personal highlights from a playing perspective? Anybody in the teams or the teams that you've been really impressed at watching so far?
Yeah, I think there's the Water Boys are putting on some pretty good stuff. The French Invitational team have been doing some good stuff, but I think yesterday the Italians really summed up the spirit of the tournament. They just tackled and tackled and tackled. So listen, there's some really, really good stuff that goes on over here. Not only do people get extremely drunk, but they do then come on the field and play some good rugby.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And my good friend Joe Burns is down on the pitch now as some of the victorious Wyvern Dragons players. Joe, what have you got for us?
Right, well, I've got the heroes of that epic that just unfolded on the pitch. A little bit out of gas. That's not age, that's commitment, though, in this sense.
Not as much gas, a bit more gas over there, to be fair about it. But
to the mighty horse back home, sunning himself in the budgies. He was with us last year, he missed out. And the boys have done well. The Dragons side, we've had two young 18-year-olds playing with us. Obviously a mix of a bit of experience. It's been really good. And we're looking forward to the final now. Tight game, it's all good.
I think probably credit to be given to the Wood Dogs, the guys we've played at the moment. They're a good bunch of guys, play with full heart, to play with full commitment. It wasn't an easy game at all. They smashed up real hard to the centre, so I think all credit goes to them as well.
Yeah, 100%. It was a physical game, right? Big hits, big smashes, no one yielding. You guys aren't looking to relinquish your title anytime soon, are you?
Definitely not. And we're looking forward. The Elite Boys have got their semi-final in an hour's time, so it's all to play for again.
Exactly. The Wyvern Quins absolutely 100% in the mix. Your heart must have sunk though when extra time happens.
Well, extra time happens like 5 minutes aside. We're like 5 minutes aside of first points, because at 5 minutes aside I think we'd be melting on the pitch there. But luckily actually it was quite scary because I had the break first, I don't think we thought we lost it. And luckily a bit of a hard dedication from our boys. They were smashing up a bit of a fumble and we came back to take it. So it's a tough game, great game.
Well, that's it. That's been a feature of the tournament, that teams are committed to the very end, chasing back, because that guy was rigging out of tackles like a crowbar, and one of you guys still managed to get back there and actually drag him down. So
the level of rugby's gone up and up. Yeah, it's impressive. From last year, it's there's a lot of there's a lot of very good sides here. It's getting harder and harder. There's some very good level coming up.
Well, yeah, because you guys strolled it last year, right? In the kindest way to the opposition in the Open tournament, and obviously a tough game there. Royal Marines beat you yesterday, and Scrum and Coke look quite good. So
see what happens now in the final.
Let's get some rest, lads. Very, very well earned. That was enjoyable. But can I just keep you for a second, Bainesy? So just want to talk about Wyvern Harlequins. Formed in 2002. Yeah. It's very much a family club. I know a lot of your boys and playing with and against them on the circuit. And you're all about just keeping great people together who enjoy their rugby and tour well.
I mean, that's exactly what we're all about. We obviously support the Royal Marines Association, and obviously we're of the Royal Marines are here now, and obviously some of our boys, and yeah, a lot of players, good boys all around the circuit. I mean, we've got some of the boys, I think me and Chris that were here in Cliff, who you just interviewed, we're probably nearly 10, well, I'm obviously 11, 12, they're all 10-year players.
Yeah.
So I mean, to keep two sides going, even with the incoming new boys coming in and out, it's what it's all about. Progressing, we had 6 boys on the plane with the Wales squad to Poland. So I mean, that's, you know, pathway. 2 young 18-year-old boys out there, Mason and Kieran, done outstandingly well for young lads.
Yeah, do you talk to Pewey a lot, and does he try and
Pewey's brothers here playing with us in the elite side, yeah, Chris. And Pewey's obviously he's played with us as well in Dubai, and yeah, he's a top boy. And he obviously we try and obviously help out wherever we can with the boys. It's been good. Yeah, it's been very good for us and very good for them, obviously.
Mate, it's great bringing young lads on tour and introducing them to the lifestyle, isn't it?
Yeah, awesome. And trying to keep up with them for me.
Well, so, I mean, I know that the Dubai 7 is very much the jewel in the Wyvern Harlequins crown, but this is becoming a staple of your fixture list as well, the Ibiza 10.
It's good. I mean, it's Ibiza, and obviously the competition's going up and up and up. And it's a very good grounding for all our boys. Yeah. It's not just, like I say, last year the level's gone up and up, having to work to systems, actually really thinking about it, structure, it's play, it's good.
Mate, that's awesome. Well, look, we wish your elite the best of luck. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Wyvern Harlequins. I know the tournament is, so it's great to have you on camera, Bainty. Thanks, big boy.
Take care, mate. I'll see you later on. Thank you.
There you have it. That's oh God, look who's turned up. It is the Abu Dhabi Harlequins ladies, who are about to throw down against the Moody Cows. The Moody Cows, everyone's tournament favourites, but the Abu Dhabi Quins girls have really been bringing the noise themselves. We're looking forward to this semi-final. The pitch is watered. Everyone's pumped and ready to rumble. Scotty, it's up to you, sir.
Thanks, Joe. So, the first of the Women's Cup competition semi-finals, the Cabbage Patch Women's competition. The Abu Dhabi Harlequins versus the Moody Cows. Going to be a close contest between these two. The Moody Cows, of course, the firm favourites, last year's champions, but it's all to play for here. These Abu Dhabi girls, they do rate themselves, coming off the back of a loss earlier on against the Irish Rugby Institute, but they're full of beans. We spoke to them down in the hot tub earlier and they seem pretty good. More than happy to go out there. Darryl, any predictions for this game?
Well, all the money's on the Moody Cows, but you know, who knows? Might be an upset. But I think if the Moody Cows play their game, then I think they should comfortably win this. But we'll see.
Almost ready for kick-off then. Been told this is going to be an 8-minute each way game. An extra 2 minutes, so we're going to have 4 minutes at half-time because of the heat. Well collected from the kick-off by the Harlequins. Trying to break through some tackles early on here. Good steal and a good jackal at the breakdown. Pulling away with it here, a bit dropped in contact. Scrappy start to this game. Pass just about going to hand. A step inside by one of the Abu Dhabi speedsters. They come down this near touchline, trying to break around the outside. Not much support. And it's come forward and then into touch. They decided to play it quickly. Good ball along the line here. You can see the Moody Cows, just quality of passing. She's starting to go on her own, and that is a try to open the scoring here. And if the first minute is anything to go by, well, this game could become a bit of a rout.
Yeah, I think as predicted there, some good running lines. Like you say, very messy, but referee Nicky O'Donnell there played a good advantage to let Abu Dhabi come out, and but they went into touch, and it was all over after that, I think.
Yeah, we could see more of the same. You were talking before we came on air just a moment ago about the Moody Cows potentially going to struggle with the high standard of refereeing in this game. It's not something they would have come across before.
Yeah, 32-year-old Nicky O'Donnell, nurse in the British Army. She's up from Stockton-on-Tees. She's really good referee coming through the ranks. And as the level of games and we get closer towards the finals, the refereeing standard tends to go up in the competition. It has to. A little bit less empathy and more actual law application. Not to say that we don't apply the laws consistently, but you know, some teams can get seriously beaten if we don't show that empathy. That free kick there, player in front. She indicated to them to step back to start with, and that's the kind of thing I mean. They'll be used to creeping in front normally and just getting that slight advantage.
Yeah, you referees have got eyes like a hawk, because I'm straight down the halfway line here, and I almost couldn't see that, but fantastic. And it's good that there's been some sort of leniency to allow some of perhaps these weaker teams to still prosper in these games, particularly in the early stages with the Moody Cows, who are obviously the strong favourites, going against some of the less experienced side with, you know, the AMS Rugby girls. They'd only had 4 players who've ever played before coming to Ibiza.
I think the challenge in set 10s and 7s as well is you don't have any time to build empathy with the players. You just have to referee what's in front of you.
And this is a second try of the game very early on in this fixture. Comfortable in the end. Just pouncing these Moody Cows on the errors made by the Abu Dhabi Harlequins. And in the end, a simple break around the outside. I think the rest of the teams in this tournament know that the quality and level of skill that the Moody Cows have is perhaps above them. I think the Harlequins, judging by how much they were partying hard last night, weren't too bothered about that. Unsuccessful conversion though, so the Moody Cows lead 12 points to the Harlequins 0.
Be one of the assistant referees on this game, Chelsea Gers, here from New Zealand, 30-year-old, former World Rugby 7s panel. Lots of experience at the 7s and 10s game, and really enjoying herself here in Ibiza, first time. So she came out a week early to acclimatise, so I think, not sure if that meant she went to the clubs and the phone parties or what she's been doing, but...
a bit of both, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah.
Few sloppy handling errors here from the Harlequins. Looking to move the ball along the line now through their captain, centre of field. Knocked forward by the Moody Cows, so scrum down to the Harlequins just outside their 22, centre of the pitch. Basically where they've been camped for the first 4.5 minutes of this game. So there are a lot of young referees here this weekend. Was the idea to try and get them more experience at a lot of games over the course of 2 days?
Yeah, I think London Referee Society tries to have a blend of tournaments that it attends. Some of those it takes some of its older members, and these kind of tournaments it brings a blend, a mixture of young and old.
Breaking away here from the Moody Cows. It looks like they're going to go into the corner, a show and go and a step inside. That's the second try of their game for their number 11. As you said before, the Moody Cows, their ball skills are very impressive. Highly rated among the 7 circuit. A very pretty looking kit. But a third try of the game. Difficult conversion from this angle.
Yeah, just coming back to your comment there, Scott. Yeah, on this near touchline to us, we've got 21-year-old Sam Phillips, who's one of the rising stars of London society, school teacher. And what we try and do is get people that we think have got potential and where they can benefit from being at a tournament like this. As well, the youngsters can party a bit harder than the old boys as well. So the heat is the biggest problem we face in terms of how we work. And in fact, we've lost one of our referees overnight. Got a bit of sunstroke yesterday, been up all night, and he's out. Doctors have taken him out. So even we suffer from that. And trust me, we are rehydrating and looking after ourselves properly during the day.
Good. When I stepped off the plane and was picked up at the airport, I was told that the referees party hard, but they work hard as well. So well deserved, I'm sure. Again, some more handling errors from the Harlequins. Knocked forward. So a scrum to the Moody Cows.
Interesting in 10s, scrummage is 5-man, which is obviously the 7s format with 3 and the 15 with 8. What can't happen here is that the second rows can't unbind to pick the ball up, so the 9 has got to go around and take it, which is a little bit unusual, really, and where we find that teams have to adapt to that very quickly. And as a referee, it's kind of a halfway house. You know, they are going to push, but it's not going to be. You can't expect them to have a team of props out there, so it's going to be a bit disjointed.
So one of the things I've noticed with the Harlequins playing over the past 2 days, their scrum half has been coming round the back of the scrum pretty much the whole time. A good try, though, and a good finish from the Moody Cows. They're making it look simple, just around that outside centre channel, a little break, a fend, and just a touchdown on the outside of the post. A good score, and they're making this look easy.
Yeah, scrum half has to start in 2 places, either next to their opponent who's putting the ball in, or be back 5 metres. And once the ball's put in, they can then progress around the other side of the scrum, as long as they don't come beyond the back feet. If you know, rugby law's quite complicated, so they seem to have covered every eventuality in a book that will take you about 2 or 3 hours to read from cover to cover. But scrummage is an interesting part of the game now, both at the 15s level as well. We're seeing more and more times the referees are allowing the ball to come out of the back and play, and that's kind of a directive to just make sure that we do get some consistent rugby.
Yeah, difficult with these scrums. You've got no protection for the scrum half with a big number 8 standing in the way, blocking any scrum half coming round and trying to give you a little dig in the ribs. But the Moody Cows with the restart here, opting for the opposite side than what they've done already.
If you notice now, after the early free kick from Nikki, they're standing about 1.5 metres back on the kick-off so that they can be moving.
Yeah, I know Nikki's associated with the Scottish Tigers side. They were saying to me earlier she's very stern and don't want to get on the wrong side of her on the pitch.
Yeah. Yeah, I laugh because I get called the dad of the group, and sometimes they take the mick out of Nikki and call her the mum, because at 32 she is a little bit older than most of the others. So yeah, and but she does some great work with the Scottish Tigers. Yes, she's really a good supporter of that charity, and as I say, she is an army in the army as well. So of course she's got that discipline.
Yeah, I'm sure you're both still young at heart anyway. That would have led you to being here in Ibiza this weekend. But half-time score, Abu Dhabi Harlequin women's 0, Moody Cows 24. Remember, only 8 minutes a half in this game, 4 minutes of half-time to allow for a bit of a better water break and allow both sides to recover better. You just see in the main stand there's a lot of players just trying to catch some shade, get some H2O on, try and recover. Really important that the players are slip, slap, stopping, as they've been so often told this weekend.
Yeah, even as referees, we've got the doctors all over us to make sure we rehydrate, put our electrolytes back in at half time. We have to drink a bottle of water. And it is brutal out there, absolutely brutal. And we've got for head injury, we've got recognise and remove protocol, which means if we think a player's got a head injury, we'll take them off, because we don't have HIA at this level. But also we've got been working with the doctors, and if we suspect a player's got heat stroke or there's anything in relation to him being deconditioned, then we will also ask the physio to have a look at him and make a decision on taking him off. And we extracted 4 or 5 players yesterday from the field of play who we didn't believe should have been out there. They'd obviously been out and had a few beers and a party hard the night before. But it's player safety is absolutely paramount around that, so we're supporting fully the medical teams here as well.
Yeah, that's one thing that this competition has got right, the player welfare being of the utmost importance. Of course, this pitch is rock hard, and of course the players are wanting to sample some of the nightlife as well, but it's important that they're not overdoing it, so to speak. So, no dramatic entry onto the pitch for the second half by the Abu Dhabi Harlequins. They're 24 points down as we approach the final 8 minutes of this game. The Moody Cows looking pretty comfortable. Good blend of nationalities in the Abu Dhabi side, though. Of course, expats living out in the desert, as they said earlier on.
They're certainly out partying hard. I know when we're coming in at about midnight from food and drink, they're just going out of the door. A few of them are in the rooms at the end of our corridor. Can they come back very early in the morning, about 5 a.m, and wake us all up?
They were here at the stadium until they were kicked out last night, so they were the last team partying hard here. I'm sure it will be the same tonight.
I'm sure you'll be down there tonight, Scott. Everyone's down there. Did you bring your fancy dress?
No, I've left it at the hotel. Nobody told me it was fancy dress, so I didn't have a chance to bring anything with me. But
that sounds like a finable offence here, so you'll be in trouble.
I think the Irish Rugby Institute have already threatened to fine me anyway. So a break down the near touchline here, looking for a good fend. Just about got there, and it's going to be a try in the corner. Unfortunate for the Harlequins because their left wing was chasing persistently and just managed to get the tackle in at the death, but it was too late. 50 seconds on the clock in this second half, and we've already seen one try, and it could become a bit of a rout here.
Great run in there. Example from Nikki O'Donnell. She was slightly in front of play, had to break through and then make up the ground to be at the point of the try. So she'll be blowing just as hard as the winger and the try scorer at the moment, although she's walking back confidently, not showing it. Up there, heart rate's right up there.
So what are the sort of fitness levels you have to meet as a minimum requirement to be a referee?
So we use something called the intermittent yo-yo test, which is basically running 20 metres to a set of bleeps, similar to what you might know a test called the yo-yo test, but a little bit of a hybrid of that where you have breaks in the middle because it simulates more a game of rugby. And you need to be up at around the 16.5 level to referee in the national leagues, and where these guys here today are refereeing. To give you some comparison, the top match officials in the world in world rugby are probably doing 22 on that test. So, and my record is 19. So it's it's a tough test. It's measuring your VO2 and your drop off and your max. But they're also going to be measured for body fat. They're going to be measured on several factors as well, 3 or 4 times a season. So it's not like you train for your fitness test and then you go and eat all the pies. You have to just keep going and going and going.
Yeah, I've done the yo-yo boot test before, and it is torture. I know a lot of the international sevens teams use it as a base mark for fitness, and it is torture. I know when they have the rest, they lie down on their chests to make it even more difficult.
Yeah.
But the Moody Cows breaking away here. Pass just going straight, so that'll be a knock-on. And there will be a scrum.
That's a knock-on into touch now, so that gives them an option of a scrum or a line-out. So that was a law change that came in a couple of years ago. So it looks like Abu Dhabi here have opted for the scrum rather than the line-out.
Yeah, the accuracy on their line-outs today, not as good as it has been yesterday, but they've got some big bruisers in their scrum. Sure to be a good contest, this one.
Got a colourful set of shorts there as they come down.
Yeah, you can certainly tell the difference between these two teams anyway. So
free kick there against Moody Cows for a foot up. As I say, in terms of referee O'Donnell's on them, seeing those little things that maybe they weren't being pulled on earlier. They know they're doing it.
Break now for the Harlequins. Moving to the edge of their half. Referee just bringing that back for a knock-on.
One thing I love about these festivals, I don't know if it's the same for you, Scott, is the colourful kit that teams have on. The Moody Cows there obviously looking like cows, but you see all sorts of stuff. Some people with some really imaginative designs and ideas.
It is fantastic. I asked Big Mama from the Abu Dhabi Harlequins where their inspiration for their kit came from, and she said they're all, of course, Wonder Woman, but they've been inspired to try and match the skin colour to the skin colour of their players. But a break here. It's going to be close on the line. A great offload over the shoulder. Tackled by the Harlequins just short of the line. Fumbled though. Looks as if that went forward. Indeed it did. But it's almost a contest between the players to who can have the brightest coloured kit. I know the Irish Rugby Institute, they were asking me earlier what I thought of their kit, and I said it's solid, but not as exuberant as some of the teams here this weekend.
That's why they're going to fine you later, probably, for that. They'll probably expect you to give them more of a glowing reference.
I did give them many, many compliments when they were up here in the commentary jungle earlier on.
Scrum down this time. Let's see if Moody Cows learnt last time not to get the foot up early. That's what Nicky penalised them for. That prevents the scrum half from putting the ball in.
So looking at that, would you not have called that for a feed? I mean, it's something that interests me from a personal perspective. When I'm watching games and playing, there almost seems to be nobody getting flagged up for feeding in the scrum anymore. Oh, hang on, we're in for a try here, and what a little grubber and touchdown that in the corner. That is well collected and popped down over the line. A lovely bit of skill. Fantastic from the Moody Cows. They have a bag of tricks in their udders, so to speak. And they certainly know how to play the game.
Yeah, so just back to your comment there on the scrum. I think you know what we're really looking for is scrummage in these types of tournaments is a means to restart the game. And yes, there's an element of hooking goes on, providing the ball's gone in straight. It doesn't really matter where it ends up, and it's a bit of a misconception that actually the scrum half has to put it in straight. What they have to put it in is in the centre, and that gives them a little bit of leeway. As they put it in, it can bounce one way or the other. But to be honest, the referee's probably got about 7 or 8 other things that are going on in their mind. Their little computers are working. Have they got the binding correct? Where is everybody else? If the ball comes in, if they get it, yes. But if not, as I say, we're just going to use it as a means to restart the game. I think the easiest ones to see are where players put it in one hand. It'll really take the mick. But it's more of a management thing than just an instant penalise.
Great to have Darryl and his thoughts on refereeing and the laws. Fountain of knowledge on the game of rugby as the Moody Cows look to move this through the hands of their back line, but no need to move it further than their centres as they're trundling away. The Quins not quite getting there on the tackle, but it's another score here in the last minute of play. The Moody Cows really rampant down the field today.
Be interesting to see if anybody can stop these Moody Cows from in the ladies' competition. I think the Irish probably about the only ones, but they've suffered a couple of injuries, so we'll see.
Yeah, speaking to the Scottish Tigers earlier on, who I think we'll see shortly in their semi-final, they now have no bench. They are at the limit. Everybody is injured, broken, walking, wounded. They've got a couple of players out there that are hobbling around on the field. The Irish perhaps the most fortunate because they've got 2 people still on the bench, but a fantastic win from the Moody Cows. They go into this afternoon's final. On my schedule, I have that down at 5:55 p.m. Spanish time, so 4:55 in the UK. But final score from this fixture, the first of the women's semi-finals, Abu Dhabi Harlequins 0, the Moody Cows 41. A rampant victory in the end. The Harlequins will now no doubt head into the bowels of the stadium here and head to our little fan village where they'll go straight to the bar. They know how to party hard. This just gives them a longer opportunity to party and party hard. And I think we're now going to head to Joe, who's down near the hot tubs. Joe, can you hear me? Who are you with down there?
This is what the Open is about. Day one done. We'll be back tomorrow with more relentless rugby.
Back to the second women's semi-final. Scottish Tigers against the Irish Rugby Institute. Scottish Tigers on the ball now, playing from left to right in the white, orange and black strip. The Irish Rugby Institute in the black and emerald green. A great little chip over the top. A good chance to gain some territory for the Tigers.
Sam Phillips, a referee here, 21-year-old from Sutton and Epsom, part of London South East group. So officiates in National 3 across the UK, across England.
Great experience for young referees to come out here and get some game time, as it were, and some sociable fun, I'm sure. So.
Yeah. Boy, they can party.
Yeah, I'm sure they can.
Someone like me in the twilight of my career, as I keep getting told.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure you show them how it's done, though, on the dance floor. So.
What kind of scares you is that if they're still involved in the game when they're my age, I'll be 80.
I'm sure you can still tell them how it's done, even if you are 80 years old. So.
Yeah. I'm still faster than a few of them. Some of them are just out of university, so they've been drinking too much.
Yeah, I'm sure. Fumbled over at the far side of the pitch. Knocked on by the Irish. Scrum down to the Tigers.
Yeah, so assistant referee on this side, Chelsea Gurr, interesting. First met her in Dubai in about 2008. Went on to become on the World Rugby Sevens panel, one of the referees for there. Was doing really, really well, and then got meningitis, and so took a long time to recover and never really got back onto that panel, which is a shame because she would have been in the 15s game now, refereeing international ladies rugby.
That's a fantastic story. I'm sure she'll get back there at some stage.
Yeah, I think her age is against her now because you know, the age profile of those girls is very young, and we just watching the game there, and you know, also the meningitis has taken it out of her physically, and so you know, she has some things that she'll need to work through there to be able to get back to the level of fitness she had.
Ball coming down this near touchline now. There's a bit of space. Passing into the big ball carrier of the Tigers. Spilled out the back.
Referee Sam Phillips there penalises the Irish for not releasing in the tackle. When you tackle a player and take them to ground, there must be a clear and visible release. You let go of them and then you can go back on the ball. A lot of players don't like that, but that's the way the laws are written, and it's a fairly easy penalty for the referee to see.
A chance for the Tigers inside the Irish 22. A line out, looking for some clean set piece ball here. A lot of space on this pitch, nice and wide. Maybe a few holes knocking around. Again with this fixture, 8 minutes either way, 4 minutes at half time. A place up for grabs in the final against the Moody Cows. Delayed ball in at the line out there, but it is won by the Tigers. Looking to use the space. Great tackle by the Irish just outside their 22. Defending well. Fortress is strong for now. Coming down this short side. slipping on the tackle. Still trundling into the Irish 22. You can tell these teams, in comparison to their first game this morning, slightly more fatigued. The Irish, though, turn that one over as they look to run this one from deep, using the space. Oh, that's a knock on, and it's a costly place to knock the ball on. You don't want to be giving away possession freely like that, 10 metres from your own try line. We know the Tigers have a big scrum. So let's see how the Irish manage this one in defence.
Interesting here, the Irish have put themselves under pressure there.
So the Tigers 10 metres out from the Irish try line. Still 0-0 as we've played 5 minutes in this fixture. The second semi-final. Flick out the back. Hacked backwards. Players struggling to pick this one out. The referee coming back for a high tackle though, so penalty to the Tigers.
Since the law changes last year around high tackles, real focus point for referees now. It's all about the obligation of the tackler not to start high or to go high. That's not always possible because when you bind onto a player in the contact, you can bounce up around their neck. So it's a lot. You see a lot more penalties these days for high tackles, I think, than we did in the past. Interestingly, it looks to me like we've got uncontested scrums. That means that the team that's putting the ball in is going to win it. The other team can't push, likely because Scotties or may not have a suitable trained front row.
Coming down the near side now. Wide pass outside. Doesn't quite go to hand. So that is out for a line out to the Irish, and they have a chance to try and relieve some pressure here if they can win their own ball. Slow start to this game. 8 minutes and a half. We're almost coming to the end of that. Tap back by the Irish, but almost stolen from the Tigers. Working hard to retain possession here. The girls in green. Number 10 for the Tigers there. Looks as if she was going to play that ball. She was in offside position.
Great piece of work by Sam. No, she didn't pick it up. He was communicating to them then about what he wanted.
And this is great gas shown on the outside by the Irish. Is she going to get there? This girl earlier on in the tournament coughed one up just by getting held up over the line, even though she was clear. And that, this time, is a clear try. Great speed, great acceleration in her own half, and held on with the speed endurance at the end there to dot that one down over the line.
So that all came from the good work by young Sam down here to move the white players to give the black the space they want. Quick ball wide. She went through the space and off down the wing.
And that's a great little conversion. Nudged that one between the sticks. So 7.5 minutes played. The Irish lead 7 points to Scotties Tigers 0. Little points up the Irish against Scottish Tigers in this second women's semi-final. Although 2 tries is nothing of a deficit in the shortened version of the game, it's very easy how they can turn it around. We've seen it already in multiple games this weekend. Of course, this is the second day of the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S here. We're in the Cabbage Patch women's competition at the minute, the second semi-final. The Moody Cows, less than half an hour ago, came out victors against the Abu Dhabi Harlequins. This game, a battle to decide who goes through as a second qualifier for this evening's final. We believe that is up at 5:55 p.m. Spanish time. Still as scorchingly hot as it was yesterday, Daryl.
Yeah,
Difficult.
hotter today, I think. Feels hotter anyway, although there's a little bit of wind, which I think is giving a little bit of relief. But inside the stadium here, you know, as we said earlier, it's absolutely brutal.
It's difficult to play in such conditions, but I've been amazed at how all the players in this tournament have pressed on despite the temperatures, and we've seen some excellent running rugby, some intelligent play from some of the players and teams.
Especially in the elite competitions, you know, some of these players, the way that they're performing, the physical nature of the game, and it's time and time and time again. It's certainly, when I was a sevens player a few years ago, the game's certainly changed now. This whole sevens and tens format is much more brutal. I don't think I'll want to be playing in the modern game as it is now. The size of people as well is one of the things that staggers me every time I go out and referee.
They seem to get bigger every year, don't they?
I don't know what their mums and dads are feeding them at home for the young ones, but geez, lots of Weetabix for breakfast, I think.
Some absolute monsters here this weekend.
Other brands are available, of course.
Of course.
But yeah, it's the whole physical nature of the game has changed, though. If you look at, you know, the professionalism and how that's changed the game at the top end, and that now is filtering down all the way through. Of course, there's still the fun element as referees. You know, it's quite nice to go and do a very low-level game occasionally and just enjoy and see real social and rugby just play for fun. Because at the top end, it can be very, very, very serious and a lot of pressure.
So all about having fun, though, no matter what. And we have the second half of Scottish Tigers versus the Irish Rugby Institute. The Irish lead 14 points to 0. Great little step around the outside, but she's bundled into touch. Great defence from Scottish Tigers. They will have a line out 30 metres out. A chance for them to get back into the game.
And there just shows what great medical support, medical team we've got here. Physios onto her straight away, helping her, assisting her. Yeah, the physio and the doctors here have been absolutely fantastic in getting out to the players when they're down.
Couldn't tell what was wrong with her. Bit of a neck issue.
I think her shoulder went down on it. She went down on her shoulder. Looked to me in the contact, and maybe winded herself a bit, but she looks to be kind of okay. She's talking to them and everything there, twisting all right. I expect she'll stand up in a minute and go and score a try.
Fingers crossed. If they get another one, it would perhaps appear that the Irish are clear and dry, but plenty of rugby to be played. So line out to Scottish Tigers, 30 metres out, good platform for them. We've seen them score a few earlier on in the day from a similar position. Ooh, really clean take at the top of the line out, but scrum half just fumbling. She looked to spin it wide to her fly half there.
Yeah, so White knocked it on, and the player in front of them picked it up, so the knock-on upgraded to a penalty. because it's deemed that you've denied the opposition the chance to have an advantage by picking the ball up. So very, very frustrating one. The analogy I often use, it's like being in a sweets are there and you can't touch it. The ball's there, you're not supposed to touch it, but just kind of can't help yourself, you know.
Sometimes it just bounces into your paws, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly for these Scottish Tigers girls, that was the case. So a line out for the Irish inside the Tigers half. Tap back. Just trying to get some form of fingers on that ball, but great bit of acceleration through the gap. Needless offload as it's fumbled, and the Tigers have collected that one.
Just forced a pass, didn't she, into a white player who was coming back but was in an onside position, and the
Tigers now looking to make a break of their own on that far touchline. A burst of acceleration, breaking through a few tackles, getting scragged down finally on the edge of her own half. Crashed up by the Tigers' number 10 through the middle, finding some support, but it's been stolen, and it's been stolen well by the Irish, looking to break down that far touchline. A great tip tackle. Just as you thought the Irish were about to break away free under the posts.
So there, Sam Phillips, the referee, called a tackle. Although it looked like a maul, once the player's knee goes to ground, it's considered to be a tackle, so the defending team have to release the player.
Moving the ball wide here into the palms of double try scorer, but she's fumbled it. Just knocked off her shoulder. The referee coming back for that knock on. It will be a scrum for Scottish Tigers. It's a bit of an injury concern for Scottish Tigers. Just on the edge of the football D, as you can see there.
This was a player that broke through earlier on towards the halfway line, went through several tackles. I think she took a bit of a knock as she did that, and so now just having a bit of treatment on that.
Great support from the whole Scottish Tigers camp. Just making sure she's okay, but I struggle for them because I'm led to believe that they don't have any more players to bring on. So it'll be interesting to see what they do about this.
So they're going to play with 9. Great spirit shown to finish the game.
Yeah, amazing. Only 4 minutes left on the clock. Or sorry, 2 minutes left on the clock. They're going to finish with 9. They know this game is out of touch for them now. A real shame. Scottish Tigers, both the men's and women's who have turned up this weekend, have had a real great attitude. Uncontested scrums again here.
As you said earlier, assistant referee Nicky O'Donnell is part of the group that set up the Scottish Tigers rugby team, and she was telling me they played up in Newcastle at a Sevens festival last week and lost a couple of players there through head injuries. So referee Sam Phillips there just penalised the Irish for going off their feet at the breakdown, sealing off the ball.
Scottish Tigers, though, not resting on their laurels. They're not down and out just yet. Carrying hard into this solid Irish defence. Big hit there. Not quite in touch just yet. Double try scorer in this game. Referee playing advantage. The Irish, remember, one player up.
Great.
Tigers not having enough to come off the bench for an injury replacement.
Great hit by there. Tigers up very quickly, just to stop the delivery of the ball going wide quickly, and again there, forcing the knock on there.
The Irish operating such a flat attacking line. They don't quite have any pace on the ball to break through those big Tiger tackles.
First player in the breakdown there is allowed to pick the ball up. That's what referee Phillips indicated when he showed the letter 1, first man. providing there's no ruck form, they can go in and pick it up.
Some good little snipes around the corner here. The Irish breaking away.
And this time Irish isolated and holding on to the ball on the floor. Sam's now going to penalise them. They didn't go 10, they made the contact first. Playing an advantage here to see what happens. He's got two little Scottish players down up here, so he'll be wary of where they are on the pitch to protect them and the physio, otherwise he'll carry on playing for as long as he can.
So Scotty's down to 7 now. Amazingly, they've got 2 players down injured. They are really walking wounded. Of course, Scottish Tigers, the team, as part of the Scottish Little Soldiers charity, and all those players out there today, certainly soldiers. Subs coming on now for the Irish. Clock is off.
I think I'm right in saying that they're all serving military personnel, are they? Little Scottish players or ex?
Yeah, I believe that to be the case. Could be wrong, but they're all army girls or similar out there. We know they're tough as nails, and some of those players, we saw them earlier. We saw one absolutely crunching hit on one of the British Women's Police. It was a phenomenal textbook smash. Some of the men's elite team here this weekend could learn a few things from them.
Yeah, and women's rugby players generally can party very, very hard, and they certainly do. If you're involved in women's rugby at any level back at home, you know, on a Sunday afternoon or Saturday night, they're out there partying away like anybody. Whereas the men's teams have probably gone home by then, because in the men's game it's kind of not as lively as it is in the women's game. They've got another player coming off injured here, so I think they might be down to 8.
The player that went off originally, she's now back on, so they are still at 9. I certainly know from university women's rugby they can drink. Boy, I can tell you they can drink. And it's drinking games, yard of ale, almost constantly as a matter of right after every game. But the Irish here trying to break through. They're finding a gap in the middle. Oh, an offload just gone astray. Tigers retaining possession here, trying to utilise and make some form of attack. Difficult though when you've got one less player on the pitch. Working hard, trying to move this through the hands. Again, another pass that's just gone a bit sloppy. Breaking through though, and picked up off the feet. The Irish, just getting that down in time. I thought that was going to be a replay of their game earlier on where they were held up over the line, and as we said earlier, fines. There would have been plenty of fines there. I think I'd just fine that anyway for not sprinting all the way through.
Black players desperately shouting at their colleague that there's a white player approaching from behind. She had no idea until the contact was made. Luckily, she was in the process of putting that down.
Hacked away at that conversion. So final score here then in the second women's semi-final, Scottish Tigers. What a valiant effort for them. I'm sure they will have raised a lot of money this weekend for their Scottish Little Soldiers charity. We told you about that earlier on when Richard, their women's coach and manager, came up here to have a chat. But Scottish Tigers 0, the Irish Rugby Institute 19. They progressed through to this evening's final. Great contest between the Moody Cows and the Irish Rugby Institute up for grabs. Looking forward to that one. Both sets of teams, enormous amount of respect for each other. They know how hard it is playing out there. They've got a lot of respect. So full time. The score then, Scottish Tigers 0, Irish Rugby Institute 19. So I think we're now going to head over to Joe Burns, who is with a few of the players or personalities down by the...
Yes, mates, thank you for that, Scotty. So, a bit of an upset there, I'd say. The Scottish Tigers, they probably look the second form team, but they've suffered injuries. The weather, as we said, has been unrelenting, and the pitch is rather unforgiving, and they've come a cropper. But at the same time, the Irish Institute side have really, really grown throughout the tournament, and we're pleased to see them in the final. And a man who knows all about this is Stu, who is the landlord of the most famous rugby pub in the world, the Cabbage Patch, who are the sponsor of the Women's Elites tournament here. Stu, how do you think the tournament's gone so far?
It's been superb, isn't it? I mean, what a great couple of semi-finals there were. Moody Cows, probably a great prediction. They're going to hopefully try and retain their title. But I agree with you. I think that was a slight upset. I had Scottish down as certainly finalists, but they have suffered injury. So you know, fair play to the Irish Institute. They played really well as well.
Well, mate, I'm stoked for them actually because it's their first tournament. They're a recently formed outfit. I think there's a few influences from like Gaelic sport. I think a lot of the girls play Gaelic sport, but they play tough and their ball skills are great.
Yeah, superb. I mean, you know, everyone who watched that final could see the skill involved and just how much the women's game is evolving. And it's great to see some real competition out there. So, yeah, it's another great year over here.
Yeah, I know. I feel that the talk of how far the women's game has gone is almost redundant now because it's a standard that you get such good skills and such good players. That's the level it's evolved to, and we're just constantly talking about how good it is now. So, you know, we've got some tropical themed ladies here as well who've been featuring at the tournament thus far. Getting stuck into the social. In fact, at the Cabbage Patch pop-up here. So talk me through what you've laid on for everyone at the tournament.
Look, it's Hawaiian night tonight. So grass skirts, bikinis. You can wear your mankini if you like. I've seen you in the hot tub throughout the weekends for sure. But yeah, big party night tonight. We've got some lip sync battle going on. There's some karaoke. We've dressed the bar, the big bar around the other side, in blow up monkeys, parrots, palm trees, everything. And yeah, it's going to be a great night.
So if anyone's going to be the ringmaster of this sort of fun, it's you, because everybody who's a rugby person knows the Cabbage Patch. How do you handle these mad rugby days when everyone's swarming into the pub on big game days?
Well, as everyone knows, it's just one massive family, isn't it? You come over wherever you are in the world, actually, everyone just joins in. And yeah, you have to MC it slightly, but other than maybe a couple of drinks that go out, everyone's fine. It's great fun. So yeah, tonight's going to be massive. It's bigger than probably the big clubs in Ibiza, I think, tonight. This is the golden ticket.
Do you reckon Amnesia are quaking their boots at the prospect of losing business?
Asher have shut down tonight, apparently. That's the word on the island.
Hey, good man. Well, yeah, as you can see, we've got a few of the Mad Dog social stalwarts. We got the AD Quins girls. We got Big Mama. Come on, Big Mama. We'll come in for a chat.
Hey there, how's it going? We're enjoying Ibiza. It's pretty great. Yeah. Do you want to hear the song we created for Ibiza? Here in Ibiza.
So the matriarch of the AD Quins girls, you certainly know how to socialise. Have you got some nice outfits teed up, girls?
Oh, yes, you have to be. They're pretty sweet. We got some pretty sweet outfits coming out.
I've literally no idea what you just said. I have a long time ago, but you know, I'm not down with the kids, you know. Okay, well that's what I want to hear. Thanks, girls. And thank you, Stu, as well. Thanks for the sponsorship and the promoting of the women's game. You know, we love it here, and we're looking forward to seeing the little treats you have on offer for us in the bar.
We'll see you later at the bar, all right?
100%.
Enjoy.
You know me.
See you soon.
Okay, so yeah, that's it. We've got our first confirmed final, which is the Moody Cows are going to be taking on the Irish Rugby Institute. One finalist is confirmed for the men's open at the moment. That was the Wyvern Harlequins. They won that tight extra time game against the Mad Dogs. The next men's open match is going to be coming up. It's the semi-final is between RM 1664 and they are playing Scrum and Coke, the New Zealand and South African barbarian outfit hailing from the UK. Their elite team unfortunately picked up too many injuries underneath the hot sun and the punishing pitch. So their open team are the ones who are holding the torch for them now. After that, we're going to have the elite semi-finals, the big boy stuff, where the jewels are on offer. Obviously, there's prize money for the women's tournament, sponsored by the Cabbage Patch. It's 1,500 euros, my apologies, for the women's, and 1,500 euros for the men's open, which is sponsored by Rugby Spy. The JHA Recruitment Men's Elite, those semi-finals that I mentioned are coming up, is a whopping €7,500. So there's prestige at stake, but there's also big bucks, you know, and it costs money to come out and play in these tournaments and put teams together. But so I think a handsome reward for hard graft is gonna come in welcome. Winning 7 games is just desserts for a prize sum that big. Other than that, the stadium's sort of having it in a bit of a lull at the moment. We've got the water cannons coming on, preempting a break before the Royal Marines semi-final. I think it's the calm before the storm. You get this with tournaments where after teams get knocked out, they begin to, you know, go shower, change, get their glad rags on, get their fancy dress on, and start to tee themselves up for getting stuck into the party, which, as Stu mentioned, is bubbling nicely underneath the stadium and ready to pop like a champagne cork. Other than that, I think this is technically known in the industry as filling, and I'm starting to run out of steam a little bit. So I'm hoping my production team are going to save me with a little bit of media in a second. Here we go. This is what the Open is about. Day 1 done. We'll be back tomorrow with more relentless rugby action from Ibiza 10S and the Abu Dhabi Quins. It's goodbye!
Welcome to the second semi-final, Scrum and Coke versus the Royal Marines 1664. And we are less than 10 seconds into the game. Scrum and Coke to the left. And Royal Marines going right to left. Now these boys have been going at it since 11 o'clock this morning, and they're doing well to stay out there. It's a blistering 30 odd degrees, and but the quality of rugby doesn't seem to be dropping. You may notice a much more attractive voice on the commentary at the moment. That's because Scott's having a well-deserved break after 7 hours, and yours truly is going to bring you the pertinent points. A Scrum and Coke kick through. Gathered up, and he's taking the long way round. A lot of loose, scrappy ball in the first minute of this game. And Scrum and Coke
keeping them in their own 22. Well, there's a break on here. Take my hat off to him. He's wearing a scrum cap in this weather, but he's through, and there was nothing in touch down the line, and that's the first try of the game. 16-64, 5-0 up, the first semi-final. So the Royal Marines breaking the ice in this first semi-final, minute gone, and here we go for the extras. Unlucky, so 5-0 it is. Here we see, pushing up, that was over the 22. Break down the outside, inside he took there, drew the man. That means that when the winger got the ball there, he didn't have to worry about the fullback coming across, and he just used the gas burners down the side, and he was in. Good play by the centre there, drawing his man, doing it. Every young kid at home watching that will be saying, that's how I've got to do it, Daddy. Right, Scrum and Coke come again. Nice little stunning Bill Williams out the back there. Good handling by Scrum and Coke now. Keep punching them in. Yeah, that didn't look like it was going to be recycled, and it's a yellow card, and that's for... Not quite sure what that was for. Oh, high tackle, I believe. No, that one was a bit lost on me, unfortunately, but anyway. Scrum and Coke are down to 9. Sorry, Royal Marines are down to 9. Scrum and Coke push for the corner. Nice and clean off the top. Quick ball out. Here comes Scrum and Coke. Going to punch it through the middle there. Oh, unlucky knock on. Can he get him? Bit of advantage. Well popped up, well played. Back through the hands. He's going to do well to stay in. No, he doesn't. Pulled into touch there. Well done, Scrum and Coke. I think the advantage was over. So let's settle for a line out on the halfway line. Now Marines are a man down, so they can't afford not to lose it, and knock on but advantage to Marines, although it wasn't very straight in the first place, but the ref was happy. Now Marines just got to keep it in hand to make sure they wind down those minutes with the man down. Right, they've got it out through the hands. So to come back inside. And lucky we kept it alive. Now go through the hands. You've got the numbers. Go through the hands. You've got numbers. You've got man outside. You could always come inside or knock it on. Unlucky there. I always like being high up like this so I can see the really obvious things that they don't see. But they had a two-man overlap there. They played that correctly. Although there's a great rivalry in the between these teams, there's also a great social revelry, shall we say, between these two, all the teams at this tournament. If you haven't been, I recommend you get along here. There's Scrum and Coke, very untidy, and knock on there by 16-64. So we're going to come back for another untidy scrum. So hopefully Rum and Coke can try and hold it firm this time. It's nice being up here in the gantry, sharing the time with the fellow cameramen. Now they've been here since 10 o'clock this morning, baking in the sun, but they're doing well and making some lovely comments about my commentary. Thank you, boys. There we go, Scrum and Coke again. Ooh. Surely that was a turn, but out it's come. Push up through the middle. Good hands, and again. He's isolated, that's playing on the floor, and that's why the Marines have come away with it. There's still a man down, so that's why they haven't got the numbers out there. Oh, that's forward, they've picked up. Come on, quick hands. The last thing you need is another scrum. Right now, you've got the numbers. Chip through, and if that falls nicely, he's got a man outside him. We'll just go over the line. Too late for both. He didn't have the legs, and he didn't use the man. Unfortunate there. Come on, Scrum and Coke. Right now, you've got the advantage. Yes, he's in the corner. Scrum and Coke have evened it out in the 7th minute. What you will see in the picture there is the first thing that happens after a try or any stop. Everybody's on with the water straight away. It's really, really sapping, dehydrating here. Let's see if they've got the extras. There we go. And it's looking, oh, just short. Unlucky there. 5-all, 2 minutes to go. Here we see again. Pulled him back. Good hands there. So they recycled it here. And there it is. He just got a nice little overlap. Right in front of our camera, and there's a money shot for you. Right, we're back off. Scrum and Coke, pushing them back. The 22. It's a good drive, this Scrum and Coke. Good drive. Putting it out wide. They got numbers. Use them. That's it. Should be in at the corner, and I think he is. And nearly took the sprinkler out as well. I'd like to see that one again. Was that really a full pressure down on the ball? But more importantly, in front of the hot tubs, Scrum and Coke go 10-5 up as we enter the last minute. Right, Marines have got to regroup. And no luck with the conversion, so 10-5 it stands. You see it here. They threw the hands. Excellent in there. And yeah, look, perfect try. What was I talking about? What do I know? So, Scrum and Coke picking up and running back. So the Marines are just over their own 22. Time running out, so this will be the last play most probably. Oh, it's unlucky now. Last little Scrum and Coke can make a difference. Is he going to kick it? That finds touch. I think that's going to be... There we go, half time. It's like that clock is spot on. So, Royal Marines 16-64-5, Scrum and Coke 10. Now the water comes on. Rehydration as much as possible. The Scrum and Coke, they started a bit shaky, but they've really started putting it together. The Marines, who we did some training with on the beach on Tuesday, they looked the part then, they're looking the part now, but can they pull the game together? That's the question. that lovely view. That's what you're missing, folks, if you're watching at home. Ibiza, the lovely mountains in the background. A couple of scattered villas in there. You see we're nice and high up where you get the, it's like being on a blip. Oh, here we go, thank you very much. There's a lovely athletic track. That's where the second games have been played. That is Ibiza town. You can see there, as you come round, we're going to see the port and the harbour. So it's nice when you've got producers that like to help you out this. So just to the left there we go. There's the harbour. That's where Cheers Mate Productions, outside broadcast unit, will be leaving on Tuesday to travel back up to good old England. And then as we come round the other way, I don't know if we can go the other way or we can keep going round that way. Here we go, look at this. Keep going round up there and just up towards that area there, it's the clubland, and at San Antonio is that way, and that's where we have the privilege of staying. And Amnesia and Cream at Amnesia and Fatboy Slim and Chasing Status and Redemption. And doesn't it sound like I listen to my kids at home to know what I'm talking about? Well, this is the world capital for clubbing, so come down here, you can get quality rugby, quality party, and world's best clubbing. What can go wrong? Ibiza 10s. Or should I say hashtag Ibiza 10s. Right, we're getting ready for the second half. And there's the next game warming up. Nicely right in front of our camera. That's the Project Water Boys getting ready for their semi-final. I think they're one of the hot favourites for this, but we'll wait and see now. Back to the open, the scrum and coke, looking to push home this 10-5 advantage. Can the Marines pull anything out of the bag? Do they have anything up their sleeve? Do they have a 007 in their ranks? Right, there's a chance. Yeah, go quick, go quick. Don't go left because you're on your own there. Good boy. Come back inside. There we go. Right. Oh. Not 10. That's lucky. Right. Right, going to go and yeah, they are. They're going to kick for this. Everybody wins their line-outs here. Exceptional kick there, right down on the 5 metre line. So this is 10s. I don't think we're going to see a catch and drive. I think we're going to scrum off. Hooker will throw in. There'll be a little 1-2 off the top. I think they'll come round and they'll go out through the backs. There's my prediction. There we go, right in front of the cameraman. There we go. Oh, nice little move. Nice little move. Can they get it over? Very nice. No, they've lost it. Oh, yes, there we go. Thank you very much. Well played. Now that is a training ground move that comes off. So that's 10-all, made it really interesting. Conversion right out here. My money's on it staying 10-all, but excellent play there. Excellent play. And I can't say we saw them trying that when we trained with them on the beach, but it's definitely a training ground try. Reminds me of New Zealand in the World Cup a few years ago. So there's something similar like that. My cameramen are nodding. Well, look at that. Unlucky with the conversion. Just went out at the end there. So it stays at 10-all. See that again. Here we go. Little move at the front there. Lucky this hooker was on the ball. Go back. There we go. There we go. Gone. There. Nearly there. Nearly there. Pops out. Picks up the scratch. Thank you very much. Well played, Royal Marines. So, Scott McCoke can get this on there. 22? No, they don't. They miss it. Now they're back towards their own 10. It's a long way from there. Oh, gone loose. No. What he's saying? Offside. I think, listening to the referees earlier, I mean, the referee deemed him to be offside. That's the correct saying. Oh, he's through. Oh, where's he got the... Oh, unlucky there. Paul Daniels would have been happy with that one. Oh, it's a lot of loose ball. We've got a dive on it. No, what's the rep? We're coming back. We're coming back for a knock-on. Going back for a knock-on. Hashtag Ibiza10s, join the conversation. Don't forget to tweet using the hashtag Ibiza10s, and if you say keep it clean and we like it, it'll be up on the screen now. Keep it clean, it'll be up on the screen. Do you know, I think I've got myself a little tagline there. Music's pumping out in the stadium here, and the cameraman and myself are sitting in the gantry rocking away here. Oh, Marines, loose ball. Yeah, scrum. No, he's knock-on. Well, there's a knock-on. Was that not deliberate, sir? But anyway, it's Marines' ball. They got on their own 22, so they've got a long way to get back down there. 5 minutes, and the last thing they want is a bit of extra time in this heat. We had that earlier today. Thankfully, the winning try came in about the second minute, so everybody was spared. Hashtag Ibiza10s. Nice pick up, working the blind side, trying to find an extra man. And we've got the numbers, got to bring it back inside. Crash ball, oh, nice. A tap through there. Well, the crowd seemed to think he was taken late after the ball, but it's not important what the crowd think. So Scrum and Coke got another chance. Lovely clean out there, Scrum and Coke. Oh, you've come in from the side there. The ref thinks the same. Lovely clean out the Scrum and Coke for that. Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. He's got the gas burners on. There's a few Marines looking, thinking, that's distant. There we go. Now, there is still a good 5 minutes to go, but in this heat, that would have taken it out of him. Big time. As you can see, it more than took it out of him. Now, if I was one of his fellow players, stand up. Big lungs, feel the lungs, don't lean over. I think he's going to be subbed. I think he said, do you know what? I've run that far in years, I'm coming off. Here we go again. Look at that, the afterburners. Just out of picture there, you see a few more Marines chasing him, thinking, that's too quick for me. There we go. Thank you very much. Right, we're back off. Come on, Marines. You've got to get up there. This is the men's open second semi-final. Oh, that was nice and high, and I think you find that they've all got their opinion on it. And got a small little melee going on there, I think it's the best way of putting that. A few handbags, and a few other Marines who just stepped in, and that kind of broke it up rather quickly. But that clearing out there was a little bit shoulder-like and high. And the referee will have a little word with his touch judge. Let's see if they saw it the same way I did. Here we go. That's one of the guys over the top there, and that's quite a... you've taken a man out while he was in kind of mid-air, and that's why nobody liked it a lot. And that's why you can see a couple of handbags there. And there you go. The ref completely agrees with me. Reverse decision, and that's 2 minutes in the bin for Scrum and Coke. So that's probably might just get back to the game. Yep, you took him out rather high. He's procrastinating a bit about that. Right, Marines come back. They need a try near the post for the conversion, otherwise we're going to extra time. Right, now we know they have numbers. Right, right, now they've got numbers, Lucky, oh, he's got it. I think we're away, I think we're in business. Nope, he didn't use the 2 men outside him, we're not in business. Come on, Marines. Right, Marines regroup, but they've lost it. Scrappy and Scrum and Coke send them back down the halfway line. So, Marines have got 2 minutes to get themselves back into this game. It's their line out. But we've got 2 Marines down at the moment. 2 Marines down. Physio and Donna. David Newt, Ibiza 10S. Mentioned my son Connor Newt playing for RM 1664. Please ask him where my Father's Day card is. David, it's probably in the post with mine, but I had to settle for text as well. But that's what happens with. That's what happens when your son goes away. But thankfully, David, he knows you well enough, and he knows that you want him to be out here doing his bit for the Royal Marines at the Ibiza 10S. If you could tweet what number he is on this, and we'll pick him out for you. Marines make a few changes, and they've got about a minute and a half, because the ref has stopped his watch, so we're about a minute and a half for to try and get back in. Here we have the water break. Just out of your picture, we've got a Marine being carried off, walking very gingerly, but he's walking, that's the main thing. But all the water's coming on now, all the sensible precautions being made. In the background there you can see the Project Water Boys, they're getting ready for the game, we saw them earlier.
10:30 PM. But make sure you stick around for the presentation.
They come complete with own physios, doctors, nurses, massage therapists, sports psychologists. They're taking it seriously, but this is a good one to win. Now back to the game. Now Marines get it off the top, but they've knocked on. Now my money says Scrum and Coke hold the scrum, get it out and find touch, and they may just be able to run this game down. Hashtag Ibiza 10S. David Newt, tell us your son and we'll point him out for you, and we'll have a quick interview of him after the game, and then he's going to say Happy Father's Day to you, live streaming to the world. So David Newt, if you're not going to be embarrassed, let us know your son's number. Scrum and Coke taking their time rather than unsurprisingly on the scrum. There we go. That's what happens every time. The scrum's gone backwards, and it's also wheeled, but I think they've picked it up. No, Marines have turned it over. Right now, Marines, let's get the numbers out. Scrap ball again. That's scrum half, you've got to get in now. Now, there we go. He found touch, and Scrum and Coke. That has got to be an upset in my book. That has got to be an upset. Full time, Royal Marine 1664 Squadron 10, Scrum and Coke 15. Scrum and Coke proceed to the Ibiza 10S Open semi-final. Final, because this was the semi-final. Just coming up the steep banks of the stadium, I can see number one. Well, he was number one before he went, commentator, but you know, if things change, I might get the nod or the little word in the ear from a producer that he wants me to stay here for a few more hours. Something makes me think, Scott, that ain't going to be happening. I'm going to keep it with my good ear. That's what I'm going to do. And I can see Joe is on the pitch. He's got Ferg, the organiser of the competition. Joe, over to you.
Thanks, boys. Great job on that game. What a fiercely contested game there. I think you can see on the face of the Marines they're absolutely gutted to lose that, but Scrum and Coke played fantastically well, plenty of commitment, executed their opportunities. I think we're in for a real treat in the final. And the reason we have this final is because Big Ferg over here, tournament organiser, he makes these things happen. So we want to get a bit of colour how it's all gone, how you've enjoyed the tournament, and, you know, just your general vibe on it, Ferg.
Oh, mate, look around. How can you not enjoy the weather? I mean, the rugby, I think you'll probably agree the standard this year has been by far better than anything we've ever shown before. And obviously, hopefully your guys' coverage will maximise that for us. And obviously your chat, mate.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, it's probably worked to the detriment of your brand. But, mate, as you said, the standard in terms of quality of rugby has been very high, but the commitment levels have been relentless. Absolutely relentless. And I know you've just taken credit for having a lot of sunshine and providing good weather, but this weather's been punishing.
Mate, very much so. I mean, it's quite good. We've hired a lot of students this year. They're basically running on water, but people are putting their bodies on the line here. I mean, that last game there with the Marines and the Scrum and Coke guys, brutal. I mean, the heat here is lovely, but you know, it does take its toll on a few of the people that are playing, especially in the social comp.
Yeah. So yeah, talking of the social comp, how important is it the attitude that these teams bring? Because you carry a lot of burden with the organisation, but it's important that the teams buy into the feel of the tournament and they really come and play hard, but also enjoy each other's company and make new friends off the park.
Yeah, I think having so many teams returning as well from all over the world has been incredible. I mean, just seeing them all turn up at the managers' meeting, old friends meeting up, and also, as you probably well know, running tournaments, it's, you know, it does have its downsides at times. Some people, you know, Ibiza can get the better of them, and some teams do turn up a couple of boys light. But it's so nice seeing all the boys getting involved, helping each other out. I mean, that's just what rugby's all about.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, so many things are out of your control as a tournament organiser, but you feel the pressure of it, and you know, I know that you care a lot about it. And there's been times when you've been beating yourself up, but then you see teams create barbarian sides, and you got a whole new bunch of mates and new teams. It must be great to see for you.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome, mate. I mean, I'm actually quite keen for a beer now, if I'm honest. But you know, we've got a massive game now between Shredded Ducks and the Project Waterboys guys. I mean, this is going to be one to watch. So, all good.
Good man. I look forward to sharing that beer with you, Ferg. I look forward to that. So, Ferg's basically done my job for me. The Project Waterboys, you may not recognise them because they're in a jazzier new away strip. They're sporting a shocking pink and white combo. The Shredded Ducks are in their traditional yellow with blue hoops. These guys have faced each other before, remember, and they're both going to be hungry for victory to get into that final. This game is going to be a stonker, so don't take your eyes off it and enjoy being guided through it by our boy Scotty up in the commentary jungle.
Thanks, Joe. We are going to be up for an absolute belter of a game here. The Project's Waterboys, or the Pink Waterboys, whatever you want to call them. I love this strip. They look glorious down in the beating sun of Ibiza town. 10 minutes each way. This a big fixture and the first of our men's elite semi-finals. 4 teams left in that. We were privileged to have Coach Cakes from the Waterboys up here earlier on. The Shredded Ducks not yet played today, so they've had a really long break. So fingers crossed that they're still firing on all cylinders. Underway though, and it's already common assault from the battering boys in the Waterboys side. Relentless from them as they're trying to stop this strong Shredded Ducks side. Comment when myself and Joe were down at the hot tubs earlier on that these Shredded Ducks aren't that shredded, and that came from the Moody Cows. So we'll see about that over the next 20 minutes or so. They will be the underdogs in this fixture. So let's see how this pans out. Line out to the Shredded Ducks. Inside the Waterboys 10-metre line. Tap down. Lofty pass out to one of the speedsters in this Shredded Duck size. Assaulted midfield. Took the hit well though. A grubber through from the Shredded Ducks. Can they pick and collect? They can't. Well taken by the Waterboys 15. Strong counter-rucking there, but there's a break down the blind side. The referee, though, saying that that was knocked forward. Opportunity here for the Shredded Ducks to come away with some points from this visit to the opposition's 22. Referee not happy with that. Trying to get the players to stick to their mark. Good scrum from the Ducks, looking to move the ball wide. Taken into contact though from the first receiver. The referee coming back from the initial offence. Crashed in but sent backwards from the boys in pink. Again, the Ducks crash into this solid defensive line. Looking to move the ball wide into the outside channels. There's no way through though, it's 2 against 3. A solid Ducks defence trying to hold up the man in yellow. A break from one of the lightning bolts in this Ducks side. A good break from him, he's made 15 metres there. Moving the ball back into the centre of the field from the battering rams. The referee calling a penalty though. Not releasing at the ruck by the Waterboys. The Ducks in good field position. Taking a quick tap but muscled to the ground forcefully by the Waterboys. Ducks looking for some space out wide. It's tight. But they are just edging forward ever closer. This is a really hot rush defence from the Project's Waterboys, making it difficult for any space. They're a well organised, well drilled set of boys. Referee this time though giving the penalty to the defending side, not releasing. So,
completely forgot about that. Jesus, a long time ago.
So, big attack here from the Project's Waterboys. Tap down off the top of the line out. Being hustled though by the boys in yellow, the Shredded Ducks. muscling their way forward. This brightly coloured change of strip for these Scottish lads. Here's one of their hot steppers breaking through the middle of the field, brushing off a few challengers, making a good 15 metres. They have numbers over on the far touchline as they run into the shadows now. Breaking through the challenge, a little dink over the top into the space. That's going to roll into touch, and that's a pressure line out now for the defending Shredded Ducks team. So I've just been joined up here in our commentary jungle, as we're calling it this weekend, by one of the doctors here, and he's a former England Sevens player himself, so he knows what he's talking about in the shortened version of the game. Uche, welcome to the commentary jungle up here. How are you this weekend?
Many thanks. It's great to be here in a great venue as well. It's been fantastic. Some of the rugby on show has been pretty top draw. One thing you do notice from this kind of a game is that the physicality and the professionalism of some of these elite teams are really, really good. It's quite high level rugby that we're seeing.
Yeah, it has been fantastic so far, and certainly these Projects Water Boys, they're the pick of the bunch so far, would you say?
I think so. They've got a really, really good setup, a really big team, good support, work ethic as well, and they look professional on the ball as well. So I'm picking them for big things actually in this tournament, and I think that they'll be disappointed if they didn't come home with some sort of silverware.
Well, they're in a good attacking position here. Scrum 5 metres out from the Ducks try line. Oh, lovely little flick out the back door there. Looking for some pace on the ball, straight through the middle. They have numbers to the left. Early pass out wide. Trying to cut back inside, and what a lovely step that is. Oh no, a wayward pass. Just trying to force it too much. A change of strip, and perhaps not as clinical as they were earlier in the day, but they know they're into the pressure cooker now. This €7,500 prize fund is in sight. 8 minutes on the clock. No tries or points scored in this game so far.
Yeah, I think you were correct. I think that he just released the ball a little bit too soon. If he had fixed his man, he would have had a 2-on-1 at the end, and that should have been a definite 5-pointer.
The Shredded Ducks not looking to give in easily. It is their first game of the day. They've had a pretty easy ride up until now. They have faced the Water Boys earlier on in the competition. Actually, our first game of the weekend here at the Estadio Can Mrs. Stadium. Just a bit of a pause in play now. I think the players trying to get some water on. It is excruciatingly hot out on that turf, and from a doctoring perspective, what is your advice to these players, and what have you been doing down on the touchline to try and make sure that they're not going to have any heat stroke or anything like that?
Yeah, obviously the temperatures are not ideal for rugby. I mean, it looks beautiful out here, scenery, but it does take its toll on the body. So we're advising all players to have as much fluids as possible, find as much shade as possible, and when they do come off, take the shade, possibly douse themselves with a bit of water. Hopefully that takes away some of the thermal stress. I think people have just got to be sensible as much as they can do. We all know what to do. Hydration is the way forward, I think.
And that's certainly the case for the players, as it is commentators up here, because we've been getting as much H2O on as we can. Particularly when you're talking for 9 hours a day, you certainly need it, I can assure you. Hacked away there by the Shredded Ducks. Not ideal for them. Passage of play here just being quite slow, but it looks as if we'll be coming into half time with the scores level, and I think that's an indictment of knockout rugby, where we're in the semi-final stage now and things are really beginning to hot up. So defending scrum 5 metres out, the Shredded Ducks in the yellow. A lot of pressure for them. These dead ball areas here not that deep, so they will need to move the ball quickly. Good option though from the scrum half. getting rid of it as quickly as possible, but they're still just outside the 22.
I think the Water Boys are just putting a lot of pressure on the Shredded Ducks, especially at the scrum time, and making it very, very difficult for the 9 to pick up the ball and make that kick as far as he would like to. He got some good distance on that, but they really want to release the pressure valve and get out of their own half.
The referee not happy with that line out there. So they will reset it. Have another go, another crack at the whip. Some reinforcements already coming on for the Shredded Ducks. And a man at the back of the line out there wearing number 1. We've seen him in about 3 different teams this weekend, so great pop around the back. Looking for some space in the outside 15-metre channel. Dummies the pass out the back door. Good little fend as he went into contact. The referee, though, reaching for his pocket. Just trying to clarify who has been sent to the bin there. He showed a yellow card, but I can't see anybody that's actually left the field of play. So we roll on 10v10 here. Big hit. Out within the 15-metre channel. The Water Boys just trying to jump through a few challenges. Looking for some support. Great pass outside. They have men over here. If they can just get the ball wide, draw the man. Held up over the line and stolen by the Shredded Ducks. Fantastic bit of play there. They should have just used the numbers. They would have dotted it over in the corner. Perhaps they were trying to be too clever and get it as close to the post as possible to make the conversion easy. But well done to the Ducks as they look to move the ball. Little hop, step. Pass into the outside channel. A lovely step there. The man with the green boots showing them a clean pair of heels. I think on the inside, it's going towards the paceman. Can he pick it up? He's collected it. Can he get the fend? Held up 5 metres short. A lovely pop, and it's a try. End-to-end stuff here. The Shredded Ducks have taken the lead. Now, I would question the fact that I'm sure the referee gave a yellow card to one of those Shredded Ducks. And by my count, I think they still had 10 men on the field. So, we had our chief referee here this weekend up in the commentary jungle with us earlier. Darryl, it'd be interesting to see what he'd say about that. But to me, it looks as if they've still got 10 men on the field. So when the referee goes to ask for the sin bin to come back on, he's going to be slightly surprised that he's still on the field. What do you make of that try, Uche?
Well, isn't that just typical rugby for you, to be honest? All of the pressure, all of the territory, all the possession going to the Water Boys, but a breakaway try, a fantastic turnover back in their own 22. We had an issue with poor clinical finishing there. We had a 3-on-1, didn't quite get the ball out, maybe should have released it a bit earlier. They got a turnover, some fantastic feet on the right-hand side, and we've got a great try there, a really, really good offload in front of the posts, and the Shredded Ducks get the try.
So there's something going on the pitch here. The referee is having a discussion with some of the players. He met with his assistant referees who are running the lines, and I think it's become apparent that that try has now been disallowed. I don't have something in my ear. It was a fantastic try, don't get me wrong. The littlest player on the pitch from the Shredded Ducks managed to steal it at the death. But I think what they're saying is, we sin-binned a man, but nobody left the field of play. So they're going to come all the way back down for this original penalty just inside the 22. Now, we've currently played almost 15 minutes of this half. Should be 10 minutes either way. But this is a good thing. Darryl, when he was up here earlier, was explaining how the level of refereeing as we get to these latter stages of the competition is really going to increase. So that is right. This original penalty, we're going to come back for it. So maybe the Water Boys will have a chance to score the try that they had earlier on. A little bit of confusion here.
must admit, I've never seen that before in my life, actually, to be honest. A yellow card being brandished, the player refuses to go off the pitch. And then we come back after a fantastic try scored. I think the Shredded Ducks are going to be a bit gutted about that, but I think they've got themselves to blame, really, to be honest.
I mean, complete and utter dissent from the player that was clearly given a yellow card. He was not interested in leaving the field. Let's just try and count these numbers. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So we're now down to 9 for the Shredded Ducks. We're probably going to go back, I wonder, 5 minutes in play. Do you think we're going to have that time again? Because if you're the Water Boys, you know, you miss up a 3-on-1 in the corner, which you would have no doubt scored had they had one less man. But they should have scored it anyway. So
Absolutely correct.
They have numbers over in this far side now. A little slip from the right wing. The referee calling for crossing there, is that right? Penalty to the Shredded Ducks, so save face for them. I mean, that was a sitter of a try that's gone missing for the Projects Water Boys.
It seems like the Water Boys are really struggling to be as clinical as they need to be, really. They've got the skills, they're just, maybe it's the heat, maybe it's the pressure being a semi-final, but they don't seem to be able to make that final pass today, actually. Hopefully the second half may bear fruit for a few more tries.
Yeah, perhaps it could also be those new bright pink kits that are just blocking their vision as they look around the pitch. It could be something to do with that, I'm not too sure, but you know, the good thing and the thing about quality sides is that they come through in the end, and we expect that the Water Boys will unleash the beast, as it were, in this second half. But I think this must be the only game we've come to half-time 0-0, and this is a semi-final, so it just goes to show how intense the semi-final in the elite competition. There's a lot at stake for these boys.
All credit to the Shredded Duck team, actually. They've been under all sorts of pressure for about 15 minutes, I think we had on that clock there. Down to 9 men, didn't quite go down to 9 men, but they managed to hold the Water Boys out with some really strong defence. They seem to be working together as a team, communicating and challenging at the breakdown, ensuring that the Water Boys don't get easy, clean ball. And it seems to be making a difference at the minute. So they've been taking a bit of a battering in that half, but I can see them maybe pulling off a shot victory.
And that would be a turn up for the books, because the Shredded Ducks, they got hammered in the first game of this tournament yesterday morning at around about 11:05. They were beaten by the Projects Water Boys, albeit in a different coloured kit at that time. But we shall see how they progress in the rest of this game. Quick half-time interval, change of ends. And you know what? Fair play and well done to the assistant referees on the touchline, who highlighted that there was an incident earlier on and that they had to disavow the try. I mean, heartbreak for the Shredded Ducks, but we're up for a corker of a second half here. 10 minutes from the final. A chance for €7,500. They could lose it all if they don't progress through. Fantastic scenes here with the mountains behind, isn't it?
Amazing. You couldn't ask for a better venue, really, to be honest. It was a real privilege to be able to come out here, watch such great rugby in such an amazing setting. It's been a great tournament so far, and hopefully the rugby in this half will be able to do justice to the setting that we have.
And of course, you played all around the world, many venues. What do you make of the surface here this weekend, this 3G rubber crumb?
So I've got two hats on. As a player, ex-player, I would love this. It would be great to be able to try and use some footwork and burn somebody around this. But as a medic, I'm a little bit more wary, because we do have a few skin abrasions actually at the time. So it makes things a little bit more difficult for us, and we have to pretty much grease everybody up, knees and elbows, prior to getting on the pitch.
Yeah, it's a perfect sprinter's turf, something that I'm sure you would have lapped up. But perhaps not so much. A lot of the players have actually been saying that the pitch tee behind us is a little bit more forgiving on the joints.
Yeah, I think we've noticed that in the injury scales, actually, to be honest. We've had a few more on this bigger pitch here than we have down there on the bit softer grass.
That's interesting to note. Obviously, recently a lot of comments about these hybrid or 3G pitches, but a breakaway here for the Projects Water Boys down this near touchline and in the hands of the speedster, and that is how you do it properly. And I'm sure their coach Cakes will be down on the touchline very much with a smile on his face, and that is a way to make 10s look easy.
Yeah, I think they probably read the right act at half-time, told them to pick up the pace, and they certainly have responded to any chat that was given by the manager and the coach and the captain. Fantastic try, a lot of pace, what we were saying at the pitch, a lot of pace from the winger there, and a great 7-pointer.
Yeah, if you can get the numbers over, well, you've got a lot of space. Here's the replay again, playing it from well inside their own 22. This break, offload here, just sucking in the defenders, creating this one-man over and a bit of space down the 5-metre channel. And when you've got somebody with those sorts of wheels, well, there's only one answer with 60 metres of pure turf in front of you. The Projects Water Boys then lead 7 points to 0. The Shredded Ducks, almost called them the Shredded Wheats there for a second, but the Shredded Ducks, 12 minutes on the clock, left wanting. They need to get back in this game.
That's 9 hours in the commentary booth, isn't it? With 34 degrees temperatures, I think.
Yeah, you begin to lose your mind and your words slightly. But it's all good. Had various players and referees, coaches, and doctors up in the commentary jungle today. So it's been great relief, and hopefully everybody at home has enjoyed the varying inputs. So, scrum down to the Water Boys. Inside the Shredded Ducks half. The Ducks, if you didn't notice, are now back up to a full complement of 10 players. Great hassle and hustle from the Ducks. Perhaps shouldn't have kicked that one away, but they're chasing after this. It's a real battle. They're fighting off the ball for it, but picked up by one of the Water Boys. Oh!
Yeah. Oh.
Go on, it's a try! Oh my word! Oh my word! I've never seen that happen before. A player running to his own post, missed the ball, and that's why you should not flash a pass in front of your own try line. What about that?
Well, I've had two firsts in the rugby game today. A player not going off when they've been sent off, and another player running into his own post when he needed to catch the ball. And I think he spilt it, and let the Shredded Ducks in with a try. That's easy money, really.
That is just coughing up points, quite literally, or tripping over or running into your post for points. So that'll go on. You've been framed reel later on, and the conversion is good. So scores are now even. 6 minutes left to play. The game is back on, and good credit goes to the scrum half here, who initially started this attack. Perhaps a bit too critical in the end for this this kick ahead. He could have just kept the ball in hand, but this is the point. He turns, bang! I'm sure that would have hurt him as well. A great pickup off the one hand, though, by one of the Ducks there. That's what we talk about when you chase the kick and you chase up as a line together, so you're preventing any form of counter-attack.
I think it would have hurt his pride a bit more than it would have hurt him physically, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, certainly. We've been talking a lot to the teams today about the fines that they'll be getting this weekend, and we've heard a few of the people who were over the try line and then got held up despite having a 60-metre free run-in, and how they were probably going to have to buy the whole bar a drink tonight. I think that deserves the whole of Scotland buying a drink, if I'm honest, but we'll see how this one pans out. Still plenty of time. Thanks to Zena Hanks for getting in touch. Hashtag Ibiza 10S. She's watching an awesome Shredded Duck 7s. Thanks for getting in touch. Remember, you can drop us a tweet, hashtag Ibiza 10s. Let us know who you're watching this weekend. Some crunching challenges coming in now from both sides. And the referee awarding a penalty to the Ducks just in time.
I think the longer the game stays like this in a stalemate, as in 7-7, the more the Shredded Ducks are going to grow into this game, actually. So the Water Boys had a few opportunities to close this game out, and it seems as though they keep letting the Shredded Ducks back in, and I think they might not be happy that they did.
Yeah, they've so far in this game not been as clinical and you know, in a game where there's less numbers and there's a lot more space, you need to be as crisp as you can. So the Ducks sorting out their line-out call. They have the throw just inside the Waterboys half. Both these teams had a fantastic weekend so far. Taking the short line-out option, bundled forward 3 or 4 metres into the pink half. A run back into the traffic. A real crunching hit there. You can see the crowd on the far side enjoying that one. We've seen a few big hits in the women's game this weekend, and I think perhaps the guys in the elite side are now just taking note that crunching tackles are well welcomed here at the Ibiza 10s. Again, another sloppy error from the boys in pink. Just a kick over the top from the Ducks, bouncing off a knee when they were trying to collect it, and that's a line out just outside the 22. So what's it going to take for one of these teams to come away with it here? Just a bit more clinical?
I think so, yeah. Just one bit of magic, and it could come from either team. I mean, we were quite confident that the Water Boys were going to be able to show their professionalism and power through this, but it seems as though the Shredded Ducks are really, really growing into this game, and they will get confidence from the fact that it's still 7-all, and they will hope to build some pressure for themselves, really. Hopefully they'll be able to find that breakthrough. I'm sure their coaches and some of the fans here would be keen to see that, really, and hopefully bring the best out of the Water Boys.
Yeah, it's certainly turning into a bit of a crunch match. This one, a slip through the one tackle, just a great tap at the death, looking for an offload at the side. Oh no, he's fumbled it. That was almost so close, and you can see the Water Boys getting frustrated now. They need to bring on a few of their big fridges to try and crash through and create a bit of dominance. Just look at this here, out the back. He went for it almost the first time. The second time he was almost on the deck, and wow, that was a very, very close call indeed.
Yeah, it could be moments like that to decide games, really, to be honest. We had a fantastic little tap tackle. The guy just lost his footing and tried to bet the offload as he was falling. Didn't quite control it as much as he could have done. Maybe should have just held on to the ball. And that's 5 points gone, I think.
Testing times for the Projects Water Boys here. And remember, if the scores stay level after full time, we go into 5-minute periods where it is golden goal, if you like, sudden death. Big scrum from the Ducks, putting a lot of pressure on the Water Boys, but here goes the gas man on the outside, and well, what a turn of pace from him. He needs some support. He slows down, goes for a hitch kick on the inside, and he's away with it here. Some fantastic footwork, 100-metre try. Well, we love some of that here at the Ibiza 10s, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? A bit of gas and a bit of footwork and a great finish in the end. That's more of what we've come to expect from the Projects Water Boys.
Oh, I love what he did there. He knew that he had a bit of space. He took the one-on-one, beat his man, slowed down, actually let the opposition fullback come into his area, and some break your ankles footwork there. Left him for dead on the inside and coasted in. Hopefully this should be a 7-pointer for them. I think he probably could have got a bit closer to the post, really, but giving himself a challenge.
That's a wayward conversion. Not successful. There's still time on the clock, though, for the Ducks to get back in this. All they need is a converted try. They are capable of it, and they will be receiving from the kickoff. And that, of course, a try you would have no doubt been proud of.
Absolutely. That was absolutely magnificent. I would love to have had a clock on how fast he was running there, because definitely could have broken the speed of sound, I think.
Well, certainly the speed of the Ibiza 10 so far. There is a mascot race, I believe, later on, so we'll see if he gets his kit on for that.
I wouldn't back myself against him, I don't think, actually, no.
Fortunately, I didn't bring my track spikes with me today, so had them yesterday, not today. The Ducks now trying to work their way out of their own 22. They know this is it in terms of their Ibiza 10s tournament in the JHA Recruitment Elite Men's competition. This is the first semi-final. wandering their way up the pitch now, working from side to side, but this hot defence, really well drilled, really well marshalled. Some big leaders in this Waterboys D. Fumbled off the knees, picked up by the Waterboys 10, offload inside, and that's game, set and match, I feel now, for the Projects Waterboys, and you get a feeling that that disallowed try when they were at 10 men when they should have been at 9 for the Shredded Ducks, well, that's paid dividends in the end. 17-7 to the Waterboys.
Yeah, that was a bit more of what we were expecting from the Waterboys, actually. They really punished any mistakes. They put a lot of pressure on the Shredded Ducks, forced them to make the error, and really capitalised on it with some really fast play.
And that is full time. Final score then, and the first team through to the final. The Projects Waterboys 19, the Shredded Ducks 7. A valiant effort from the Ducks. They were heavily beaten in this fixture yesterday morning, and unfortunate for them perhaps not to get something more out of this game, but that is knockout rugby, I'm afraid.
Yep, a really good second half there. We did have a 0-0 at half time, and seems like the teams really put it all on the line there for those last 10 minutes. I mean, when I used to play, those last 5 minutes were grueling. Your lungs were in agony, your legs were just screaming out at you. So it was a really good effort from both sides to put such an entertaining second half in there for us.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and a few rugby firsts in the end. We had a player run into the post, we had a player get sin binned but didn't get binned, he stayed on the pitch, and then a try disallowed. So that game had it all, and what a semi-final it was. And I think you can see our man Joe Burns there. We're about to go to him, and I think he's just trying to get a few of the Ducks. You know, the Shredded Ducks have been a great team to have in the Ibiza 10S tournament this weekend. So, Joe, who are you down there with? What's the verdict?
What a game. You talk about turning points. You look at that disallowed try because too many numbers on the park, and you can't help. Well, undoubtedly the turning point was that drop ball there off the offload. If it had stuck, they're up by 7, but unfortunately from that scrum, they went down the other end of the pitch and they were 7 down. The Shredded Ducks are a big crowd favourite here, and they're going to see themselves off out of the competition and reward the fans who supported them throughout the day with their marquee manoeuvre.
The Waterboys are entering the first team into the men's elite final.
Good on you, boys.
Next up we have the Scavengers versus the Line Harlequins.
Unlucky. Few turning points in that game, mate.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, big lesson learnt. First day, struggled to get off the bus, shot ourselves in the foot a little bit with a few results that could have gone either way. We were taking the pressure off, maybe not come up against those boys who are, let's be honest, they're a great outfit. And I think maybe a few less beers.
Mate, they're a great outfit, but there are 2 turning points. You had too many men on the park, which cancelled the sickest try of the tournament. Yeah. And then if that offload had stuck, you're 5 or 7 up instead of being 7 down, do you know?
Yeah. I think, to be fair, I think the referee's done a mint job with the whole tournament. Medal staff been brilliant as well, and a little hiccup, put it down to one or the other. It happened, we got on with it, and to be honest, put on a great show of rugby at the end there. Just got to be on the slightly wrong side of the result.
Yeah, well, I think you had the crowd with you for sure, especially after you called them out on Twitter last night. How sweet would it have been to have got one up on them?
Oh, look, to be honest, as you can see, we're all a bunch of mates from sort of Bristol Bath area. We came together and formed the team originally as a bit of a social thing for sevens. This was a bit more serious, but at the end of the day, we come out, we have a laugh, and we play some good rugby, and that's all that's important to us, really.
Well, you've acquitted yourself valiantly, and you're a big crowd favourite. I know everyone's enjoyed having you, and we're looking forward to seeing you quacking in the bar, mate. Nice. Looking forward to it, mate. Legend. I know. And to cover, as we've been promoting throughout the coverage, that we're a very social tournament. #Ibiza 10S, and someone's old man was a bit disappointed not to receive a Father's Day message, so he got a hold of us on the Twitter, tweeted us. And Connor, have you got anything to say to your old man?
Happy Father's Day. Generally, like, Ibiza's fucking, it's awesome. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Hit the kill switch. That's all right.
Ibiza is just awesome. He just completely forgot it was Father's Day, and there is actually one in the post now, so we'll get there Tuesday. Bit late, but you know.
Yeah, my one's in the post as well, Dan. Actually, now you mention it. But mate, just like the Shredded Ducks, a gutting semi-final loss for you boys as well. Big crowd favourites again as well.
Yeah, no, they were good boys actually, a good team, and they did well to close our game down. And well, we've had our debrief now, and we go away and booze up now and party hard, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Mate, you've been a big crowd favourite of everyone here at the Ibiza 10S. We've really enjoyed having you. You know, shame to see you go up, but the Scrum and Cope boys are good lads and they're good players, so I'm sure you'll be cheering them on in the final.
Yeah, definitely. Cheers.
Right, we'll see you in the bar for that fine, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
So, as I said at the start of the day, it's knockout rugby and the intensity has leapfrogged up to the highest levels. The intensity that's been displayed and the quality of rugby and desire to get the victory has elevated far beyond yesterday's actions. I think if you'd looked at the Shredded Ducks yesterday when they came out against the Scavengers, you wouldn't have given them a hope in hell against any of these teams, especially against the Project's Water Boys, who are much vaunted, have a lot of pedigree, a lot of tournament experience, but really it could have gone either way there. They lost by 2 tries in the end there, but the Shredded Ducks were very much in that game, and as their captain said, imagine if they got off the bus a little fresher. Who knows, they could be in the final competing for the big prize, but good on them. We're going to come up now, the next elite semi-final rather. It's the reigning champs, Wyvern Harlequins, coming up against the French speedsters, the Scavengers. Now the Scavengers, we love a cliche in sport, don't we? What French team is going to turn up? The first game yesterday, they were mustard. The next 2, they fell asleep. And then today, they came off the bus, all guns blazing, and gave Wyvern an absolute pasting, to be honest. Their offload game was tight. Their wheels, their footwork, and their support play as well. The Wyvern Harlequins couldn't handle it. So, a rematch is on the cards. Scavengers won by over 20 points this morning. Can Wyvern turn the tables? We saw from their open side, they're gritty. They're not willing to relinquish their crown without a fight. So I expect a hard game with some good quality execution as always. So the teams are running out now. We've got the purples, the Scavengers, and of course the Wyvern Harlequins. You cannot miss them. Resplendent in their Harlequin and white jerseys. So I'm going to toss you back up to Scotty. He is in the commentary jungle, just where he likes it. I think Kutche's sticking around with him as well. There's some great analysis from him. It's nice to have a medic with so much rugby knowledge. So, over to you boys.
Thank you, Joe. Great to hear from both sets of players there. And the Shredded Ducks just pitch side, getting their celebratory photograph. They've been fantastic this weekend. A real stellar performance from them. They've came through leaps and bounds and peaks and troughs in this tournament, but it's the Project's Water Boys who we see through to the final. The Shredded Ducks just trying to show off their rigs. They are thoroughly enjoying themselves this weekend. So the next game we have is the Scavengers versus the Wyvern Harlequins. I'm delighted to say I'm joined by one of our French contingent, Lester from the Scavengers. Lester, thank you for joining us.
Hello, my name is Lester. I'm a player of Scavengers. I'm 21. Je viens donner du courage à mon équipe.
Allez les Scavengers!
Go Scavengers, go!
So, a big fixture here if we see the Scavengers play at their best, and the Harlequins, as they have done previously. Just a bit of a team talk from there. They will be a force to be reckoned with. The Harlequins, last year's champions, big players, big team. But there's a lot of pace in the Scavengers side. They really know how to run. They're all athletes in the Scavengers team. Who is the quickest player in the Scavengers team?
The quickest player is number 11, Keleg Moutomé.
Number 11 on the far side, the left wing.
It's a player of the French team, Rugby 10S.
Okay, so he's a top class athlete then. He looks like a sprinter.
Yes, it's a sprinter.
Faster than Jimmy Vico in France.
Yes, it's an athlete.
Yeah. But a big game on the cards here. We've already seen the first semi-final done. A very young team, but they play with a lot of heart. These Scavengers, a bit more experienced in the Harlequins. But we've seen them turned over already this tournament. The sun just starting to come down here. The pitch has been watered. After this game, we will have only 3 left. So we're coming to the real business end. Away here. And a great take already from number 69.
Romero.
A good take, looking to set some form of platform. As we've seen already, the Scavengers move the ball wide, look to get their hands in the fast channels. They have a lot of pace in the team, good speed, the Scavengers. Moving the ball wide through the gap in the middle, and a great step, some acceleration, brushing off challenges from the Harlequins. Bouncing one challenge, ooh, big hit.
Big tackle.
Big hit. Penalty though to the Harlequins, not releasing. Good intent from the Scavengers though, Leicester, yeah? They want to play fast straight away.
Yes. The defense of the Harlequins is very organized. I play...
Second. Offside, yeah. Yeah, so Harlequins having a hard defence. Yeah, the open side very hard in the offence and defence. Kick to touch though for the Harlequins, looking to use some territory to create an attacking opportunity. Tap back down by the Scavengers, looking to win, hacked away, not successful, picked up by the Harlequins. They're now inches from the line, they have numbers over, they just need to put it through the hands. Great cover defence, good tackle from the Scavengers, they still have numbers.
The good defense of the Scavengers.
Held up over the line, no, it's a try. Try scored by the Harlequins, they just had too many men over. The Scavengers couldn't get enough defence behind the ball. And that is an opening score for the reigning champions, the Wyvern Harlequins. So, a competitive start, as we've seen already. The kick away was not good enough in the corner.
The kick is bad, but the attack very fast and very organized.
Yeah, when you get the ball in hand, if you can get into there, 22, lots of speed. So the Harlequins will kick to the Scavengers. Sent high into the Ibiza sky. Well collected, great take from the Scavengers. Looking to go down the short side, they have numbers over. Oh, the referee forward pass. So, I think that's a scrum to the Harlequins. Big scrum for the Scavengers. So the Harlequins here with a deep attacking line. Strong defence needed from the Scavengers. Oh, drop pass, but we're picked up again. Unlucky because that was almost an interception. And the Scavengers would have been down the other end of the pitch in a flash. Picked up off the toes. Good offload on the side. The Scavengers need more men over the short side. Brutal attack and defence from both sides early on in this game. Looking to slide their way through here. Good play from the Scavengers there. Really strong in defence, the boys from France. These Wyvern Harlequins having to work hard to get over the line here. Strong scrum, popped out the side though. The referee awarding a penalty to Scavengers, so the Harlequins sent back 10 metres. Let's see if they tap and go or will they kick.
Alexandre Odunga, the kicker of the team.
Big boot, big boot. Huge kick all the way outside the stadium. Big left foot. So the Scavengers will have a line out on their own 10-metre line. A great opportunity for them to get the pace out wide. They'll run this ball from deep. So, good line out here. Tap down to the scrum half. The ball already moving down that line. Good clean ball skills. Dink over the top. Well chased. A good tackle. The Quins under pressure here. Dummies a kick himself. Another good tackle by the number 9 from France. The Quins hot stepping through this defence. A grubber down into that far corner. Well picked up by the Scavengers. They have nowhere to run, or do they? Whoa! Close there for the Scavengers. He almost got through on the short channel. The Scavengers, Leicester, they need some ball in hand.
Yes, it's very difficult because the Scavengers not experienced. Et the big match, comme ça,
yeah,
it's different of the.
Yeah, you have a very experienced Harlequins,
yes.
A young
team, Scavengers.
But they have lots of skill, the Scavengers.
Okay.
So the referee just having a word with the two teams. 9 minutes on the clock. The Harlequins lead 7 points to the Scavengers 0. They have a line out on their 22-metre line. Looking to move the ball here. A hard defence. Get it down the line into the hands of the French flyer. Ooh, big hit. Popped and he's away. Good field position here for the Scavengers. They have men over on that far touchline.
Yes.
Working the way down the pitch now into the Harlequin half. A pick and go around the outside. Good field position now. Starting to move with the ball in hand. Good take. Oh no, a forward pass.
No.
And half time. Thanks to David Newt for your tweet. Hashtag Ibiza 10S. So that's half time here in the second JHA Recruitment Elite Men's Competition at the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S. Scavengers 0, Wyvern Harlequins 7. A short break now, but a good finish and a good second half in prospect.
Yes, yes. I will. Scavengers. It's a best. It's a meilleur. Meilleur. Second period. Second half is meilleur. Mieux. Better. Better.
Yeah.
It's a better second half and many points for Scavengers. I will.
Yeah, the Scavengers, they'll come out fighting in the second half.
Yes. I don't never give up. It's an equipe. It's a team never gave up. For 10 minutes of the finals.
10 minutes of everything for the Scavengers here to get back in. They want the €7,500.
Yes, and c'est la folie.
Trophy. They want the trophy as well.
The player I want a trophy is very important for the team.
Yeah, and I'm sure they will be coming out fighting. They won't give up in this second half. There's a lot to play for. One try is nothing in the game of 10s. The Harlequins, well, they currently hold the lead, but we know everything can change in this kind of game. So the Scavengers will restart with the kick. Big left boot high into the blue sky. Oh, he's hacked that one. Not so good. The Harlequins, well, they will take a tap and go. Taking it back inside with one of their big runners. A great tackle from the Scavengers. Kick over the top. The Scavengers racing back to claim this one. Come back inside, but they're going to have to take this one into contact.
Into touch.
Into touch.
Good defense.
Yeah, good defense indeed. They're playing this one quickly. Need to move this ball wide into the space. But penalty, though, killing the ball. I think they will kick this one into the corner. So the Quins just working out what they want to do. Seems as if they're going to take a quick tap. Looking for some space now, the Harlequins. Passing it along their attacking line. Well tackled, though, by the Scavengers. Their defence is good at the minute. Fumbled, though. Ooh, big bruiser. Bashing away. Oh,
what? What?
knocked forward.
Advantage, no?
Unfortunately, the ref said there's no advantage. But they will have the put-in at the scrum. So, Scavengers ball at the scrum. The players there just wanting to know what that was about. They have lots of pace though, the Scavengers. They will run this and they will run it hard. So, 12 minutes on the clock, 8 minutes left to play here. Only 7-0 currently to the Harlequins. Lots to play for out here. Big scrum. Quick ball from the back of the scrum. Big left kick all the way here in the stand. Almost breaking one of the seats in the stand here. The referee just stopping the clock for a second. Some substitutions for the Harlequins. So the game is slow right now.
Yes.
We need some more pace in there. Both teams having a break. They need more water.
Very good in defense of touch, because all player in front is three row in a rugby or 14.
Okay. Yeah.
Is a very good jumper.
In the line out, yeah.
And very active.
Yeah.
Very active and aggressive.
You need that in 10s, big aggressive players.
Yes. And 10, yes, absolutely.
So another scrum to the Scavengers here inside their own 22. So another scrum. Really quick ball out the back of this scrum. They're looking to go wide here with the pacemen. Out of their 22 now, the Scavengers. If there's any team that can run the length in this tournament, it's them. 6 minutes left to play. 6 minutes left for them in this competition. If they don't get a try, fairly sharpish. Penalty to the Harlequins though. Almost lost in contact. The referee saying a knock on. So a scrum to the Harlequins, 5 metres from the Scavengers line. So Lester, what is the oldest player in your team?
Yes, the team lost the ball very fast, the Scavengers, and don't know attack.
They need more ball to attack.
Yes.
See, this is good. Humiliation, man.
Yes.
All the feet.
Yes, the step.
Good scrum there, though, from the Scavengers.
Oh.
Still the Harlequins' ball, though. The referee thinking they're wheeling that one. (7-0) to the Harlequins still. The humiliation man there, number 10 for the Scavengers. He gets the ball in his hands.
In play in Aurillac in 3D, French, at winger. It's winger. 21 years old.
Only 21, a very young team. Harlequins, though, trying to move this one wide. They've dropped it. And that's good news for the Scavengers.
Come again.
Yeah, scrum at the moment.
Scrum.
We need some more running rugby.
Yes.
So a slow game so far. These semi-finals have been very close indeed. Put in at the scrum for the Scavengers. Again, they'll look to try and find some space and run this one deep. Big scrum from the Scavengers. Really solid platform to run. Quick step. He's away here. Oh, a good tackle. They're still going though, the Scavengers. Change of direction. The referee getting in the way. Cut back inside from one of the quick men. They have numbers right. A chip over the top. Trying to chase it with their sprinters. Will they get there? Bounced into touch though.
No.
They should have brought the ball to this open side.
Keep the ball.
Coach is down there not very happy they're kicking the ball.
No. At the moment, he keeps the ball.
Yep.
It's the end of the match.
Then kick it. So they need more ball at the moment. So, solid line out from the Harlequins. Kicked away. But a chance to counter-attack for the Scavengers here. 2 minutes left on the clock. Penalty though. They need to go quick. The referee bringing it back. Not happy with this. They need to kick for territory here. And they do. A big left boot. So they will have a line out inside the Harlequins half.
Yes. It's a last chance of the Scavengers.
Last chance, then maybe final, or
Yes.
maybe party.
Yes.
Yeah? So,
Yes.
so big line out for the Scavengers. They've brought the speedsters on. Good line out. A chance to go here. Quick feet. They're going backwards though. They have space over this touchline. Can they find it into the hands of their quickest player? Away he goes here. Lots of legs. Hot stepping. Tap down. Knocked on. So they will have a scrum if they come back from the advantage. No advantage, so they do have the scrum. Still one more last chance.
Last chance.
The last chance.
Yes.
Here come the big boys for the scrum. They need lots of speed on this ball.
Fifty seconds.
Yeah, 50 seconds left to play here. The ref has just called. Only one chance. If they score, it goes to sudden death. The ball away here. And they're away! And he's going to score!
Yeah!
Finish! And what a finish indeed! No time left on the clock, and it's a try at the death for the Scavengers. What a finish!
Yes, it's a sprinter. Very, very, very big sprinter.
He is fast. Maybe the fastest man in Ibiza. The quickest player on the pitch today, and you can't stop him. And all the Scavengers needed was one chance, and they had one chance.
Yes.
The crowd going crazy. They love the Scavengers.
Yes.
So they need to get this kick. They get the kick, it goes to sudden death.
Yes. It's a yes. Ooh. 18, huh? This game, His players 18.
18 years old.
18 years old.
Lots of pressure for a young man. No, unfortunate though. What a finish. The Harlequins, they go through to the final.
Yes.
Scavengers, a great finish, a fantastic try to end.
Yes, Harlequins, it's a very good team. It's a big match in final against the Waterboy.
Who will win?
Waterboy.
The Waterboys, yeah. And are you proud of your teams, the Scavengers?
Yes, I'm happy of the result because I younger equipe and next year I will come.
You will win.
Yes.
You come for the trophy next year.
Yes. Good.
Well, Lester, thank you very much for coming and talking to us. We appreciate it. We're going to head over.
First score wins and heads to the men's elite final.
They're saying it's sudden death. The kick was no good.
Oh.
Was the kick good? Oh, so 5-all. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sudden death. The Scavengers. It must be 5-all. So maybe we are confused here. We'll try and find out.
It's a what? It's last chance.
Last chance now, Leicester. We apologise for the confusion. It appeared that the Harlequins got their kick earlier. I'm sure they must have got their kick, but we are confused. So I think everybody was slightly confused.
Yes, I'm very confused. Yes.
You and me both. And big kick now. Sudden death. One try, they win. So the Harlequins trying to break away now. Remember, 5 minutes a half. The first team to score a point wins. So drop goal, try, you name it. Big defence here, but they've let them slip through. The Harlequins managing to make a 20-metre break out of their own 22.
Kick.
Oh, a dummy for the kick. Breaking through here. One of the big pace men. Can he go the whole way? A big fend. He's going to go out. It's bundled.
Kick.
A chance to steal this one.
Oh, contest this. Oh.
The French player's not happy with that one. But the show must go on. The Harlequins moving the ball the width of the pitch here, looking for some form of space. End-to-end stuff here, frantic. It's anyone's game at the moment. Pass onto the outside, and he's going to go the whole way. And that is the winning try. And that is full time, and that is heartbreak.
Yes. It's a tackle fail.
Slipped the tackle, they just couldn't get there.
Yes.
What heartbreak for the Scavengers up here. We thought they'd lost.
Yes.
Turns out it was sudden time. They played so well. A fantastic try to get back to sudden death.
Yes.
But you're still super happy.
Yes.
You're very proud.
Yes. Nothing next year I return to Ibiza 10S.
You've enjoyed it this year, yeah?
Yes.
Good fun.
Good fun.
Tonight we see you in the bar, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, we'll buy you a beer. Well done. Thank you very much, Lester, for joining us here today. Commiserations to the Scavengers. The Harlequins, well, they're last year's champions. Well done to them. and we will go down pitch side with Joe Burns in a moment. He's just trying to find some of the Quins players, and our cameraman's trying to get on the pitch. He has a long cable to get there. So
Chelsea's just turned on
Everybody to clear the pitch swiftly, please. Thank you.
So, a lot to play for in the final. It will be the Wyvern Harlequins versus the Projects Waterboys, a big clash. We saw the Quins get stuffed.
Coming up, the women's final, proudly sponsored by the Cabbage Patch. Looking forward to this one. It should be a great game. The Moody Cows against the Irish Rugby Institute.
See you in the bar.
They got all their water bottles filled. Dom, do you want that? That's pretty cold. I'm gonna go on the water thing.
I can't hear you. If you want to talk to me, but if you want to talk to me. So the final game, or one of the final games, the final game of the Cabbage Patch Women's Cup here in Ibiza. The game between the Irish Rugby Institute and the Moody Cows. The Moody Cows, of course, the reigning champions from last year. We were joined earlier on by the Irish Rugby Institute, Emilio, and we're now joined by Shauna. Thank you very much for joining us. And how's your knee after you hit the deck earlier on? In a lot of pain? You've been to hospital,
I've
back
been to
here
hospital,
now?
yeah. Very swollen. They think I ruptured the ligaments in my knee. Just too swollen to tell how bad it is right now, so I just have to go back to hospital when I get home.
Well, you're going to be hopping around tonight. Maybe you find a wheelchair and somebody can push you around the bars and that later on.
Phoebe Agers will be fine.
Well, we hope you make a good recovery.
Thank you.
It's going to be a close game. What do you predict for your Irish teammates out there right now?
It's going to be tough. We've got a lot of injuries coming on, but I think if we stay focused and just give it all, I think we can beat them. Obviously, the Moody Cows are a very big and physical team, but I think we can stick it to them now.
Well, we are underway. The Irish with the restart. The Moody Cows think they're away, but it's actually in touch. So, knocked on, not in touch. Difficult to see now. The sun is almost directly in our faces. Struggling slightly in this back stand. But only 20 minutes separate these two teams from quite a tasty prize fund that would go well behind the bar later on, and the Champions Trophy. So, taken by the Irish. Stolen now by the Moody Cows. They're working their way down the field with one of their big ball carriers. The referee, though, awarding a penalty, not releasing at the breakdown. A tap and go. The Irish moving this ball along their line. Oh, another smashing hit. What a crunch tackle. There's an Irish player down injured. We hope it's not too serious and she gets back to her feet, but that's literally thrown away from the Moody Cows. Knock on, knock on, knock on, but it's going to be a scrum to the Irish. And quite a slow start to this game, Shauna.
Yeah, slow enough, but that's good. We don't want any mistakes. So I can see that we're a bit flat, so I think we need to spread out a little bit. Get those balls out to the wings, that's where we can penetrate, is through the wings. Speed.
There's lots of speed in this Irish Rugby Institute back line. Good to see a bit more depth now.
That push is just unbelievable.
Huge scrum from the Moody Cows. Over. They say it's like a herd. A great bend.
That's a touch.
The assistant referee not seeing the first foot in touch, but he has now. Lots of support for both sides here. So, a line out inside their own 22. Big contest, tapped down by the Irish. Picked up though, unfortunately, by one of the Moody Cows. And a first try of the game on 3 minutes. Not an ideal start for the Irish Rugby Institute, but the Moody Cows capitalising on a little bounce of the ball and a slight error from the Irish girls. Big challenge from the conversion now. The Irish team just being asked to move out of the way from the Moody Cows conversion attempt here. Yeah, I like that. Crafty tactics indeed. We've all been there. Oh, a solid attempt, but just pulled to the right hand near upright.
I've watched her kicker over the weekend, and she's so on point with her kick. Crazy.
She's been really, really good. She'll almost break down this near touchline then, but bundled into almost row Z of the stand. So it will be the Moody Cows with the restart. Let's hope in this game we don't have any sin bins which aren't actually binned.
Won't go 10.
And that was, we were just saying what a great kicker she was.
Yeah.
And,
I think we jinxed her, thank God.
Yeah. You
For
can say that,
me.
but I can't. So
for me.
We'll hope she does better on her next attempt. Maybe just the sun and the fatigue in her legs there. Put it all in the conversion attempt.
It's pretty hot out there, so.
Yeah, it is very hot up here as well in our commentary jungle, as we're calling it. So
yeah, it's very sweaty.
Yeah, this lip mic is not ideal when it's this hot.
Come on, girls.
But a good kick from the Irish, putting a lot of pressure now on the Moody Cows. The Cabbage Patch Women's Rugby 10s title up for grabs here. A huge hoof from the boot. I'd be proud of that one. Sent that 40 metres. Well taken though by the Irish. They need more support. There's a break around the outside though. They need to get back. It doesn't look as if the Moody Cow has the legs to go the whole way. It's going to be close. A last ditch tackle. A solid tackle, but an offload. Oh, they're going to get in the corner. Try scored though, and that is the second try of the game for the Moody Cows. Oh, a penalty. Oh no, we're getting confused here. Not releasing. It's been a long old weekend, so as we come into the final 3 games, difficult to work out what is what. A great kick there. Some of the kicking displayed by the women in this tournament has been exceptional. A lot of great ball skills all round. So, solid line out from the Irish. The Cows breaking away with it here, and they're going to go under the posts. Sloppy tackling, but a solid break, and that outside arc, once it gets going, well, they almost can't stop it. Cheers, Jacob. So, a tough game indeed. 7 minutes played here. How can your Irish girls get back, and what can they do?
Well, I can see one of our main forwards coming off injured now, so that's not looking too good. Again, we just need to stay positive. It's a game as you have, so if they can score three tries in the first half, we can score 2 tries. If we can score 3, they can score 4, we can score 5. You know, it's kind of this type of game where like it's so fast and quick pace that like it doesn't matter what score it is, you can always make a comeback.
See the try there being scored by the Moody Cows. You're saying one of your forwards come off. She's one of the big hitters we saw in the semi-final, hurt her shoulder earlier on, just not quite recovered. Yeah,
that's it. She's definitely one of the biggest hitters on the team, and it's such a shame to see her go off there. She'll be raging. It's quite hard to keep. It's quite hard to keep her off the pitch when she is injured. I remember playing with her in college level, and she had a concussion and was trying to sneak back on the pitch in different jerseys and everything.
Well, that is somebody that clearly loves their rugby. The Moody Cows sending that one high and long. Much better attempt at the restart this time, but here comes the Irish speedster. Foot in touch though. A lot of jeers from the crowd there. Some really good support now. We're towards the tail end of this competition. So a line out to the Moody Cows. Just inside the Irish 10-metre line. Clean off the top, really well drilled set piece. Show and go being crashed. A nice offload in the tackle. Again, another attempted offload. There's space over the far side and there's a lot of Cows over there. A break through the middle though, and I think she's going to skip away with it here. The Moody Cows with their 3rd try of this game. As we come towards half-time, they just seem to be picking out the space. If there's a sniff of a gap, they're going through it. And that's a 3rd try and another under the posts.
It's a bit unfortunate that we don't have a full team out there today. I know like the long weekend, lots of games and injuries happen in the sport, obviously. Would have loved seeing everybody out there giving it all, especially myself.
There's always next year, so you'll just have to come back bigger and better.
Gonna grow as well. Just feel like I need to grow. Those Moody Cows are quite tall.
Yeah, they've got a lot of height in their team, and that counts for a lot. They've got some good ball skills.
They do. I was looking at them before in a game earlier on. It was mad skills. I was like, whoa. A lot of practice. I say they have a lot of effort put in. They're very serious.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. Well drilled. These set piece moves, I mean, kicks like that don't come without a lot of effort and hard work down the training paddock. That one bounced into touch, and that is half time here. Half time in the Cabbage Patch women's rugby final. The Moody Cows lead 19 points to the Irish Rugby Institute's 0. What a backdrop here on the Ibiza Rugby Spy 10s. A great weekend of competition. We've only got 2 more matches to go. Nothing left here today.
What a great first half. The next game to take place will be the men's open final, which will feature the Wyvern Dragons versus Scrum.
So both the teams here, the Irish actually going inside to try and get some shade. Not a bad tactic at all.
If you need a drink, head on to the bar.
So there, I think that's the Abu Dhabi Harlequins with Big Mama centre picture. She came up here and had a word with us earlier on, and she was just loving the rugby. And Mad May, as I called her, but it's actually Big Mama.
Yeah, Big Mama's on the back of her top.
Yeah, Big Mama. That's her Her and her girls know how to party hard, and I'm sure they'll.
They know how to party hard.
Yeah, they'll be lining up the bar later on. Watch out, San Antonio, Ibiza Town. They're coming for you. Thanks to Andrew for getting in touch via Twitter. Go on the Moody Cows Rugby, close out the Ibiza 10s, win for Father's Day. Hashtag Ibiza 10s if you want to get involved in the action.
Go.
10 minutes separating the Moody Cows from victory here at the Ibiza Rugby 10s. You see on the pitch at the back there are the Wyvern Dragons warming up for their open final later on. Another good restart. Well taken, almost well taken. Ooh, a hack which could have broken numerous bones and kneecaps there.
That was a big foot.
A big boot indeed. A show and a go from the number 8 of the Moody Cows, looking for some support. She finds it, but well tackled by the Irish contingent. A wide ball out into the 15-metre channel. A fend on the outside. She's not going to quite get there. A good offload though. Fumbled in the tackle. The referee saying scrum to the Irish. I think that was a knock on. It went forward anyway. So, pressure scrum for the Irish. They trail 19 points to 0. Scrum 10 metres out, 5 metres in from that far touchline. The sun coming into its final few hours here as it goes towards the Ibiza Mountains, as we've called them, the backdrop of this Can Mrs Stadium. Beautiful setting for a rugby tournament. They're trying to break away though. And here comes the speedster in the Irish line. Oh, she's just scragged, just held back by her coattails. What a run that was. Get the ball back in her hands. She's back on her feet though, making a tackle. Oh, they're just bending away here, the Moody Cows. They're going to be chased down, or are they? No, a great weaving run for the Moody Cows. And look at that for a finish. The try scored here, and that makes it 24-0. Just as you thought that I think Amelia called him Mad May, is it, who ran on that run. The Irish tackled well, but it was turnover ball. And the Moody Cows came away with it.
You can see Roshan coming back on there now with that bad shoulder.
Can't be that bad. She knows there's only 8 minutes left of this Ibiza 10s tournament.
I'm pretty sure she'd come back on if her shoulder was not even in place.
And what an effort that was. Fantastic accuracy, not enough weight behind that. You know, she's been kicking.
Great kick.
She's been kicking as well as some of the blokes here this weekend, I can assure you. A great little fend there, and just at the point you thought she was going to get tackled, she pulls away, and a really lovely finish. Restart, bounced off the head. Wrong sport for that one, love. The ball well retained though. Looking to get the ball out wide here, the Irish boshing through. The Cows keeping a really strong defence. Looking to ship this down the line. Oh, a big hit coming in there fumbling the ball, but that did come off a Moody Cow arm. 2 more subs, 12 and 13 on the park for the Irish. Getting some fresh legs on, seeing if they can change the fate of this game. It's 4 tries the difference, 24 points to 0, 6 minutes left to go here at the Canmissy Stadium for the Cabbage Patch Women's Rugby Tournament here at the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s. A great weekend of action we've seen. Lots of cheers and jeers going on in that back stand. So the Irish moving the ball out to the wide channels here, looking for some pace. A great inside break. She goes in, she goes out, and she comes in again, and out and in, and out and in. An offload, well held though. All fantastically cleared out from the Irish speedster. Looking for some space down this near side. Offside, the call from the referee. Get back 10. Penalty call. Looking to move the ball. Big runs here from the Irish. Another penalty. Get back 10, the referee calling.
Roisin's shoulder again.
But she gets up and she carries on. Maybe a chance of an outside break here. The Irish working hard to generate some form of momentum. They're looking for gaps. The Cows, well, for a lack of a pun, they're having an utterly great defensive effort here.
Lol.
So a break on the outside, and what a fantastic run. A great score for the Irish, that outside break. They found a hole eventually, and it was down the 5-metre channel, down in the shadows underneath the main stand canopy here at the Canmissy Stadium. Well, what a burst that was. 5 minutes left to play. And that's straight through the sticks. Fantastic conversion. Both teams getting some water on now. Well, what a try that was, Shauna.
Yeah, anybody knows or has seen the Moody Cows play in the past, they know that they don't concede many tries. So to get through and to break through that space is really good. Obviously the Moody Cows are getting a bit fatigued with the sun and the heat, but they're still a great team all around.
A fantastic try, well deserved. A great step on the inside though. Here we go with the speedster and kicker, and she's away, and she's going to go under the post here, and that is a well-deserved solo try. She deserves that one. She's been fantastic all game, and a great response from the Moody Cows here, and that, I believe, will be game, set, and match now. Thanks for the tweet, Moody Cows at Rugby Spy, hashtag Ibiza 10s. Keep up the hard graft, Cows. Doing Macmillan proud, of course, raising lots of money. They're doing a fantastic job. They mean business, and you know, with their fantastic kit as well, a lot of fantastic kit. The Irish girls kit equally as striking, black and emerald green. Waiting for the ball to come back to the middle for the restart. Only a couple of minutes left to play. And this will turn out to be a well-deserved victory for the Moody Cows. The best team all weekend, Charlotte.
Yeah, you can see why they're reigning champs. They're so solid in attack and defence. It's unbelievable. You can see that the hard work that they put in pays off.
And a great take from the restart. Now trying to burrow their way over. A good tackle though in the end. A big smash. They have a gap in the middle here. If they can get through it, it's going to be a try under the post, and it is. Too much space left. There's no shame in losing to the Moody Cows. They are one of the premier 7s and 10s side across Europe. They go to a lot of tournaments throughout the year. They pick up a lot of silverware, and they're a well-drilled bunch.
Yeah, I think we should still be proud of ourselves though, because this is our first tour. Our first time playing as a team all together. We're all from different clubs across Ireland, So to get to the final, this is a big deal, and we're all very proud of each other.
You know, it's a fantastic effort to come here in your first tournament and come away runners-up. There's been some good sides this weekend, and certainly the Irish Rugby Institute have been by far the second best amongst them. And you can definitely drink to that tonight.
I wonder what the Guinness is like here.
Pure and thick, I believe, so with a good head on it. But another great catch.
That was unbelievable.
Of the restart, and just as we saw a moment ago, well, we said the number 10 for the Moody Cows is a good kicker, and she is not just a good kicker, but she is an excellent one.
That was an unbelievable take, not gonna lie.
That is a superb piece of skill to get under that, just the timing, the speed and the acceleration once she caught it to run away with it. I think this could well be the last play of the game. Look at that for a kick. Good effort, great distance.
Wasn't there a normal kicker either?
No, and that is full time. And that means, well, we'll just take a look at the replay. High into the Ibiza sky, caught that running into the sun, and there's not much you can do about that. A great finish in the end, chased all the way to the line by the Irish, but that does mean that the Cabbage Patch Rugby Spy Ibiza 10's Women's Cup champions are the Moody Cows. They win the final here. 43 points to the Irish Rugby Institute 7. A valiant effort from the girls in green. They've been fantastic all weekend. Great sports. Shauna, thank you very much for joining me here up in our commentary jungle. I hope you've enjoyed it.
I have. Thanks for having me.
And will we see you back next year with the rest of the girls?
Oh, of course. We'll be back bigger and stronger than ever.
Well, we'll see you in the bar later on. A great effort.
Floor is lava. No, Andy's coming.
Call from the stands there. A great effort. And I think we're now going to head down to Joe Burns pit side. I'm sure he's going to grab a couple of these Moody Cows to have a chat with them. A big chance there from the Moody Cows. You can see how much this means to people. So they're just looking for some of the Irish Rugby Institute girls. Joe's going to have a chat with them. So, Joe, what's happening down there, mate? You're in the middle. Once again, finally out the hot tub. Right, that's Joe.
Your first tournament together, and you're in the final. So it's only going to go up and up from here, yeah, girls? So where next for the Institute?
Probably anywhere that's
go out tonight, the bar, maybe.
Well, I can direct you. I can point you in that direction to get to. I will shout you girls a pie because you've been fantastic all tournament. I've loved to watch you girls grow throughout the tournament and come better and better. And we hope you come back next year, you know? Yeah, give these girls another run for their money, okay? Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Irish Rugby Institute runners-up of the Cabbage Patch Ibiza 10's Women's Cup. Well done, girls. Oh, and also, sorry, I've forgotten one thing as well. You girls, you had an injury. Shauna Carpet? Sorry, Shauna Carley picked up an injury. She's in hospital at the moment, so I'm sure the girls will be dedicating their win for that. Absolutely. And also Kim Campbell, one of your teammates, got married yesterday. Yeah, so she tied the knot. So I think the girls would like to dedicate that tournament performance to both of you guys. So there we are. But
the Tigers, shout out to them. They've been great sports all tournament, and we couldn't have done the final without them. They're fucking dead.
To rob the coat. Righto, so The runners-up, and now we're on to the victors. The irrepressible Moody Cows, the tournament favourites from the word go, and I describe them as the Rolls Royce of the women's tournament, and they've shown themselves so that their engines are in fine fettle with a big win. Congratulations, girls. We can be excited. We can be excited. How do you feel?
Yeah, we're really pleased. Thanks for having us, and we can celebrate now.
Yeah. So what do you think of the final? The Irish girls, you'd played them earlier, but they've got better as the tournament's gone on, right? So they're more of a challenge.
Definitely. They've improved.
Would you like to elaborate, or no? Well, you guys have won all the money as well, and what is the main reason why we're winning this money?
Well, it's all going to Macmillan Cancer support, and we just want to say a massive thank you to our sponsors for helping us get out here and being able to win the money for charity.
And who are your sponsors?
Rotella Marketing.
Rotella Marketing, and all the money is going to Macmillan Cancer? To Macmillan Support, sorry. Cancer Support. Yep. Sorry, Cancer Support. Okay, well, girls, you've been great. Crack all tournaments. You played the best rugby. You're deserving winners. I'm looking forward to getting it presented to you. So thank you to the Moody Cows, the Cabbage Patch Women's Elite Cup winners 2017. Okay, there you have it. So that's the girls wrapped up. We've got two tournaments to conclude yet. We've got the Men's Open on the horizon. So featuring, we've got the Wyvern Dragons, the reigning champions. If we walk this way, we can see the crowd showing their appreciation of the Moody Cows. They're a very, very popular side. They've engaged with the crowd. They've played some great rugby. I think they had too much power for the young girls from Ireland ultimately. But as you can see, they're social animals as well as rugby playing animals. So as I was saying, the Men's Open, the Wyvern Dragons, the reigning champions, they are going to be coming up against Scrum and Coke. Now Scrum and Coke, they had a side in the elite also. They're a New Zealand and South African Barbarians team. They had to pull their elite team because they picked up too many injuries. So the open side is holding the torch on their behalf. They performed in a very, very hotly contested semi-final with RM 1664s, the Royal Marines. As I said, the Royal Marines were a very strong outfit. They overcame them with some gutsy play and some very big physicality in the tackle and at the breakdown. The Wyvern Dragons, wow, they had a hell of a game against the Mad Dogs. That actually went to extra time. They fought back during normal time to overcome a deficit, and they levelled the game late on. It went to extra time, and having had a scare in the Golden Point round, they then came back and won. So, as we've seen, the Wyvern Quins are very, very resilient, and they do not want to let go of their title. They're competitive men, and I think we're going to have a real final on our hands. The Scrum and Coke boys, they've been here all weekend. Very, very good value, and we're looking forward to seeing them on the park also. Following that up, we've got the elite final, but for now, we're done down here, and we're looking forward to welcoming the teams onto the pitch. Here they come.
So we now approach our penultimate game of this weekend's Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s. We've just seen the Moody Cows crowned the Cabbage Patch Women's Champions for 2017. They retained their crown that they won last year. So we now head to the men's Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s Open final between Scrum and Coke, a bunch of Kiwis, and the Wyvern Dragons. The Wyvern Dragons, of course, the B-string lineup of the Harlequins, and what a take that is. Just doing as we've seen the Moody Cows in the previous game. Scrum and Coke already looking to break through here, and they do. A great pair of feet. He looks like he's going to go the whole way, and what a start to this game. Inside a minute, Scrum and Coke. Joe asked me down in the hot tub who I thought could be contenders for this title, and I said to them, I think the Scrum and Coke boys have got an outside chance. They were fantastic earlier on against the RM 1664s. To beat those boys, you need a good set of skills, and my word, what a start to that game. So, the Scrum and Coke boys will restart here. Sent long. The Dragons trying to play this out of their own 22. A huge kick to clear their lines, and it is collected by the Dragons. Moving the ball down the short side, intercepted by one of the Scrum and Cokers. Using their skills here for the good. A lot of cheers in the ground here.
Hello, Scott.
Hi, Rich. How have you been getting on down at pitch side?
It's been pretty hectic, but pretty good. Oh, look, there's an action replay. I'll let you do that bit.
So this is the try, the first and only try of this game. A good little hitch kick and a great turn of speed there with a Scrum and Coke number 12 to break away.
Did it notice that I got a bit wet there when the sprinkler caught me?
The Scrum and Coke away with it again, closing down on the Dragons try line. Bundling over here, and that's over the line, and that is the second try of the game in as many minutes for the Scrum and Cokers. A great start, and they look well positioned to carry on this form into the rest of the match.
Social side coming here and winning it. I know that's the main thing in the elite, but they seem more social than rugby, don't they?
Yeah, they've certainly been a bit of party boys down there on that field, but you know, they're Kiwis, they know how to play. They're not just going to come here and try and Mickey Mouse it.
Are they Kiwis?
Yeah.
See, I've been chatting to them all day and I didn't even know that.
Oh, really? Well, that's a...
And what do we get from that? No, you missed that one.
Yeah, not clean, not as good as the first one, so...
Well, they know how to play then, it's a fair point.
Yeah, Scrum and Coke. Electric start to the first half. 12 points to nil they lead, bundling over and then just dotting it over the line. The referee happy with that grounding.
Although the Maori All Blacks the weekend weren't very good.
No, but
we showed them what was what.
Yeah. The Lions supposedly showing them a clean pair of heels, but a break down this near touchline.
The Welsh Lions, is that?
The Welsh Lions. Gatland's pretty boys, as some have called them. Back to Ibiza though, hashtag
Yes.
Ibiza 10S.
Yeah, let's have some of your social media contacts. We've already had somebody outed for not sending the Father's Day card.
Well, they'll have to bring back some Ibiza goodies then, won't they?
I believe he's already got some. Took some, got some.
So, kicked forward now by the Dragons. They're chasing after this one. They've got two of their speedsters on it, and they're going to get there. They just need to ground this. Oh! He tried to hack it forward. He just needed to dive on that. Perhaps a little bit reluctant to on this scorching hot pitch here at the Cam Mrs Stadium.
You're an athlete, Scott. I mean, that was like Linford Christie in the last 60 of a 100 metres,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
that was a great bit of acceleration. Good show of top end speed there. Two of their players just making the Scrum and Cokers look really, really sluggish.
You mean more Agatha Christie than Linford Christie?
Yeah, more Agatha Christie than Linford Christie, Rich. I love that one.
You can have that one, mate, for you. Use that in your job if you want.
Yeah, I'll put that in the bank. So scrum 5 metres out for the Dragons. Really solid effort. Good contest between both Scrum and Coke. Scrum and Coke. Scrum by name, Scrum by nature. A skip onto the outside channel, trying to find it into the hands of their speedster. He goes, steps inside. Bustled up here. Looking for a clean contest. The Scrum and Coke penalised for not releasing, and the referee's going to give a card here to Scrum and Coke, and that is a sin binning. And like in one of the previous games where the player happened to forget to go off the pitch, the Scrum and Coke lad is walking away, so they are down to 9 men. Tap and go. Looking for some space. They have the numbers out wide. They just need to put the ball through their hands, draw the man. They've gone back inside, perhaps not the best option. They've come back out again. They need to dive in the corner, and that's a score. And that is a good return for the Wyvern Dragons. The Wyvern Dragons well back in this now. Immediately making the sin bin pay.
Yeah, straight through the hands there, using the numbers. A lot of sense in that. Bloody hot up here, isn't it? God.
Yeah, the commentary jungle. It's got hotter now than I think it was earlier. I was a little bit cooler. We've got a fan up here now. It's not really making much difference.
4:30, we lose the shade. I think that's the problem there, mate. I think it's the sun beating purely down on us.
I'm trying to move our parasol to give us a bit more shade, but not really working. Unfortunately, my architectural
it's more of a
skills
satellite
not so good.
dish than an umbrella at the moment.
Attracting all the sun rays.
Good use of hands here. There we go. Look at that. Right in the back. Thank you very much in the corner. I'm putting it down. I'm not diving. Don't blame him. It's incredibly hot out there. Now, that's made it interesting because Wyvern come back into it. There were some people's favourite before this game started.
Great take
well
again.
Take.
Great take. You can tell that that's something they've practiced, much like the Moody Cows did in the previous game. The Wyvern Dragons, of course, the reigning champs of this open competition. A lovely chip over the top. Here comes the speedster. Can he collect this one? No, he can't. They've both taken each other out.
Or have they?
Catch it.
Or have they? Penalty try. Look at that. What do you think?
Wow. Oh, wow. I did not see that one coming. A penalty try.
Mr. Woods, the man in the middle there. We're having a word about him later.
The referee, well, that's not what I thought the decision should be. They both happened to clatter each other as they came in to collect the ball. Let's have a look at the replay here. Smooth ball through their hands.
They were always favourites to win it due to the pace. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. He tackled the man without the ball.
He tackled the man without the ball, the man who had already gone past the ball, though, so they were never going to score anyway. In my view.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point as well as my one.
Yeah, he tackled the man without the ball, sin-bin him, but he wasn't going to score. You know, the referee needs to come up here and
explain himself.
Yeah.
Well, not explain himself. Well, we had explain to us.
We had Daryl here earlier on.
Yes.
Elite referee. I'm sure he would have had some thoughts on that. He's going to be.
He would have used the word the referee deemed. Is that correct?
He basically recite the rule book at me and then throw it at me afterwards. So a very knowledgeable man, professional set of the group of elite referees.
Sent out here by the London Society. Excellent job they're doing too. Right, so 12 all. Extra time on the cards.
Sent high into the sky. Can they collect this one again? Almost. Scrum and Coke under a lot of pressure here over the past few minutes. Less than a minute left to play in this half, and they're away again. The Scrum and Coke boys skipping out of tackles. They're looking for support. They have the numbers. That was not the option. They could have kept going forward. They've now lost 20 metres of territory.
Plus Wyvern are back.
Yeah, Wyvern have managed to claw back behind the ball here. They're now in possession. Kicked away though. This one's going to roll out into touch, and frantic passage of play comes to an end, and it is half time here. The penultimate game of this weekend's tournament.
I'm no expert, but as you've probably heard from my earlier commentary, but Wyvern have got the speed around the outsides. When they chip over, their speedsters are making it. When they run round the sides, they're making it. Scrum and Coke have got to keep it a little bit narrow, which is not something you want to really do in 10s. But if they give any room outside, Wyvern are there. They've got the boys to make the difference.
Yeah, they've got a couple of bolts from the blue. The Wyvern Dragons, they seem to have got a lot of fire in their belly in comparison to the start of their semi-final earlier on. And they are really beginning to press forward in this game.
Now, we've got a race following this one, and you must be looking forward to emceeing that, Scott.
Yeah, I love that. I love a bit of a foot race, athletics. Nobody's invited me to go and take part in that race. I think that's slightly unfair.
That's because it's not like a foot race as normal. Last year it was dinosaurs, but this year it's a little bit of a surprise.
Oh, right. Well, we'll look forward to that one.
So you'll be emceeing on the stadium there, keeping the crowd on their toes, letting them know what's happening.
Well, that's a great one. So I'll have to shoot over to the air-conditioned box for a change and potentially cool down for the first time in,
2 days.
Hours,
Yeah. But the thing is, the reason that you weren't told earlier, because we thought you might want to practice being over there. And,
right, okay,
and you might like that air-conditioned box too much. Look, there we are. You can see just their heads get a bit of shade.
Look at that sunburn.
And the rest of the time there. Look, I've got the watch mark.
It's
look at that white mark. It's a killer.
Just flashing the iWatch there, I see, Rich.
No, it was actually the white mark. But anyway, the producers decided that he's had enough of us.
Yeah, okay, well,
that's
the way
there's
it
only
goes
so
sometimes.
much eye candy you can take in a day.
Yeah, well, exactly. They can see more of that later. We'll be down the strip, no doubt. So, back to the second half, 10 minutes. And it's currently all square here. The Wyvern Dragons 12, Scrum and Coke 12. A beautiful setting here in Ibiza town at the Canvases Stadium. We're just 2 kilometres inland from the Ibiza town beach, 7 kilometres north of the Ibiza airport, and that is one of many shocking restarts we've seen so far this weekend.
Get off the fence, Scott.
Yeah.
Shocking.
If it goes backwards behind the halfway line, I think I'm within my right to call that shocking.
I'll give you that.
Maybe these Kiwis not so good after all, hey? But we shall see. They're playing well. If they start this second half the same way they did the first, then they might just have enough to edge this one. Interesting tactic.
Yeah, good. They've got him right down there.
Yeah, he's got him well inside.
That bit of shade we were talking about that was on our heads is now gone.
Yeah, I think the parasol's been taken away by the Ibiza sun gods, so my poor ginger locks, I need to get my cap back on somewhere.
Can I borrow my hat?
No, I think that's a bit too wet for my liking.
That's because the sprinklers got me. Nobody told us the sprinklers was coming on while we were doing our
VT.
Pitch side VT, yeah.
So it's Scrum and Coke with the line out in this men's Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s open competition. Wyvern Dragons, the reigning champions from last year. Scrum and Coke now hoof this ball into touch, into the shadow, directly where Big Mama and her Abu Dhabi Harlequins are sat. You can hear her from a mile away.
And do you know the theme to the party tonight is tropical, hence my tropical Hawaiian shirt, and you'll see lots of hula skirts and fruit baskets on their head over there.
Yeah, they're looking lovely and fruity and tropical indeed. Hearing that some of the Scottish Tigers have come as grapes and strawberries, which is more summer fruits than tropical fruits, but not sure about that one. Back to this game though, it's a knock-on from Scrum and Coke, and it will give the Wyvern Dragons a solid attacking opportunity. The platform from a scrum, 15 metres in from that far touchline, midway between the 22 and the 10. Quick change.
It's a very colourful crowd though, with all the lathes and that out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very nice. We've got a few of the shredded ducks I can see out there in their blue and yellow jerseys.
Unlucky in the semi-finals they were, so that's a big final coming up.
Unlucky, or were they
Shredded Ducks? Shredded Ducks lost in the last-minute try, wasn't it?
Unlucky, or were they cheaters because they decided to keep a man on the pitch when he'd actually been sin-binned and they scored, and then that was disallowed. So
I was pitch side. How would I know?
Yeah, that was the confusion. Bloodgate scandal all over again. Subgate scandal here in Ibiza, but that's been and done. They're out, and this is the Rugby 10s, the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s Open final. Two big teams here thrashing it out. It's all level at the moment. All sit down, but well held in the tackle. By Scrum and Coke.
Crossing. Giving it as a crossing there.
So that will be a penalty to Scrum and Coke.
Scrum and Coke with 7 minutes to go. Plenty of time.
I'm sure once they've had a scrum, they'll head to the bar for a few Cokes after this game. Rehydrate, as it were.
Exactly. Very important in this weather. I was just going to have some of your water up here, but it's very warm, isn't it?
Yes, it's actually boiling. You could
make a cuppa with the water you got up here.
Yeah.
You need to have a word with your employers.
Yeah, I need to have a word with them. Boiling hot water, you know. It's a bit distasteful.
It's an H&R department.
Yeah. Well, speaking with our doctor and former England Sevens player Uche Duza in the commentary jungle here earlier on, he was saying how important it was to keep hydrated and get those.
Replace those fluids,
yeah, replace those fluids, get those liquids in.
Yeah.
Done pretty well so far. Not too bad at all.
No, it's been good. Excellent couple of days, and it's really looking like it's coming good. There's a real good crowd. Everybody's been here. So it looks like they're going to be in the stands to watch this final. And this one's still to roll out. My money is on Scrum and Coke.
Scrum and Coke then pressing hard in the defence. A break though down the outside, and it could go all the way here. Rich, it's commentator's curse from you. The Wyvern Dragons are going to go in the corner. They're being chased hard though. It's a difficult position for them to get the conversion from, but what about that, hey? Just as you said, Scrum and Coke to win.
As I said that, but remember I did say earlier about the fact that if you give Wyvern a bit of width, I thought Scrum and Coke worked it out by then, but if you give them a bit of width, they got those guys on the outside that got that acceleration.
A try from nothing.
Yep.
Broke from their own 22.
And as a 100 and 200 and 400 metre runner, won't you be proud of yourself?
Yeah,
Scott?
oh, I'd love that. I've scored plenty of them in my career. You know, usually I'm sort of the person that would come on and score their first touch of the ball. That's my usual sort of scenario.
Well, I tell you, I'm sitting in the in the company of greatness, aren't I? And that's a successful conversion. That makes all the difference.
Well, that is a very
because now Scrum and Coke have got to decide if they want to equalise and go to extra time.
Yeah, they might not fancy that. Sudden death we saw earlier on. Unfortunately, knock out the scaffold.
There you go. Picks it up, spins round. That's one hand off. That's all it needs, and he's off. And he opens the burners. Off he goes, Scott Eburn style, and he's on the post.
I was about to say Carlin Isles style, the USA Sevens superstar.
They're trying to build you up, Scott. That's what it was.
Who do you think taught Carlin Isles how to hitch kick? Scrum and Coke, though, trying to break from inside their own half here. They have a bit of space on this near touchline. Fend and back inside. They're looking for some support. Picked up well. Another handoff. They need to be careful here. Thrown back inside. They're not in touch. They need to... Oh, it's just gone out. Unfortunate there. They were just playing too close to the touchline here.
The first one looked like it was out, but it was a referee right on top of it. You had a much better view than we did.
Yeah.
As you can see, a long run like that, a few of the players, they're gasping. The coach should be telling them to stand up, expand and fill the lungs. You know?
Yeah, that's correct. Good physiology knowledge there, Rich.
Thank you very much.
There is a scrum though, knock on first. So the Dragons have opted to take the scrum. Trying to avoid the sun on my forehead. I'm hiding behind our limited jungle covering here. Time for a clearance from the Dragons. No, they're looking to run it. And they put it into the hands of their man wearing the green boots. A little bit of a grubber. He's not going to collect it himself, but it's a good tackle. Scrum and Coke, though, with the offload, trying to bash their way through two Dragon players. A dink through the middle, and that's come off a Dragon leg, and that will be a line out to Scrum and Coke on the Dragon 22 metre
Well, that
line.
builds it up, doesn't it? So this is their final throw of the dice.
2 minutes left to play.
2 minutes left, but they don't want to turn it over here. I know we've seen all the other games that you score from it under your own post, but this is their chance to consolidate the ball and then punch a hole up through the middle, because they've had no success for any outside yet.
Great off the top of the line out there, looking for quick ball. The out half taking it in to contact himself. And that could be game to the Wyvern Dragons.
Holding on.
Holding on at the ruck. And it's a penalty to the Harlequin-esque boys. They will kick for touch here. There's not long left at all. Sent above the canopy and into the Abu Dhabi Harlequins. Still enough time for the line out, the referee says.
Some fruit could have gotten lathes got broken there. I mean,
squash tomatoes, squash fruit, that sort of thing.
Like Copacabana Beach in part of that there, isn't there?
Well, people are just
I
putting
know
their
a song
feet
about
up.
that. I'll sing it to you later, Scott. Right?
Yeah, thanks very much, Rich. Broken through the line out by the Dragons, still full of beans in this Rugby Spy Ibiza 10's open competition. An attempted kick for territory there, charged down by Scrum and Coke. There may be a chance for them here to put the pressure on defensively. Well held so far. They're using that tactic of the kick, but it's charged down once again. They need to give themselves a bit more room to make that. Round the back. Still in touch. The flick inside goes to ground. A little bit messy in there.
All right, this is their chance.
They need to go quickly here, the Scrum and Coke, from this penalty. And
This is it, no mistakes now.
a bit more depth. They can't just do this with
Don't
one
get
runners.
isolated again. Well, they need the numbers out here. They need the numbers. Oh,
big hit from the Dragons. They do have numbers though. Cutting through the middle of the Dragons line. This is it. This could be the chance. The out half going on his own. Taken into contact once again. The
Not
referee,
rolling
another
away.
penalty, not rolling away. They need to take it quick.
they go right. They've got numbers. If they can go through hands, they're just punching up through the middle. Good rucking out there. Good quick ball.
Not interested in going through the hands. They're just sending one-up runners.
I think I mentioned this earlier, didn't I?
And look how successful it is now, Rich. An inspiration.
Yeah.
It's another penalty and it's going to be a card here.
Not rolling away. So he can't go yet. He's got to give me a yellow card first. Not rolling away. Trying to slow that ball down. Got to go through the middle.
now, though.
I hope they don't fly it out wide now, because that's not what's been working for them.
They need to keep trying to punch these holes and eventually there will just be bags of space because they're one man short. The Wyvern Dragon slipped underneath the attempted tackle. And that is a penalty for not releasing.
He just slipped, rolled forward, isolated himself. And Wyvern now that ball to touch, and it's all theirs.
Full time here at the Can Misses Stadium in the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10's men's open competition. And last year's reigning champions, well, they have come out on top again. The final score, Wyvern Dragons 19, Scrum and Coke 12. A great effort from the Scrum and Coke lads. They started the first half exceptionally well. But the better experience, the better legs, the better runners from the Dragons paying dividends in the end.
It sure did. Congratulations to them. That's 2 out of 3 finals. Two big main ones to go now. We got the Dragon race. Not dragons, could be dinosaurs, can't recall. And we have the elite final, which is going to be a very appetising affair.
Yeah, the Projects boys versus the Wyvern Harlequins. Well, it could be a double again for them in 2017.
Yeah, double last year, double this year. They're in for it. I tell you now, I might not be up here for it, but my money's on the Project Water boys. That's it. They brought a big squad, a big support crew. They came out here with the intention of winning this.
Yeah, fingers crossed they do. We spoke to their coach, Cakes, earlier on. He was very impressed with how they got on this morning, but perhaps they go back to their original blue and lime green kits. That seemed to fare better for them earlier on in this competition.
It certainly did.
So a big sprinkler on the pitch now. Players trying to cool down a little bit. But next up we of course have the race, mystical race. Dinosaur race, well. Hey, hey, hey.
A round of drinks for your squad. Be sure to get your representatives down to the end of the touchline, get in your costumes, with some drinks.
So a great final. The Wyvern Dragons, worthy winners in the end. They win 19 points to Scrum and Coke's 12. And we're now pitch side with Joe Burns. Joe, who have you got with you?
So here we've got the dinosaur race coming up. You can win a round of 16 beers for your team. Be sure to head over to the award ceremony and closing party in the village later on this evening. Get your dinosaurs ready.
Can't really complain about those sorts of things. We probably, what it comes down to is we're just not fit enough, to be honest. Yeah, we're not fit enough to be able to keep up with the pace of all these other guys, and that's really what it is. We should have done a bit more training, but anyway.
Well, you had a last throw at the dice there, roll of the dice, sorry, at the end there. It just didn't quite come off for you, but you still enjoyed yourselves, all of you together.
Oh, it's great. Very, very good weekend. We've loved it, and definitely be back.
So I'd like to hear, where next for Scrum and Coke after Ibiza?
I'm not too sure yet. Just we'll find a tournament somewhere around the world.
So that's somewhere exotic, playing rugby, good times, you'll be there.
I can't miss the photo.
Right, team photo, you get going. Mate, pleasure, pleasure. That's the elite team. Sorry, we're just over here. So we're seeing the Scrum and Coke boys grab their team photo while I make my way over to find the victors, the Wyvern Harlequins. Ah, here we go. Ah, how convenient. Yeah? Oh, okay. Well, that's indicative of the effort and the shouting and the perseverance that you put in through the tournament.
That is fair play. The boys put a hell of a shift in. I'm proud of them. Tell my voice by screaming and shouting. So I'm trying to have a nice beer after now.
You haven't enjoyed making it easy for yourself. You've been the comeback kings all tournament.
Yeah, well, that was our aim. And hopefully now we can do it in the elite team as well now. And take the double home again then and enjoy ourselves tonight then.
Yeah, but hard fought. You faced some tough teams out here today.
Oh, the tournament's got much better since last year. There's some really tough teams in there this year. The credit to Scrum and Coke, they're a very good side. The Royal Marines are a good side. And I'm just proud Jeff to get on top of all of them. Just shows we're better.
Yeah, mate, absolutely fantastic. Well, we've loved watching all the games you've been involved in. But what do you think got you over the line in that final? Your kicking was pretty good in there, tactically and territorially.
I think the boys just wanted it more, I think, personally. And I think they needed it as well, I think. They put not a good performance in yesterday. I think they wanted it more in the end. I think that's what made them get over the line, I think. Yeah. More anger, more determination, that's what I think.
Yeah, I'd say that you boys have summed up like the ferocity of competition. Like, everyone is chasing back for that last tackle at the moment.
Oh, yeah, they are. And everyone's tackling, no one's missing tackles, so that's what makes the boys hungry and that's what makes us, well, the champions again.
There you go. Look, I know that you've got the elite boys to look after now, so congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bainesy.
Very happy.
Another trophy in the cabinet.
Yeah, another trophy in the cabinet, so it's good. It's going to plan. It was a tough game, tough physical battle. But I mean, the boys did well with the kicking, and yeah, all credit to them. And obviously, Jason, we won it for Jason last year because he got injured, so he couldn't come out. So it's good to retain the title. And now, obviously, we've got the elite final in half an hour. So yeah,
is it a tactic to go at least 2 tries down before you then come back and win it?
I don't know. I think we just like to make it hard for ourselves for some reason. I don't know. It is nearly 2 tries, I think, every game we've let in at the beginning and then had to come back.
Oh, you've got some wise old heads in there, though, to guide you on that journey back to get the W. Well, mate, I'm looking forward to the presentation later on and giving you that glory. Good luck for you boys in the elite. Who's competing for you in the mascot race?
Two young 18-year-olds have been playing with us, Kieran and Mason. One's my nephew.
Oh yeah.
So he's been playing with us.
They're there preparing now.
Kieran.
Oh, there you go. You're up for the mascot race. There you go. So giving young kids a start in rugby and mascot racing. What more could you want?
That's it, definitely. Thanks a lot, Ray.
Thanks, Bainesy. Appreciate it, mate. Okay, so as you can see, obviously we're 2 out of 3 rugby competitions down. The winners are in the bag, but the marquee event of the Ibiza 10S is just on the horizon. Think Yoshi in Mario Kart, but multiply that by 32. Put in a 150-metre dash with pints as prizes on the line. You can see just beyond yonder the competitors getting ready. What this situation is a member from each team who competes in the tournament will dress up in an inflatable dinosaur mascot costume, and it is a foot race from the one try line to the far try line and back to the halfway line. It's fiercely contested. If you YouTube last year's race, you'll see that people were employing all sorts of dirty tricks to get across the line first. It's a good bit of fun. The crowd are looking forward to it. As you can see, the sort of party atmosphere of a 10s tournament is now starting to build. We've got the fancy dress on the go. People are starting to have a few libations, loosen up. There's teams mixing in with everyone. They'll all be cheering on their respective dinosaur to have mascot glory. So I can see them just about shaping up now. Scotty is going to be doing the commentary for you. I'm going to be up there doing the commentary for the crowd. So I'll leave you to it for the moment and see you shortly. The crowd are starting to go a little bit bananas in the background. They've chosen their champion like Boagrius in Troy. We've got Scott up in the stadium commentary booth, talking all the competitors. That's Tom Brown, you can see at the moment, who's one of the tournament organisers. He's very, very passionate about his dinosaur racing. Here we go. They're off. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, one of the students is in front. Students love free beers. Here we go. It's on the turn. Who's this? Who we got coming through? Oh! And the crowd go wild. They love their dinosaur racing. We're going to go and try and find the winner. Go try and find the winner and get a little word with him. So, we got Finn from the Shredded Ducks. Not as shredded as I was anticipating, but you know. Oh, no. And Amelie. And Amelie from the Scotties Tigers. So, you guys both fell short in the semi-finals today of, you know, the Mickey Mouse tournaments, but when it comes to game time, you guys come to the fore.
Yeah, mate. Oh, it's good to win something, isn't it? I mean, we had a good semi against the Water Boys. I thought I was going to blow out there, but yeah, not a good sprint on. Don't really want a beer now, though. I'd rather have a pint of water.
You may have a pint of water, and then you can be a champion amongst your teammates with beers to them. And Amelie, same for you. Good wheels.
Yeah, sure had just a great tournament, and of course this last game here, this run, really awesome.
Yeah, this is the one that you've been waiting for, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I want my free beer.
Very, very ladylike. Very ladylike. Well, guys, go speak to Brownie. He'll sort you out. Well done. Good sports.
Up the Ducks, I should say. Up the Ducks. Great week with the boys. Up the Ducks. Quack.
Hashtag Scotty's Little Soldiers.
Pleasure. Up the Ducks. I think
That's it, mate. What a race that was. Nobody knew how far they were going to go at the end there. We thought it was 50. It turned out it was 100. It was there and back. We got one of the Tigers. Was that a dabble? Was that the Usain Bolt, lightning bolt? Who knows? But what a finish. And that was where the real money's made. I believe there's no money or no prize for that apart from a round of drinks. So the Scottish Tigers, well, they're going to drink well tonight.
They are going to drink well. They always drink well.
Well,
you're more out of breath than the people who won it.
Well, you know, I'm super fit, mate. I did my track session last night, but I didn't get an invite to that race. So
I actually did see you doing that track session. How'd it go? What are you practicing for?
You know, a bit of everything. You know, a few championships, just a few races, trying to get some personal best. But you know, commentators, they don't just sit on their derrieres all day. You know.
All right. Okay. Good stuff. Well, look, I'll let you get back up to the commentary booth. We've got the big one coming up now. So here we are. We've obviously had a bit of fun with the mascot race, and now we're here with the men's elite final, the JHA Recruitment Men's Elite Final. We've got two teams here. We've got the Projects Water Boys, who've been the favourites throughout the tournament, but they have been run close. They've been run very close. They had a tough game against the Wyvern Harlequins, which could have gone any way this morning, and then they had an epic semi against the Shredded Ducks. There were a couple of key turning points. If they'd gone the Ducks' ways, then maybe the Projects Water Boys wouldn't be here. But here they stand, overcoming adversity in games and showing some real nice touches throughout the tournament. What can you say about the Wyvern Harlequins? Their open side have just shown you their ferocity and competitive nature. It's always nice to see Freddie Mercury at the Ibiza 10S. The Wyvern Harlequins, as I was saying, their competitive spirit, their never say die attitude has shown them well throughout the tournament in their open and in their elite. They were looking a little bit ropey earlier on in the tournament, but they've really come back strong. I think that snarling grit is going to be a real force to be reckoned with when it comes up against the Projects Water Boys. We're in for an absolute treat, quality rugby, and looking forward to seeing who the victor is and who is crowned champion of Ibiza 2017 and wins the big prize purse of €7,500. The sprinklers are just beginning to die down. Scotty's back up in the commentary box. I'm going to toss you up to him for one final bit of game time. So, Scotty, we look forward to hearing your words of wisdom one last time in what promises to be a mouth-watering final.
Thanks, Joe. Running all around the shop today. It's a busy one here, but this is crunch time. The final few preparations. Two top teams, two really professionally run sides. The Projects Water Boys versus the Wyvern Harlequins. The Can Mrs. Stadium here in Ibiza, the home to the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10s. It's a fantastic weekend of rugby, a fantastic weekend of competition. The sun now just coming in to view, into shot. We weren't sure who was going to make this final at the start of the weekend. Only 5 teams in the elite men's competition, a prize pot of €7,500. The sun idyllically casting down on this hallowed turf here in Ibiza. The Harlequins there, just doing their final preparations. Moments away, the players into the tunnel. It's going to be a big, big game. You sense the players know what is at stake. It's not just the pride. It is €7,500 at stake as well. And you know, you've already seen and heard how the Water Boys will spend their winnings. It will help fund their trip to Stockholm in a few weeks' time. Both of these two teams having a great weekend in Ibiza. They know that this is it. Yesterday was all about the fun, but today is where the damage potentially, though, it could be interesting to see how the 2 games that the Quins have already played today may make a difference. The Water Boys, of course, already, or only played 1 today. Their only fixture was against, their first fixture of the day was against the Harlequins. And here come the teams, the Abu Dhabi Harlequins there, no doubt be watching this one with a lot of cheers. It's going to be a fantastic contest. They have gone back to their original jerseys. The Project Water Boys scrapped the pink strip, going back to the shirt that made them so dominant yesterday and this morning. Some hot shirts, some sweaty shirts, no doubt. 10 minutes each way, 20 minutes from glory. Coming up here. The Wyvern Harlequins will play from right to left. Kicking off in to the sun here. What a fantastic setting, a backdrop with those Ibizan mountains in the background. The light casting perfectly on this 3G pitch. I'm joined by our roaming host, the host with the most, Joe Burns. Joe, good to have you up in the jungle for once, eh?
Mate, I'm just seeing how the other half live. It's actually nice to spend a bit of time face to face for the first time in a while, where they like to keep us separate.
Well,
like a long distance relationship.
Yeah, can't keep.
You never call me.
Never call. I'm always shouting your name, Joe, but can't keep 2 Mavericks apart for too long. The Water Boys trying to play from deep in this first few seconds of the game. Already looking slightly more clinical than they were earlier on, but a big hit And that was met by resounding cheers in the crowd. The Wyvern Harlequins certainly have their tail feathers up now because they're looking a lot more controlled, a lot more bullish than they were yesterday.
I mean, Scott, I don't know about you, but for me, that's kind of sums up what we've seen across the Ibiza 10s, that the defence has been massive.
But the defence isn't so good here from the Harlequins. They're being storming away. And what an opening score here in 75 seconds. The defence has been massive, but so has the running rugby. And that is what we have come to expect from the Waterboys, an immediate improvement on their semi-final victory earlier on. What do you make of that one, Joe?
Well, co-commentator's curse, of course. Well, I mean, they've thrown it out wide. The guy's gone too hard at him, and it's been an easy step in, open them up, and he had the wheels to finish it off quite magnificently. But as I was saying before, prior that defence has just been so key. I mean, you're not seeing an awful lot of missed tackles. That wasn't a missed tackle necessarily. It was just a very good step. And a lot of the tackles are so dominant, so dominant.
There's some big hits, and it's not just from these elite men. I think it's the women's competition which is showing them how it's done. Here's the replay, though. A bit of a dog-leg in defence, just slightly too fast, and a lovely fen there. This 13, well, when we had Cakes, the coach, up here earlier, he was saying he's usually a winger. He's too thick, apparently, to play anywhere else. But
doesn't need brains when he can run like that.
No, and I'm sure his teammates will be giving him a big pat on the back. What a great way to start this JHA Recruitment Elite Men's Rugby 10s final here from the Estadio Can Misses in Ibiza.
But let's not forget that Wyvern have displayed throughout the day in both teams that they're the comeback kings. So I think that try might settle the Project Waterboys' nerves a little bit because they've had a couple of shaky games, but let's not write off the Quins just yet.
No, we know that the Quins, after seeing them yesterday, I think it was their second game where, with no time left on the clock, they broke from inside their own 22 and scored under the post for victory.
Oh, arguably try the tournament that. Wouldn't have been if the Shredded Ducks had the right number of players on the pitch earlier, though.
Can you believe that? The players running into the post pads and 9 men, 10 men, however many men were supposed to be on the pitch.
Oh, it's an electric bit of skill, though, for the try. Well, for the non-try itself.
Oh, I think that's possibly my favourite try of the tournament. Purely, not just because of the skill, it was the best try out and out, but the context in which it was scored.
Well,
was
the organisational mayhem that was unfolding.
Complete dissent from the Shredded Ducks saying, I'm not leaving the field.
Ballsy, isn't it?
It is very ballsy. We're going to see some more balls in the middle of this scrum in just a second. The Waterboys with a strong pack, opening up some space. Not sure how that was stolen by a Quinn, but it was. They have men over to the right. Really good counter-rucking, though. The ref deeming that knock forward, so it will be a scrum to the Quins' centre field just inside their own half.
The breakdown work as well throughout the tournament has been ferocious, like hotly contested, and if you're not in support, there's going to be a man clamping over the ball, quick, smart, and you're going to lose possession.
It's been really difficult, particularly nobody wants to be jackling down on that hot turf.
Oh God, it is so hot down there. Just the black crumbs absorbing all of the sun's heat and radiating back.
So I think they've melted my flip-flops slightly. Gonna have to get some more on order when I get home.
I think you guys had a glimpse of my high tops. They were purely for safety reasons, so that they didn't burn through my feet.
No burning ankles either. Big hit over on the far touchline though. Well, another dunk. One of the players of the tournament, the big number 4, just taking the ball into contact for the Harlequins. Spilled out though, and it's being shipped along this lightning quick Waterboys line. A bit of a gap, a half dog-legged defence, broken through by the Waterboys. Trying to steal on the floor, hands in the ruck, get out. The referee says it's a penalty to the Waterboys. Now, how will they play this? Will they kick for the corner? Oh no, they're tap and going. Big break through the middle and a half gap. Needs some support on his shoulder, it's not there. They still attack the far corner. Into the corner they go, and they're around the outside.
Oh, that did look a bit forward, I think. Super 12 flat, I think they used to call it back in the day.
Super 12 flat, love that. But we'll have to look at the replay there. That was marginal. To my eye, it looked, well, yeah, it looked backward, but... Ooh.
It's forward, I reckon.
It's difficult to see from this angle, but You know, I trust the referee's judgment. You know, we had Daryl, one of the leading referees in this competition, a professional referee. He, I'm sure he knows, and I think he's actually marshalling that touchline. So if he called that, it was a good thing to do.
They've been a really good standard throughout the tournament, actually. I don't think any players can really gripe about the performances. It's been a high level throughout.
No,
so important as well.
Been fantastic. A period of about 5 games yesterday where the yellow card was out in every one, but a breakaway here from the Wyvern Harlequins, being chased down by the Waterboys fly half. Oh, is he not going to get there? He scragged him down in the end, fumbled forward whilst offloading. It was needless and careless to do it at that moment in time. They just need to settle here. This game, though, has been ferocious so far, a very high standard. Hacked into touch off a Quinn's shoulder, so I believe that will be a line out to the Waterboys inside their own 22.
I think for all the passion and commitment there, it's lacking a bit of guile though. It's been quite a bitty, fractious first, 6.5, 7 minutes into the game. Like not too many patterns, turnovers, errors. I don't know if it's nerves or fatigue, but we usually expect high standards from both of these sides.
Certainly this is the last game of the weekend here at the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S. These players have all worked tirelessly throughout the weekend. They're no doubt fatigued, exhausted, suffering from the unforgiving heat, and no doubt have sweaty palms as well. They need some liquid chalk on there just to get a better grip, I think.
Mate, it has been a long weekend's rugby. It's been a great weekend's rugby, but you know, to win 7.5 bags, win the booty, you've got to play lots of rugby and win it. So, you know, it'll be well earned when it comes to whoever the victor is.
And it is well worth it indeed. Playing it round the back now, the Waterboys running back into traffic. Those big Harlequin shoulders sitting them down. It's on the floor, it's hit the deck, but a penalty awarded to the Quins. Get out the way, the referee says. And now put some of these big ball carriers on. He tries to go on his own. You can't do it with one-up runners. Too many teams just perhaps getting a little bit or lacking creativity. Good presentation there. It's a clean product at the back of the ruck. Bundled in, it's fumbled forward. The Waterboys in front of us here absolutely loving that. They know that was going to be close. They need to hold on to this lead at least for another minute or two until half-time.
Targeted the big fella, didn't they? But this is exactly what happened when they played each other earlier on in the day as well. The Quins were camped down in their 22 laying siege, and the Waterboys repelled them. They even went a man down and continued to repel, and then they broke up the other end, under the post, game over. So they've been in this position before and they've come out on top against the very same adversaries.
Both of these sides, very well drilled, very professional, great bunch of lads, both squads, you know. The Harlequin unit, a load of players looking to break from deep, though are the Waterboys. Great amount of respect between the two sides. They've obviously played each other once today, and that was a clattering challenge. I think everyone in the Canvasses Stadium felt that one. Oh, almost a fumble. Got his fingers back on it though. Looking to break down that far touch. Just rolling forward, waiting for support. Good biding time there. No real holes in this game as of yet. It's being closed off.
Wyvern are on top at the breakdown, aren't they? That's a couple that have gone their way now.
And they certainly have the ascendancy here, breaking forward again with one-up runners. Interesting tactic we've seen previously from the Waterboys, holding it up, but they have managed to rip it. Hacked forward into space over the Wyvern attacking line, rolling back deep into the 22. The Waterboys need to get a solid line here. They're waiting patiently though, the Harlequins. Oh, and they're away here. A few lazy runners managing to catch onto the ball. They need some support on the right. It's going into hand. No, it doesn't go. And it rolls into touch. What a stinker to make. That player, though, I'm not sure if he's fatigued, injured, or just plain disappointed.
Embarrassed.
I was going to use that word, but didn't want to be too harsh. But yeah, he should be, because they're better than that, these Harlequins. That should have just gone to hand. That's an easy one. I know they're passing into the sun there, but they need to just calm it down. Look at this.
But those little levels of execution, they need to be on point, especially in the final, especially against the Waterboys, because That's a pretty uncharacteristic defensive mistake from those guys. It's probably because, well, I anticipate it's because it was a pretty old school 7 strategy there to collect the ball, wait patiently, your team get back on side, and the gap was created. You don't really see that much in 10s or 7s anymore, really.
No, it was very much Fijian-esque, wasn't it? The way they just dotted around. But the Harlequins, with their big ball carriers, shoving it up here. Really nice balanced 10s between the fast-paced 7s game and the bulldozing 15s. Trying to steal it here are the Waterboys on their own try line. It's close. The referee awarding another penalty. I think was he talking about giving a card there?
There's a little bit of dissent there.
Yeah, just throwing the ball away. That's not what we want to see. Both of these teams have played with high spirits so far in this game. And all tournament, 11.5 minutes on our clock.
Oh, they've got to make this territory count.
Ooh, 2 men on the big ball carrier, and they've sent him way back. Breath of air being sucked in by the Waterboys, but they're still under the cosh, and they've stolen it. They kick this one into touch. And that is half-time, and that is exactly what they would have wanted. I'm sure they'll have a few pats on the back from their supporters, their coaches, and their substitutes on the bench.
That's a significant period. That was 5 minutes of real territory dominance from Wyvern Harlequins, and they haven't converted it. This is exactly what happened when they played each other in the group. Are we seeing history repeating itself? The next score is obviously crucial. If Harlequins have got across the line there, they're going level pegging, they've got the wind in their sails, whereas I think the Waterboys are going to be very much buoyed by, again, shutting them out.
Yeah, it's going to be an extremely close contest in this second half. Only 7 points separating them. We know that is nothing in terms of Rugby 10's scores. A great view there over the pitch 2 here at the Canvasses Stadium, just looking out over Ibiza town and the ocean. Beautiful blue sea here beyond.
Life's not so bad, is it, mate?
No, you can't complain having to come away and just watch some exciting rugby all weekend. Like, you know, you have to double check yourself. I'm sure these players realise they're extremely grateful.
Few Valeric beats in the background, you know, getting everyone sort of juicing nicely in preparation for the post-tournament celebration.
It's going to be a wild one, I'm sure. I think, speaking to my friend Lester from the Scavengers earlier, he came up and
I was listening to him. He was good value.
Yeah, he was a good guy, and he was telling me, oh yeah, we love the party. So he's expecting a heavy night, I think.
Well, do you know, I've run into Scavengers a couple of times on nights out when I've been doing local reconnaissance and for the tournament, and yeah, they don't mind a bit of like Marseille gangster rap, some couple of tequilas here and there. They're good boys. They were, you know, they could have been here in this final. I think they've enjoyed themselves, and they grew as a team as well, especially today.
They had some real quality out there, and you know, it's scary when they were telling me that I think the oldest in their team, Lester, who came up here, he was only 21. I think the oldest in the team was 23. They got some 18-year-olds out there.
Really?
Which is like staggering when you realise what they were up against in the really highly experienced, well-gelled Wyvern Harlequin side. They've been together a long time. Those French boys, they've not really played much together, and they're playing some experienced British heads.
All that time together tells, though, right? Because they're good players, but they don't play much with each other. But look how we find ourselves in the final. We've got the 2 established sides. They play a lot with each other. They go to many tournaments. They know each other inside out. And here they are, another final.
And that makes a big difference. And it will be who sticks at it the longest in this second half. The Waterboys surely won't be able to sustain another 5-minute bout of intensity. Already the big hits coming in within seconds of starting this second period.
It's nice.
Like. Lovely dink into space, putting some pressure on already. Don't run into the posts. The Shredded Ducks will tell you about that. Under pressure, that was not the best option to give. A bit of a hospital pass there.
Oh,
the referee.
Great play.
Really
go.
Great pressure from the Wyvern Harlequins. They have it in the corner here. They just need some support and muscle. Here comes the big men trying to get this ball out. They need to get a bit more depth in their attacking line so they can put some pace on the big runners. Trying to crush it up. The Waterboys Strong defensively so far, but how long will they stay true? Pressure in the corner here. They're going to go over. No.
Oh!
No, it is a try. No, a penalty.
That's a lot of penalties in the red zone without a potential card for the Water Boys.
I think the ref obviously starting a clean slate in the second half. I mean, they are doing everything they can to stop this, but they know if they lose a man, surely they just can't defend much more. Big runners through the middle. They have got some bruises, those Quins.
Yeah, they run hard, don't they?
Numbers over for the Quins, though. They need to get lower in the tackle. Do the Projects Water Boys. Whose ball is that? Well, it's still the Quins. They're looking for their big number 4 here. They're putting 2 tacklers on him. He doesn't half run fast for a big lad.
He's had a target on his back from minute 1 there, hasn't he?
Rightly so, because he's been one of the outstanding players of the tournament. He might be about 6'8" and 20 stone, but he doesn't half run like a sprinter.
He shifts, doesn't he? He's got a bit of toe.
Up into 6th gear for him. Still trying to bundle over. They need to get under this one, the Water Boys. They are inches away from the line. The Quins still in full out assault, and he's bundled over. And what a score here at the start of this second half. They deserve that one.
They've finally broken the Water Boys' resolve.
I'm exhausted just watching. I don't know about you, Joe, but...
Where are we? What? We're 12.5 minutes in. I reckon that's, 8 minutes now that Quins have been on the attack and Water Boys have been in defence. So the Water Boys are going to be hurting. Their lungs are going to be busting. But when they do get the ball, it means that they're dangerous, right? It's taking Quins so long to break them down. You worry for them that when the Water Boys do get the ball, that they're going to make it happen and make it count.
Yeah, I feel that they perhaps need a few substitutions here, the Water Boys. Conversion unsuccessful. So 7 minutes left to play. The Water Boys still lead 7 points to the Harlequins 5. A little look at this try here. A pick up from the back of the ruck by number 5 in just a moment. He manages to weasel his way across the line, barrowing over
like an eel.
He was slippery customer, that Harlequin. And if they keep up with this kind of annihilation down in the red zone, well, I'm not sure how much the Water Boys can sustain.
What a nudge. What a nudge.
He gave that so much airtime, I think.
Sent it into orbit.
I think Zeus himself was asking for that to go back down. Into the, I would say night sky, but it's still perfectly blue. I've not seen a cloud since I've landed, Joe.
Hey, the heat here is just digital. Basically, the sun comes up, it's 35 degrees, and it's 35 degrees until it goes down. There's not a high and low. It's just brutal.
There is no cool evening breeze because I think I've been sweating more since about 3 o'clock than I had done for the previous 9 hours of the day. Scrum down though, and the ball will be put in by the Harlequins. The Harlequins playing from left to right.
I can see some flamboyant fancy dress emerging from below in the stands. Got a few flamingos, I believe.
I think we know who they're from, the Moody Cows, but it's the Harlequins who are on attack and using their nose to try and spot a gap in this Water Boys defence. Yeah,
a couple too many rolls there.
Yeah, the referee not happy with that one, so a chance to relieve some pressure. They really do just need to get down there and set up some phases, keep the ball. You know, we spoke to Cakes, their coach, earlier on. He just said if we keep possession, you know, and we just keep recycling, we'll eventually get an option. They know they've got some quick players. We've seen one break, a magnificent break as it was very early on in the first half, but since then, they've been dead quiet.
They want to ping it out to their X-Factor winger because he is absolute wheels. I don't think anyone can really handle him. And you look at the style that Quins are playing, very attritional, big slabs of meat through the middle. They just want to absolutely wear these Water Boys down. I think if they throw it around a bit, move the big lads around, then they're going to get some gains.
We hope they do. You can almost hear those big slabs of meat slapping around on the Cam Mrs. turf here. This is what we wanted from the Water Boys, and this is what they'll be happy to see. A few gaps opening up in midfield. Doesn't need to come out, needs to stay in touch here. He's got 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7 feet on the touchline, just needed to break inside. Again, a commentator's curse.
Yeah. Comprehensive tap dance down the touchline there.
I'm sure we'll see some of that later on. Good angle to see this break here. They just cut inside. They play some nice lines through the water boys. But as we said, they need to keep the ball in hand and just go through some prolonged period of possession. There is only 4 minutes left. If it stays as it is, they will win this fixture.
Mate, what do you reckon? Have we seen a kick at goal, kick at the poles, or a drop goal since this year?
No, we haven't. I was calling for it earlier on when it was sudden death, saying that all they need is a drop goal to win it. In this game, a drop goal would still win it. The bounce is going to be way too high. This turf is like concrete. Too much on that kick. It's going to be a scrum to the Harlequins, knocked forward at the bottom of the ruck there. I'd love to see a cheeky drop goal. We saw in the bar last night George Ford do one for England against the Argentinians, and you know, don't see enough of them for my money. In fact, you know what? They should get the Moody Cows kicker on, because she's got a right boot on her.
Yeah, a right nudge. Do you want a stat, by the way? So in the women's competition, there were 105 tries scored, of which the Moody Cows were responsible for 42, averaging in at 6 a game. How about that for a bit of dominance?
That is phenomenal. 46, half the tries scored by the Moody Cows. Well, they're worth their money this weekend, and they're worth their prize pot and their trophy. Better period of play here. A good scrum against the head, but you don't want to kick away possession. I wonder if he's got the wheels to get there, or is this going to just roll out the back? Oh. And unfortunately it does. I think all of the water boys knew that was a good chance to try and extend their lead. They just need to keep the possession though. Why they feel the need to kick it away, Joe, I'm not too sure.
Well, I think he came a cropper to those shallow dead ball areas that you identified earlier in the tournament. I think he had his man there. He's going to be absolutely gassed now for no points.
Yeah, a good 60-metre sprint down the pitch for 0 award. A few changes though for the Project's water boys. We've seen a load of flamingos in bikinis and short shorts coming out on the pitch here.
Resplendent in pink.
You know what?
The Moody Flamingos.
Could be forgiven that they're wearing the actual Project's Water Boys exchange kit.
I'm a fan of that stash.
Hey mate,
looking to acquire a pair of shorts if I can.
I'm a Nottingham Trent boy at heart, so pretty in pink. We love playing in pink in Nottingham Trent. Still got my pink stash.
Very metro, new age.
Well, that's what it's all about. Stand out from the crowd, you know.
Love me, hate me, just don't ignore me.
Yeah, exactly. Green boots, pink kit, and orange hair. Well, you can't go missing on a rugby field, can you?
Yeah, speaking of targets on people's backs.
Yeah, exactly. No missed tackles, though, because they know where you are. Great scrum against the head. Quins working hard in defence.
That breakdown is a real problem for the water boys. They're getting pinged consistently.
They're being jeered from their own players and coaches on the touchline. They're not quite sure what's happening. I'm not sure that is going to go out. That could roll all the way. Let it roll, my friend. That could go all the way out. And it has rolled over. There we go. Easy 60 metres made there. Those shallow dead balls helping them out this time, though.
That is a totally unnecessary risk to try and pin it in the corner, because it's not like you're going to do a catch and drive and maul them over. You trying to get a bit of territory, guaranteed ball, and then you play. That's a big error.
You know, there's 20 minutes on the clock here. They were perhaps trying to go for the juggernaut, but we don't know if that's the correct time. I'm sure there's still time left.
Should have gone for the poles.
Could they have brought the tee on?
I think so. I don't know. Is it drop goals or is it tees in 10s?
Well, I think they would have had to drop goal it, and that would have been a fair whack for a 55-metre drop goal. No more a stain in this side.
I'll let it slide then on that decision.
Still time on the clock though. The ref not happy with that setup in the scrum. He's coming this side. It's a tough old game in this heat. This, of course, the final game of the Rugby Spy Ibiza 10S this weekend. What a fantastic weekend it has been. This is the maiden final. The JHA recruitment elite men's competition. They have seen off the challenges from Scrum and Coke. So, moments left in this game. The challenger, Scrum and Coke, Shredded Ducks, and of course, the Scavengers from France. A lot of spectators here. This is going to go down to the wire. I need a solid platform from which to attack. Ooh, penalty to the Water Boys. Just boring down on him in the scrum there. Kicked into touch. And they are the champions. The Wyvern Harlequins put up a solid fight, but it was Project's Water Boys in the end who managed to hold on from their earlier spectacular effort. What a great game. They were the standout team from match one here, and they rightly deserve the victory. The Wyvern Harlequins, last year's champions, well, they've come away with their Wyvern Dragons taking the open competition, but they will have to come back to try and retain their title in 2018. What a victory. It's a fantastic tournament. So much mutual respect between the teams. The Water Boys, well, they have been fantastic, solid. They've won their all games, every single one. They've come out on top. Barely conceded any points, and it was perhaps just that they met the existing champions in the final. Now then, I'm sure the party will start. We're still waiting for some of these flamingos to go out on the pitch, but they don't seem to be. So our three champions then, three different setups.
Well done, lads.
In the women's, we had the Moody Cows take the title for a second year running. In the Rugby Spy Men's Open, it was indeed the Wyvern Dragons. And in the main competition, the one we've all been waiting for, the last game of the day, Project's Water Boys, the newcomers to this tournament. Well, look at that, not out partying just yet. They're sitting down having a debrief from their coaches. I'm sure Cakes will be super proud of them. And we're waiting down pitch side with Joe Burns. Joe, well, a fantastic game today, a fantastic tournament, and you're down there with some of the Water Boys. What have you got for us?
Thanks, Scotty. Yes, I'm here with the victorious coach Finn from the Project's Water Boys. Great tournament, undefeated throughout. You've had some tense games, none more so than that. Quinn's made you work for it.
Absolutely, they're a very good side as well. We played them, that's the second time we played them today, but they certainly upped their game. And that would have been tough for them, that was their fourth game today, and only our third, so well played to those boys there.
I'd say, you mentioned that you played earlier in the day, I'd say a pattern between the two games is that your defence was epic. They laid siege for 10 minutes probably. In the first game, you repelled them, you scored and won. Again, you kept them out, and your defence has just been key all weekend.
Nah, it's been awesome, and that's completely down to the boys. They have been outstanding, and they seem to really enjoy it, and they're really proud of their line. We've conceded 2 tries this weekend. On day one, we didn't concede any tries. We conceded a dodgy try, and we conceded one against them, but we've kind of tried to shut up shop there. it's good, but it's tough. You can see how physical it is. It's not a sevens tournament. It's definitely not.
Not at all. I'd say, we've been remarking that the amount of industry in each game, they've been so attritional, and you barely see any tackles missed. I mean, your try was a great bit of footwork and going through there and offend, but no one's missing tackles. There's so much dominance. You put a target on their number 4's back in the final to mark him out.
He was mightily impressive for the entire tournament up to this point. So he's a big, strong ball carrier. But we've got 10, 16 strong big guys there who were loving it, and they were really, really enjoying that physical confrontation. And I think a 10s team, as I said, is a much different kettle of fish than a 7s team. You can see some of the guys that are playing there. They wouldn't be playing in an elite 7s tournament, but they're perfect for something like this.
They certainly know their way around the 10s part, mate. Well, I know you guys have approached things really professionally throughout the weekend. You're hugely deserving of your victory, and I know you tour a lot, and it's a great pathway for Scottish players to gain tournament experience. It's well deserved, and we congratulate you and look forward to awarding you the trophy later on.
Can I just say that we would like to thank all our sponsors, Alistair Munro, who is he's doing an excellent thing here. He wants to provide opportunities to young Scottish players, and half of these guys would never be given an opportunity like this. So we'd like to say thanks to him and all the other sponsors. This doesn't happen for free, and it takes a few willing people and a few brave people to put their hand in their pocket and give opportunities. So we'd like to say thanks very much.
Well said, sir. Well said. I'll let you join the boys. Congratulations. We'll see you soon. Gareth, mate, really, really sorry to see you boys go out. You've relinquished your crown, but you didn't let it go easily.
No, it was a tough game, to be fair. Like, Water boys pushed us all the way. Tough game, but it's fine lines. A couple of bounces of the ball here and there, a couple of penalties. But I was so proud of the boys. After a tough day yesterday, 4 games today. So dug deep, So big thanks to Simon Baines for bringing us out here.
Yeah.
Big thanks to all the sponsors. We'll be back.
You'll be back looking for revenge. Yeah, man, yeah. You just couldn't break down their defence, just couldn't quite get through.
It's a really good deed, to be fair. We got better as the day went on, but just ran out of gas at the end. But big hand to the boys. We'll have a pool recovery session tomorrow in Ocean Beach, so I'm sure we'll do all right there.
I like the sound of that. I think I need a recovery session as well, so maybe I'll see you there. Yeah. Look, I'll let you get with the boys. It's been a pleasure, meeting you all weekend, and Quins, I know you'll be back, and you'll be back all guns blazing. Righto. So that's it. We've done the tournament. It feels like it never happened. At times it felt long as the sun battered us down, and it was relentless rugby. Some great play out there, some great industry, and some great spirit amongst all the players who've been playing throughout the weekend. We're going to come set up here just to get a bit of a flavour of what's happening now. With the rugby in the can, it means we can let the party poppers off. We've got teams here in fancy dress, new friends, old friends, emerging friends, people new to the game. We've got the New Orleans boys here, and that pretty much sums the tournament up. So to sum up, the JHA Recruitment Men's Elite Champions 2017 of the Ibiza 10S is the Project's Water Boys, the Rugby Spy Men's Open Champions, and retaining is the Wyvern Dragons, and of course the Cabbage Patch Women's Cup Champions is the Moody Cows. It's been a weekend of flat out rugby. We've really enjoyed having you join us throughout it. All these guys are ready to party. Oh, no, all these guys are ready to party. We're going to go to the bar, hand out the trophies. Thank you for joining us. Ibiza 2017. Live it up!